Our bank, let's align the stars. Member FDIC, equal housing lender.
There's nothing quite like the Honda Civic Hybrid, Accord Hybrid, and CR-V Hybrid when it comes to exhilarating efficiency. With hybrid technology and thrilling capability, these vehicles deliver an electrifying performance on every drive. But what truly makes these hybrids special is the unwavering determination that inspires everything we do. Redefine your driving experience with Honda, KBB.com's best value brand of 2024.
Contact your local Honda dealer today.
Based on 2024 Consumer Choice Awards from Kelly Blue Book, visit kbb.com for more information.
Cheers to a great day and this ice-cold Corona.
You know what would make this day even better? My grandma's carne asada.
Throw in some music.
We can watch the game. Or we could keep it simple.
Corona, la vida más fina. Get your Corona at ordercorona.com. Relax responsibly. Corona Extra Beer, imported by Crown Imports, Chicago, Illinois.
Total Orthopedics is Long Island's premier orthopedic practice. Whether it's a sports-related injury or something far more complex, Total Ortho has locations throughout Long Island with diagnostic equipment on site. Now, Total Ortho Express offers convenient walk-in service with no appointment necessary. Visit TotalOrthoExpress.com. That's TotalOrthoExpress.com, because time doesn't heal wounds, they do.
It's time to let the good times cruise with Sun Cruiser Hard Iced Tea. Made with real iced tea and real vodka, it's refreshingly smooth and easy to drink. With no bubbles to fill you up, it's perfect for any season. Plus, each Sun Cruiser is only 100 calories, 1 gram of sugar, and 4.5% alcohol, making it perfect for anywhere your adventures take you. Whether you're indoors or outside, nothing hits quite like a Sun Cruiser. Crack one open today and let the good times cruise.
Sun Cruiser Beverage Company, Boston, Mass. Please drink responsibly.
When just one life is saved, it wins the game. Just like in baseball, when the same player has 3,000 hits, it's monumental. LifeVac, the original choking rescue device, is approaching 3,000 lives saved. Hi, I'm Arthur Lee, CEO and inventor of LifeVac. With its place, push, pull technology, LifeVac uses suction to clear the airway and save a life. There's only one proven airway clearance device, LifeVac. Mention code BASEBALL for 20% off your order today. Go to lifevac.net.
Wendy's new saucy nugs are taking nugs to a whole new level. Choose from 7 different flavors. For a whole new way to nug, it's gotta be Wendy's. Open till midnight or later at participating U.S. Wendy's. Hours may vary by location.
Welcome back to the Nissan Mets pregame show ahead of Game 6 of the National League Championship Series between the Mets and the Dodgers. The pitching matchup, Sean Manaea gets the ball for New York, and it's a bullpen game for Los Angeles. Expect a lot of high-leverage guys early. Michael Kopech starts for L.A. Let's take a look at baseball strikeout leaders, sponsored by Cars for Kids. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today. The Mets finished the regular season with 1,455 strikeouts. The Braves led the National League with 1,553. For every Mets strikeout this year, Odyssey Mets Radio will make a donation to Cars for Kids charity. We are donating. You should too. Donate your car, boat, or real estate at carsforkids.com today. It's time to go inside the lines, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Please gamble responsibly. The Mets are plus 125 to win tonight's game, and the run line is 8.5. We'll wrap up the Nissan Mets pregame show on the other side. This is Odyssey Mets Radio.
It's the perfect time to replace your boiler and water heater with a new Peerless boiler and Pavilion tankless water heater. Visit PeerlessBoilers.com for a dealer near you.
Are you searching for a warm and welcoming community for mom or dad? River Spring Living Senior Housing just may be the option you're looking for. Set on a 32-acre campus right along the Hudson River with breathtaking views of the New York City skyline, there are plenty of chances to engage in activities, wellness programs, and so much more. Explore which community is best for your loved one. From independent living to assisted living and memory care, specialized teams are dedicated to making everyone feel right at home. Now, I've seen firsthand what makes life at River Spring Living so special. Visit riverspringliving.org to schedule a tour today. That's riverspringliving.org.
Chopra and Nocerino is the exclusive personal injury firm of the New York Mets. Winning in the playoffs is a battle. So is a personal injury case. Trust Chopra and Nocerino will fight for you and go the distance if needed. Chopra and Nocerino always come prepared. They have proven results and will fight to get results you need. They have countless victories here in New York and serve New Yorkers proudly. If you've been hurt in an accident, you need to call Chopra and Nocerino. 855-NYC-HURT. Chopra and Nocerino. They'll fight for you.
Craving a tasty burger? Well, Smash Burger has you covered. And Smash Burger is now open at 669 8th Avenue at 42nd Street. Enjoy certified Angus beef burgers, signature sides like smash fries, and hand-spun milkshakes. Smash Burger, available for dine-in, takeout, or delivery at smashburger.com.
Connection, opportunity, possibility. It's what we all want. Spectrum has built a world where anything is possible, with products and services designed to work better together for a seamless connectivity experience. A connection to family and friends, a connection to education, and a connection to new opportunities. So there's no
Hey, baseball
limit.
fans, thanks for hanging out with us tonight for Game 6 of the NLCS. It's shifted back to Dodger Stadium. The Mets got it done and forced this Game 6. Can the amazing Mets do it again? We'll find out. Or will the Dodgers book their ticket to face the other team in New York, the Yankees? Only time will tell. Please hit that like button down below. As well, please share this link out and let's get more baseball fans here in the chat, hanging out with us, having a good time. Because that's what we do here on Toronto Sports Insider. So chat it up. Let's keep it classy. Hit that thumbs up. Share it out. See you back in the chat. Good luck to your team.
Hotel. Come play 1,000 slot machines and electronic table games. Enjoy on-site entertainment, cocktails, and dining. In October, we're giving away $125,000 during Wicked Wednesdays. One winner every hour from 3 to 7 p.m. will spin for their chance at $5,000. 1 point equals 1 entry. Jake's 58, where Long Island wins. If gambling is a problem for you or someone, please call the 24-hour toll-free helpline at 8778, open or text NY.
Welcome back as we wrap up the Nissan Mets pregame show. Game 6 of the National League Championship Series coming up in just a couple of minutes. Our player to bank on is sponsored by California Cryobank. Build your family with the #1 sperm bank in the United States. And tonight, we bank on Sean Manaea. That'll do it for the Nissan Mets pregame show. On the other side, we join Keith Radd and the Hall of Fame radio voice of the New York Mets, Howie Rose, for Game 6 of the National League Championship Series between the Mets and the Dodgers. Coming up right after this.
The Nissan Mets pregame show on Odyssey Mets Radio has been brought to you by Nissan. At Nissan, we make cars that thrill. Experience the thrill for yourself today. Shop NissanUSA.com. And by Spectrum, a connection built for everywhere. That's Life Unlimited. That's Spectrum. Sloman's Home Heating Oil. The difference is human. Call 866-OIL-DEAL. Peerless Boilers and Pavilion Tankless Water Heaters. Visit peerlessboilers.com to find a dealer near you. Flag and Anthem. Real clothes for real life. Margaret Teets, Nursing and Rehabilitation Center. Laborers Local 731. Feel the power. 1-877-CARS for Kids. That's cars with a K to donate your car today. And by ELEC 825. Building our future.
Now through November 1st, SiriusXM is giving away a pair of tickets to every MLB postseason game through the World Series. Listen to MLB Network Radio for the clues and be the first caller to correctly name the postseason hero, and you'll receive a pair of tickets to an MLB postseason game. MLB Network Radio has your chance to win on SiriusXM 89 and the all-new SiriusXM app. No transportation will be included in connection with these prizes. For full contest information and official rules, visit SiriusXM.com/MLB postseason heroes. No purchase necessary. Open only to current SiriusXM subscribers prior to September 22nd. Must be a U.S. resident over the age of 18.
Let the games begin. On SiriusXM, you get all the sports play-by-play you want and all the live sports talk you need. It's always a home game when you listen to the NFL, NHL, NBA, and MLB on the all-new SiriusXM app. How good is that? We fuel your fandom with NASCAR, the biggest college games, PGA, and soccer. And when news breaks, hear instant reaction.
We got a big developing story out of Cincinnati.
The all-new SiriusXM app. Everything a sports fan needs, all in one place.
Mets fans, this is David Stearns, and you're listening to Mets Baseball on SiriusXM.
SiriusXM NFL Radio is your home for the National Football League all year long on Channel 88 and on the all-new SiriusXM app.
Mets fans, this is Carlos Mendoza, and you're listening to Mets Baseball on SiriusXM.
It's 2024 Mets postseason baseball on Odyssey Mets Radio.
2-1 lifted in the air to right center field and deep. Baez back, still going. It's going to go. Home run! Pete Alonso, a 3-run homer.
Marte rips it down the left field line, and is a base hit going to the corner. Alonso rounds third. He will score. Winker chugging. He's heading around third. He's coming home. The throw to the plate, not in time. 2-run double, Starling Marte. The 1-1. Ripped down the right field line. Base hit, disappear into the corner. Alvarez rounds second, heading for third. Betts trying to fish it out. Alvarez getting waved around. He will score. Lindor to third. A stand-up triple.
Runner goes. The pitch to Kike Hernandez. Popped in the air to right field. Not deep. In comes Marte. He makes the catch. Put it in the books. The Mets are California bound again, where they'll hope to bring back a pennant.
New York Mets baseball is brought to you by your local Honda dealers. Contact one for a great deal today. And by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. The Rothenberg Law Firm. InjuryLawyer.com. Casamigos Tequila. Brought to you by those who drink it. ThriveWell Infusion. The official IV sponsor of Odyssey Mets Radio. Visit ThriveWellInfusion.com. Bridgewater Acura on Route 22 in Bridgewater, New Jersey. Peerless Boilers and Pavilion Tankless Water Heaters. Visit PeerlessBoilers.com to find a dealer near you. Gin and Juice, a premium seltzer, an official partner of the New York Mets. LifeVac, the original choking rescue suction device that saves lives. The New York Lottery. Gambling problem? Call 1-877-8-HOPE-NY. And by Berkeley College. Your potential is our promise.
From Dodger Stadium in Los Angeles, California, welcome to New York Mets baseball this afternoon. The Mets face the Los Angeles Dodgers in Game 6 of the 2024 National League Championship Series. The starting pitchers today, and it's going to be a bullpen game for the Dodgers. They will start with right-hander Michael Kopech, and for the Mets, left-hander Sean Manaea. Hi again, everyone. I'm Howie Rose along with Keith Radd, and the Mets have forced this improbable run all the way back to the West Coast, where they have Game 6 today, and if they get by this one, they will play for the National League pennant tomorrow, but they've got to get there first, and the Dodgers are going to throw every reliever they've got at them if necessary. The Mets, of course, hoping to get a lot of length from Sean Manaea because their bullpen is not terribly well rested. Our game time temperature is sponsored by Peerless Boilers and Pavilion Tankless Water Heaters. Go to PeerlessBoilers.com for a dealer near you. Picture perfect day here in Southern California. 78 degrees at game time. We'll come back to look at the pitching matchup next on Odyssey Mets Radio, driven by your Tri-Honda dealers.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, could be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Go to carsforkids.org today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Just like those pivotal playoff moments, when you're injured, you only have one shot to get it right. At the Rothenberg Law Firm, they make every swing count. With over 54 years of experience, they've been securing victories for their clients when it matters most. From auto accidents to medical malpractice, let them step up to bat for you. Call 1-800-624-8888 or visit InjuryLawyer.com.
The lawyer for injured ones, InjuryLawyer.com.
Are you or a loved one living with Crohn's, colitis, MS, rheumatoid arthritis, or a chronic health condition that requires IV medication? Check out ThriveWell Infusion. Say hello to state-of-the-art private luxury suites. ThriveWell Infusion understands that it can be stressful when receiving an infusion. but it doesn't have to be. At ThriveWell, you'll be provided with exceptional care, comfort, compassion, and convenience. Visit us at ThriveWellInfusion.com. That's ThriveWellInfusion.com. Saving lives, drip by drip.
Serving contractors, builders, and homeowners in the tri-state area since 1987, Brooklyn Window and Doors, one of New York City's largest stocking dealer of quality Andersen windows and doors. Visit Brooklyn Window and Doors award-winning showroom to see the complete Andersen product line, including the 400, 100A, and E Series. Andersen, built, backed, and serviced like no other window. Visit Brooklyn Window and Door at their new location, 185 30th Street in Brooklyn, or call 718-WINDOWS.
Connection, opportunity, possibility. It's what we all want. Spectrum has built a world where anything is possible, with products and services designed to work better together for a seamless connectivity experience. A connection to family and friends, a connection to education, and a connection to new opportunities. So there's no limit to how big we can dream. That's Life Unlimited. That's Spectrum.
Back here at Dodger Stadium, we're getting set for Game 6 between the Mets and the Dodgers. The Salute to America is brought to you by the Ray Cattina family of dealerships. Visit them at raycattina.com. The national anthem was performed by Angie Fisher. Well, if you open your window, you can hear the PA here at Dodger Stadium. It is just about deafening. And the problem with it is you can't tell how hyped the fans are, because here in Los Angeles, the fans have always had a reputation for being a little more laid back and understated, but there's nothing to be laid back about now. It's Game 6. Obviously, the Mets need to win to force tomorrow, but the Dodgers, a little short in the starting pitching department, Keith, maybe starting to feel the heat a little bit.
Yeah, definitely. Well, outside this crowd is on its feet right now, waving its towels, so there's certainly no shortage of energy in this building right now. And there will be no shortage of relievers today for Dave Roberts, who is throwing a bullpen game in Game 6. He said it will be different slightly than he did in Game 2. That was the game that the Mets won to even it up heading back to New York. That was where Ryan Brazier started, and then Landon Knack pitched the second inning. The Mets scored 5 runs in total against Knack over 2 innings, and that was huge for them because it obviously set up what has been the testament for this series. Whoever scores first wins. We have seen that in all 5 of the first games of this set. So differently today in a sense that you won't see bulk guys, you'll see the good guys, starting with Michael Kopech, who is used to starting a little bit, not really with the Los Angeles Dodgers, but when he first came up with the Chicago White Sox, he is used to the routine of being a starter. But it won't really change much. It'll probably be an inning or 2, depending on how effective and efficient he is. But basically, as Dave Roberts wants to do this, he wants to go to the bottom of the first in a scoreless game. So it's up to Kopech to get Lindor, Nimmo, and Vientos. And you remember the last bullpen game that started, Francisco Lindor went deep. And so the Mets are hoping again for some early action against the bullpen. And if not Kopech, against some big guys later on like Trinan and Phillips and Daniel Hudson. Meanwhile, for the Mets, Sean Manaea, big start tonight. This is such a big start. It's the kind of start that in 10 or 15 years from now you might go, do you remember that Sean Manaea start in Game 6? That is how big the stage is tonight for Sean. He's pitched really well in his 3 outings. In the wild card against Milwaukee, the DS against Philly, and really in Game 2 against these Dodgers, but it's always tough against LA. They are coming for him. What he did in his first time around, he can't do the same exact thing this time around, and he will go as far, maybe even a little further, than Carlos Mendoza needs today. So a huge start for Sean Manaea. We'll come back, take a look at the starting lineups, and have first pitch from Game 6 in LA on Odyssey Mets Radio, driven by your Tri-Honda dealers.
You never have to worry about thinking too big because you have a reliable connection that puts everything within reach. A connection to education, to family and friends, and most of all, to opportunity. That's Life Unlimited. That's Spectrum.
Looking for a replacement window? Find the Andersen 400 Series double hung window at Riverhead Building Supply.
The 400 Series has a timeless style with modern design options to fit the look of your home.
Andersen brand products are the easiest to install, and Riverhead Building Supply makes it even easier.
We'll install your windows for you. Schedule measuring and replacement today.
Visit a Riverhead Building Supply location, call, or visit rbscorp.com.
Are your tires ready for the harsh winter roads ahead? Then go to Town Fair Tire for the guaranteed lowest price on Michelin winter tires, offering shorter stopping distances on ice and snow, thanks to their exceptional grip, along with predictable...
Hey, you. Yeah, I'm talking to you. Thanks for hanging out with us in the chat. Now, you gotta let us know, where are you watching from tonight during Game 6 of the NLCS? Who are you rooting for? Let us know in the chat where you're watching from. City and state in the U.S., city and province in Canada, and let us know international how far out our reach is here on Toronto Sports Insider tonight for Game 6. Now, let's get back to the baseball. Thank you for participating in the chat and hanging out with us. Now let's go have some fun and keep it classy. Good luck to your team.
185 30th Street in Brooklyn, or call 718-WINDOWS.
Kickboxing knock out your knee? We've got specialists for that. Not feeling the love after your last tennis match? We've got specialists for that. Orland & Cohen's top orthopedic team has the specialized expertise, extensive training from the nation's best programs, and years of experience to tackle each of your orthopedic needs so you can feel better, faster. Locations across Long Island, open 7 days a week, and now open in Kew Gardens as well. Visit OrlandCohen.com.
Cheers to a great day and this ice-cold Corona.
You know what would make this day even better? My grandma's carne asada.
Throw in some music.
We can watch the game. Or we could keep it simple.
Corona, la vida más fina. Get your Corona at ordercorona.com. Relax responsibly. Corona Extra Beer, imported by Crown Import, Chicago, Illinois.
Tonight's starting lineups are sponsored by Ramsey Mazda. Choose wisely. Choose Ramsey Mazda for the New York Mets, who are in a must-win game to try to force Game 7 tomorrow. Shortstop Francisco Lindor leads off. Brandon Immo behind him and plays left field. The third baseman, Mark Vientos, hits third. Pete Alonso in the cleanup spot, playing first base. Jesse Winker gets the start as the designated hitter, batting fifth. The right fielder, Starling Marte, bats sixth. Tyrone Taylor, Jeff McNeil, and Francisco Alvarez round out the Met lineup. Taylor in center, McNeil at second, and Alvarez doing the catching with Sean Manaea on the mound. Over the regular season, pitched to a 3.47 ERA and 32 starts. In the postseason, he's pitched to a 2.65 ERA in 3 starts. Now for the Dodgers, who need to win tonight or tomorrow to go on to the World Series and face the Yankees. Shohei Ohtani leads off. He's the DH. Right fielder Mookie Betts bats second. Teoscar Hernandez batting third, playing left field. Tommy Edman, the shortstop, hits cleanup again in this series. Max Muncy at first base. There is no Freddie Freeman in the starting lineup. Muncy batting fifth. Kike Hernandez, the third baseman, bats sixth. Center fielder Andy Pages, off of 2 home runs in Game 5. He bats seventh. Will Smith, the catcher, bats eighth. And the second baseman, Chris Taylor, is batting ninth. Michael Kopech is the first on the mound for the Dodgers, the first of what will be many in this bullpen game. Kopech is a big guy, 6'3", 220 pounds, out of Texas. Tonight's uniforms brought to you by Flag and Anthem. Real clothes for real life. The Dodgers back home in their home whites. Dodgers in blue script across the chest with the blue hats. LA interlocking in white. The Mets hats are blue with the orange NY interlocking. The road gray uniforms, gray tops, gray pants. New York written across the chest. When it's game time, it's Tully time. The first pitch is brought to you by Tullamore Dew Irish Whiskey. The original triple distilled, triple blended, and triple cask matured Irish whiskey. Be sure to grab a Tullamore Dew during tonight's game. Mets need to triple up on wins to try to get to the World Series. They will go for it tonight in Game 6. It's about to begin, and we send it over to the Hall of Fame radio voice of the New York Mets, Howie Rose.
All right, Keith, thank you very much. So Francisco Lindor set to step in against the big right-hander, Michael Kopech. Lindor 2 for 4 in Game 5, and Kopech with a left leg kick delivers the first pitch. It's a fastball high, ball 1. Now Kopech can be wild. Remember, he was a starting pitcher throughout his career until the White Sox started to use him out of the bullpen this year a bit. The 1-0 on the way, taken high again, ball 2. And this can happen with Kopech. He throws so hard. That one a 97-mile-an-hour fastball, but often he overthrows and generally has walked a lot of batters. 2-0 to Lindor, batting left-handed. Kopech deals, and a fastball low, ball 3. 3 in a row out of the strike zone, that last one at 99. And yet Kopech had an immaculate inning earlier this year when he was with the White Sox. 3-0 the count. Now the pitch to Lindor, up and in, ball 4. And I'll tell you what, Kopech didn't come close on most of those 4 pitches. The 2-0, which was below the knees, was probably the closest, but Lindor on 4 pitches draws a leadoff walk, and it'll bring up Brandon Nimmo.
And again, we talk about it all the time. The Dodgers have thrown bullpen games before. It's worked. But for it to work, everybody has to be on. And so far, Kopech off with his first 4 pitches.
So here is Brandon Nimmo, left-hand batter. Hernandez tightens up at third, and the first pitch in for a called strike. A fastball at 98, and it's 0-1. Nimmo, 11 out of 45 with a home run in the postseason. But he's been drawing his walks and getting on base, a .358 on base during the playoffs. Lindor, decent-sized lead at first. Kopech deals. Way upstairs, it goes to the backstop, and down to second base goes Lindor. I'll tell you what, that was a wild pitch reminiscent of a couple of those that were thrown by Rick Ankiel when he was pitching for the Cardinals against the Mets in the 2000 National League Championship Series, when Ankiel, who would later play for the Mets, was with the St. Louis Cardinals. And he had regular bouts of wildness. So on the wild pitch, Lindor at second, nobody out. 1-1 the count. And the pitch to Nimmo. Swinging a grounder to the right side. It'll move the runner over. It's bobbled by Taylor, but he picks it up and throws out Nimmo for the first out. Nimmo does his job, though. They're applauding him in the Mets dugout as he moves Lindor to third, where he can score on an out because there's just 1 out now, and Mark Vientos coming up.
And again, to stress the importance of scoring first in this series. It's been blowouts on both sides, but whoever scores first has won because they get control and can then use their bullpen the right way.
And not only that, there has not even been a lead change in this series in 5 games. So the infield up, and the first pitch to Vientos taken a called strike. A fastball, and it's 0-1. The umpire's lineup brought to you by RWJ Barnabas Health. Let's be healthy together. That was a bit of a delayed call by home plate David Rackley. 0-1 to Vientos. Now the pitch. Low, and moving to his right to block it is Will Smith. The count 1-1. Kopech went to his cutter there. The other umpires, Jeremy Rehak at first, Mike Malinsky at second, Marvin Hudson at third, Nick Lentz on the left field line, crew chief Bill Miller on the right field line. 1-1 to Vientos. Kopech deals way upstairs with a slider. And the count 2 balls and 1 strike. Vientos 17 out of 51, a .333 average in the postseason, despite having gone 0 for 5 in Game 5. Outfield straightaway and deep. 2-1 to Vientos. Here's the pitch. Upstairs, it almost hit him. 3 balls and 1 strike, and Kopech is wild here in the first inning. He's not just missed by a little, he is wild.
And I tell you what, the reason why with these relievers that come out in the first inning gets a little bit weird. The reason why I thought it might work is because, like you said, Kopech has been a starter for most of his career, so he knows what it's like, but he's off right now.
So Vientos ahead in the count, 3-1. Lindor not too big a lead at third with Hernandez close by. Kopech ready. Here's the 3-1 pitch. Swing on a pop foul, straight back out of play upstairs. And the count 3-2. Remember in Game 5, the Dodgers, helped by some shoddy Mets defense, had second and third, nobody out in the first inning. David Peterson got out of it. Lindor at third, 1 out. Now it's 3-2 to Vientos. Kopech deals. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Came back to get him with a slider. So Vientos, who had been ahead in the count 3-1, fouled one back upstairs. And then Kopech gets him with a slider. And that means the Dodgers can drop the infield bat. 2 men away. Pete Alonso will be the batter. Well, Alonso, 10 out of 40, 4 homers, 9 RBIs in the postseason. Right-hand batter. Kopech's first pitch. Swing and a miss at the slider. 0-1. So Lindor drew the first Mets walk of the game leading off. It was brought to you by Total Orthopedics, the experts at getting you back to being you. He's at third with 2 out. Taylor at second, almost right behind the bat. The 0-1. Fastball, that's in for a called strike, and the crowd called that one before David Rackley did. And now this big crowd starts to come to its feet as Kopech begins to find the strike zone. No balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, no score. Lindor dancing down the line now at third with Hernandez having dropped deep. 0-2. Pitch to Alonso. No. Take that, 50,000 umpires. The pitch is down, and the count 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Well, I was really, really close. And I tell you, most of the time, home crowds want every single call, and this one was just a seam off. Very, very close.
And now Pete calls time. He took a look at the cutter with 2 strikes, and it did miss. And now Pete takes a little extra time. Crowd quiets down for now. Well, they're on their feet. They're hoping to see the Dodgers win the pennant today. 1-2, the count to Alonso. Kopech ready. Here's the pitch. Swing and a foul back to the screen. Big cut at a 100-mile-an-hour fastball running in. The pitch count will not be as much of an issue, of course. 17 of them for Kopech, knowing that the Dodgers are going to use a parade of relievers. Remember, they used 8 relief pitchers in a bullpen game against San Diego, an elimination game. 1-2. Here's the pitch. Swing on a broken bat looper towards second. Charging it is Taylor. He barehands it, throws to first, and he can't make the play at first. The ball gets away from Muncy. Lindor has scored. The ball in foul territory down the right field line. Going to second, Alonso. He'll stop there. Betts plays it back in, and the Mets have a 1-0 lead. Just a little dying quail, and Taylor, having to make a desperation bare hand heave, was not able to connect with Max Muncy at first. Remember, it's not Freddie Freeman today. And so Taylor's throw went awry to an extent. Muncy tried to hold onto the bag and was not able to do so, and the Mets have a 1-0 lead.
This throw is to Muncy's left. He reaches for it. I think it hits the tip of his glove, then hits Alonso in the belt, and that's what pushes the ball down the right field line.
So it scored a base hit and an RBI for Alonso. And now here's Winker. He's at second. Alonso is, and the first pitch to Winker taken upstairs, 1 ball and 1 strike. Well, if you believe in patterns, the Mets just put themselves in a very good spot here, having scored the first run of the game. Alonso at scoring position, walking off of second. Here's the 1-0, and that's high to Winker. 2 balls and no strikes. So Jesse Winker getting the start against the right-hander, and Winker has been solid, although with not a great deal of playing time. 2-0 the count. Now the pitch. Swing and a foul back to the screen. So it's a single and an error for allowing Alonso to get down to second base. And Pete in scoring position here with a 2-1 count now on Jesse Winker. Was the first Mets hit of the game, sponsored by River Spring Living. 2-1 the count to Winker. Here's the pitch. On the inside corner, a cutter, and it's 2-2. See what makes life at River Spring Living special. Visit riverspringliving.org. And time called. Jesse Winker takes his. Fiddles with the batting gloves a little bit. Starling Marte on deck. Mets with 1 in. Alonso at second. It'll be a 2-2 to Winker. It's on the way, and it's high, ball 3. So if the Dodgers were thinking about maybe 2 innings from Kopech, he's going to be lucky to get out of this first inning the way it's gone. He has been out of the strike zone a lot. This will be his 24th pitch. A payoff pitch to Winker with Alonso at second, 2 out. Here it comes, and it's high inside, ball 4. So the second walk of the inning now allowed by Kopech. And pitching coach Mark Pryor of the Dodgers is on his way to the mound.
So the Dodgers have 2 righties now up in their bullpen, potentially behind Kopech here. You have Ryan Brazier and then Ben Kasparius. And it's just unique because Brazier is a guy that you want in a high leverage spot. Kasparius has been sort of on mop-up duty. And that's what happens when you have a bullpen. And that's why we talk about taking the lead is so important. If the Dodgers fall even further behind here and they have to take out Kopech, a few more runs means Kasparius. The Dodgers are playing catch-up all day. If this stays close but more base runners reach, you'll probably see Brazier. But, man, these guys are human beings. And on paper, Kopech throws 100, right? Good luck. Well, he's got to throw it over the plate. And he's had a lot of trouble doing that, and that's why the Mets have taken advantage.
And so the Mets with the first run of the game, sponsored by Sloman's Home Heating Oil. Stay warm this winter and lock in a low flat rate today. Call 866-OIL-DEAL. And here's Marte. He's gone 5 out of 12 with men in scoring position. Lonzo at second, Winker at first, 2 out, a run in. First pitch, swing on a high fly ball, shallow right field. In comes Mookie Betts, under it, makes the two-hand catch. Side retired. Michael Kopech, through 24 first-inning pitches, allows 1 run on 1 hit. There was an error, and 2 men left. Middle of the first inning in Game 6. The Mets won, and the Dodgers coming up on Odyssey. Mets Radio, driven by your Tri-Honda dealers.
Let's go Mets! Peerless Boilers wants to keep you in heat and hot water. So check out Peerless Boilers, the world's best-built boilers, and Pavilion tankless water heaters, the world's best-built tankless water heaters. Learn about both at peerlessboilers.com. And remember, Peerless Boilers are the world's best-built boiler.
ThriveWellInfusion.com, New York's premier infusion and injection center, saving lives drip by drip.
New Jersey might be small, but there's a lot of wow packed into this little state. Beach wows, mountain wows, and show-stopping wows. Find your wow at visitnj.org. New Jersey, little state, lot of wow.
The Nissan Rogue with available Google built-in helps you make the most of your drive. Take care of the small stuff, like,
Hey Google, cool down my car.
And,
Hey Google, turn on the dog feeder.
Or change up your adventure.
Hey Google, navigate me to the nearest music venue.
Handle your drive like a pro.
Experience the ultimate connection in the new 2024 Nissan Rogue. Now, get a low $259 per month lease for 36 months on Rogue. Visit your local Nissan store and nissanusa.com today. Not equipped on all vehicles. Requires compatible device. Sequences shortened and simulated. Activation of Nissan Connect services package required. Only use features when safe and legal to do so. Data rates may apply. Subject to third-party service availability. Google, Google Play, and Google Maps are trademarks of Google LLC. Well-qualified lessees. 2024 Rogue S all-wheel drive. $47.49 initial payment excludes tax, title, and license. Disposition fee due at lease end. Take from new dealer stock. Call 1-888-858-8319 for offer details. Ends 11/4/24.
Want to save money on your home heating oil this season? Call Sloman's at 866 Oil Deal. You can save hundreds. Just call 866 Oil Deal. That's 866 Oil Deal.
Well, we're coming to you live from the Bigelow Tea broadcast booth. Bigelow Tea, grab a mug and tea proudly. Michael Kopech will probably just contribute the 1 inning, and his wildness has helped the Mets to an early run. So Sean Manaea has a 1-0 lead before he throws a pitch. But he'll be throwing his pitches now to some dangerous hitters, of course. Shohei Ohtani, Mookie Betts, and Teoscar Hernandez as the Dodgers come to bat in the bottom of the first inning. Manaea was the winning pitcher in Game 2 of the series. He only lasted 5 innings, throwing 87 pitches. Allowed 2 hits and 3 runs. 2 were earned. He walked 4. And that's been a problem for the Mets, bases on balls. They have walked 57 batters in 105 2/3 postseason innings. So here's Ohtani, left-hand batter, takes the first pitch a little high, ball 1. Remember, the Mets as a staff walked more hitters than any pitching staff in the National League. 1-0 to Ohtani, the pitch, swing and a miss. And the count, 1 ball and 1 strike. Manaea going to a sinker there. Ohtani 10 out of 38. 3 homers, 9 RBIs. And the 1-1 on the way. Swing and a miss at a fastball, 1-2. And after going 0 for his first 22 with the bases empty, remember, Ohtani led off Game 4 with a home run against Jose Quintana. And then he led off Game 5 against David Peterson with a single. So he's put that narrative to rest. 1-2. Manaea deals. Fastball a little bit high. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Mookie Betts on deck. And Teoscar Hernandez. Manaea works from the third base side of the rubber. The 2-2 pitch. Swinging a grounder up the middle, base hit. Going into center field. Played in by Taylor. And Ohtani has given the Dodgers the leadoff base runner they needed in this bottom of the first inning. After a difficult top of the first for Kopech, albeit with only 1 run having scored. So now the Dodgers trying to come right back. Mookie Betts will be the batter. He is 7 for his last 12. 12 for 40 overall with 4 home runs in the postseason. One of them hit in Game 5 at Citi Field. So Manaea sets. Throws to first, one immediate disengagement. Ohtani is back standing. Mets defensive alignment sponsored by Olin & Cohen Orthopedic Group. Experiencing orthopedic pain, they've got specialists for that. Alonso at first, McNeil at second, Lindor at short, Vientos at third. Pitch taken on the outside corner, a changeup. And it's 0-1. Nimmo, Taylor, Marte, left to right in the outfield with Francisco Alvarez behind the plate. McNeil at second, shaded towards the bag. Big hole on the right side of the infield. And the 0-1 foul back to the screen. A sinker and a good cut by Mookie Betts. And it's 0-2. This is the second series in postseason history when the first 5 games were decided by 4 or more runs. Every game has been basically one-sided. 0-2 the count. Now the pitch, in tight with a fastball, almost hit Betts. And it's 1-2. The other series, interestingly, involved the Dodgers. That was the 1965 World Series, when each of the first 6 games were decided by 4 or more runs until a 2-0 Dodger win behind Sandy Koufax in Game 7. 1-2 pitch. Betts checks his swing at a breaking ball. Did he go? He did not on appeal to first. Jeremy Rehak says no swing.
That was the one where he didn't pitch in the beginning of the series, right? Or he took days off?
Well, he did not pitch in Game 1, observing the Jewish holiday Yom Kippur. Don Drysdale did. If we have time, I'll tell you a great true story. 2-2 to Betts, the pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Minaya comes back to get him with a changeup. 1 away, Teoscar Hernandez coming up. So Koufax doesn't pitch Game 1 because of the Jewish holiday. Don Drysdale starts instead. Well, the Twins knocked out Drysdale early. And when manager Walter Alston went to the mound to take the ball from Koufax, or at least from Drysdale, Don Drysdale said to Alston, "Well, I bet you wish I was Jewish too." And that is a true story. I've had it corroborated by several. Teoscar Hernandez takes high, ball 1. Teoscar Hernandez, by the way, in this series, this is a guy who hit 33 home runs during the regular season. He is 0 for 18 with 9 strikeouts. 1-0 Mets, 1 out. Ohtani at first, the 1-0. Hernandez launches one deep to center. Back goes Taylor. It's off the top of the wall and in play. Ohtani on his way to third. He'll be held there. Turning first and holding with a long single of 395 feet is Teoscar Hernandez. His first hit of the series, and the Dodgers have runners at the corners, 1 out, and Tommy Edman coming up.
Now, this is a missile, 112 miles an hour off the bat, and Dave Roberts was asked about why Teoscar Hernandez was struggling. He said, just flat out missing the fastball. He's not on time, not catching up to it. Well, he caught up to it and almost turned it around. If that was a foot or two taller, that would have been out of here to straightaway center field.
So now it's muscle-up time for Sean Manaea early on. A dozen pitches in. Tommy Edman has been one big pain in the neck. You would never imagine him as a cleanup hitter on this team. Remember, Freddie Freeman is not on the starting lineup, so they moved Teoscar Hernandez up. Edman batting right-handed. First pitch popped up foul, straight back out of play, and it's 0-1. Mookie Betts struck out. That was the first Mets strikeout of the game. Sponsored by Berkeley College. Take a swing at your future with one of their certificate of degree programs. Learn more at berkeleycollege.edu. 0-1, the count to Edman. He has not walked in this series. The 0-1 swung on and missed, a changeup, 0-2. In fact, Edman has not walked in the entire postseason. He's 13 for 39, which is great. He's driven in 8 runs. He's 7 out of 12 as a right-hand batter. But he's aggressive, and he's behind in the count, 0-2. Manaea delivers. Swing and a foul back to the screen. That was a changeup. Edman stayed back as much as he could. But it remains 0-2 with Ohtani the runner at third. Vientos with a right-hand hitter up, playing pretty deep and near the line. Teoscar Hernandez the runner at first, Alonso holding. 1-0 early Mets lead, which is in immediate jeopardy here. Now Manaea sets. Here's the 0-2 to Edman. Outside and high. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Left-hand hitting Max Muncy is on deck. Minaya from the third base side of the rubber stares down momentarily. Now picks his head up, looks into Alvarez. And the 1-2 pitch. Swing and a pop foul going back upstairs to the right of home plate. Minaya going with a sinker. Edman reached just a little bit for it. Tough pitch to take with 2 strikes. Edman has a home run against Minaya. That was not in this series, though. The 1-2. Swing on a liner towards left. That is a fair ball. Base hit going into the corner. Ohtani has scored the tying run. Hernandez around third, digging for the plate, and he's going to score the go-ahead run. Standing, going to second, and stopping there with a 2-run double is Tommy Edman, and the Dodgers have a 2-1 lead. Tommy Edman's become as difficult an out as there is in this Dodger lineup.
9 RBIs in the series. That's why he's hitting cleanup. I mean, we almost laughed it off the first time we saw it. But now Dave Roberts has no reason not to put him in there. He has just crushed everybody, and that's crushed in quotes because he's usually just banging singles and doubles when it counts the most.
So now Muncy, the left-hand batter, he's the first baseman today with Freeman out. First pitch, fastball outside, ball 1. So perhaps a very early dilemma for Mets manager Carlos Mendoza, because with the Mets bullpen kind of going on fumes almost across the board, they need some length from Minaya, even though it's an elimination game. The 1-0 hit high in the air to straightaway center. It'll stay in the park. Taylor settles under it, makes the one-hand catch. And there are 2 men away as Edman holds at second. So Edman's double has provided the first lead change in this entire series, if you can believe that, here in Game 6. 2 out in the first. Edman still at second. Kike Hernandez coming up with the Dodgers leading 2-1.
Yeah, it's been kind of crazy. And we've been joking about it. Probably not the greatest TV ever, but both sides love the games that they have won and hated the games that they have lost. But here we go. We actually have a back-and-forth game for the first time all series.
We don't care what kind of TV it is, as long as the radio's good. We do our best. Here's Hernandez, first pitch, breaking ball outside, ball 1. And by the way, speaking of Hernandez, happy birthday to Keith Hernandez. There are so many reasons why I love being around Keith. Another one I'll give you after the 1-0 pitch. It's a very special one to me. Pitch to Hernandez, swung on and missed. Change up, it's 1-1. When Keith Hernandez is on the Mets charter flights, that makes him the oldest member of the traveling party. When he's not, well, that honor falls on yours truly.
Well, he's back in front of you now with 1 digit in front of you, 70.
Here's the 1-1. Rip towards third, foul. Past Coach Dino Ebel, and it's 1-2. Yeah, Keith is about 3.5 months older than me. So that counts for quite a lot when we're on the charters. For the Mets, they will either charter home tomorrow morning if their season ends tonight, or after tomorrow night's game. Here's the 1-2. Swing on a slow hit bouncer up the third base line, foul. Of course, the Mets would love to bring the National League pennant on that flight with them, but there's a lot of work to do, and although they scored a run in the top of this inning, the Dodgers have answered with 2. And with 2 out, they've got another runner in scoring position in Tommy Edman, who doubled in those LA runs. Minaya comes set. 1-2 to Enrique Hernandez is on the way, and it's way inside, almost nicked him in the leg. And the count 2-2. So both pitchers have needed in the mid-20s in their first inning pitch counts. 24 thrown by Kopech. Manaya's now at 25, and they're going to have to push him more than you normally would in an elimination game, you would think. 2-2 pitch. Swing and a foul straight back, and every foul ball the Dodgers hit worked along those lines.
He's already walking into this game with 198 and 2/3 innings, regular season, postseason. That's the most in one season he has ever thrown. So like we saw in game 2, he was great. There was a big drop-off when that gas tank emptied quickly here at this point in the year. So the fact that he's thrown 26 pitches in the first inning, certainly not great for how the Mets want and need him to go deep into this game.
2-2 to Hernandez. 2 out, 2-1 Dodgers in the first. Edman at second. 2-2 pitch. In the dirt. Ball 3. Missed with a changeup. Andy Pages, a right-hand hitter, on deck. So it has been a difficult first inning for Minaya. With the Mets season on the line, he's got to limit the damage here in the first inning. Here's payoff pitch. Breaking ball is low, ball 4. So 3 hits, now a walk, 2 runs in, 2-1 Dodgers. And now with runners at first and second, 2 out, Andy Pages, who homered twice in Game 5, will be the batter.
Just saw Jeremy Hefner on that walk grab the phone down to the bullpen. The Mets are going to get somebody up very early here. And the recipes for success today include Minaya going long, not getting a first inning mound visit by Jeremy Hefner. And looks like Phil Maton, the righty, warming up in the first inning.
Well, we'll pause right here for station identification.
This is Odyssey Mets.
You're listening to the National League Championship Series on SiriusXM. Join us after the game on MLB Network Radio, SiriusXM 89.
With Dodger Stadium, meeting on the mound, breaking up. So Andy Pages will be the batter. You might remember that the other day in Game 5, Pages hit a home run when the Mets were leading 8-1. Mets catcher Francisco Alvarez took exception to what he felt was Pages pimping it, styling it. He thought that Pages was showing up the Mets when the Dodgers were trailing by 7 runs until the swing that made it 8-2, which I found very unusual for a couple of reasons. First pitch to Pages, a breaking ball outside, ball 1. For one thing, and we said this on the air, I don't think anybody pimps a home run on the Mets anymore than Francisco Alvarez does. And he admitted that after the game. The 1-0 swung at and missed a changeup 1-1. So I asked a couple of Mets people today, players. I said, well, I don't understand where we're at right now. The culture has changed so radically. Time is called by Pages. When is pimping a home run inappropriate? And frankly, the players I spoke to, they didn't have a problem with what Pages did. It was only Alvarez. 1-1 the count. Now the pitch taken outside. 2 balls and 1 strike. Minaya missing with a sinker. And we've always felt over these last number of years, when a lot of the mores of the past have gone by the boards, that the players are just going to police themselves, which they generally do. The 2-1 in for a called strike, a sinker, 2-2. But I got to say, on both sides, that made no sense to me the other day, from Pages' perspective and from Alvarez's perspective.
I agree. You can't have it both ways, even though both guys wanted it to be both ways, I guess.
Here's 2-2 pitch. Swing and a foul, going back to the screen.
Well, and in Coney Island, when I saw Francisco Alvarez bat flip, we were on the 5th floor up there, and I think the bat was about as high as we were in the booth when that 1 home run he hit in the minor leagues. So he can pimp a home run with the best of them.
Absolutely. 2-2 to Pages. Minaya delivers. Swinging a high fly ball, shallow right, way back into foul ground. Alonso reaching, and he made the catch. What a play by Pete Alonso, about halfway down the right field line against the sidewall in foul territory. Makes the catch on Pages, and that gets Minaya and the Mets out of the first inning. But the Dodgers sent 7 men to the plate. They scored 2 runs on 3 hits. No errors, and they leave 2. At the end of one very long inning here at Dodger Stadium, it's the Dodgers 2, the Mets 1 on Odyssey Mets Radio, driven by your Tri-Honda dealers.
Let's go, Mets!
Sometimes a song can make all the difference.
I'd just like to say thank you to the master.
Hey, you. Yeah, I'm talking to you. Cheers, insiders. Thank you all for helping us hit 50,000 subscribers. Thank you all that are watching right now that helped us get over the hump tonight. And a big special shout out to all of you who have been here for so long, chatting it up, cheering on our Maple Leafs, our Raptors, our Blue Jays, and making this Toronto sports community flourish. We're hitting 50K. We're moving on to 75. We're moving on to 100, and we're going to keep going. Thank you again to Sick Kids Hospital. It's been a great partnership so far, and we are just getting started. Thank you for just being here and making a difference for the Sick Kids Hospital in Toronto and Toronto Sports Insider. Now let's get back to the hockey. It's not hockey, But that's where this started. We're getting back to the baseball. Cheers, everybody. Good luck to your team. See you back in the chat. 50,000 subscribers. What?
Kansas City Royals, Bobby Witt Jr.
It's great to kind of build a new culture here in Kansas City.
Shine on Sports, weekdays 9 Eastern. Mad Dog Sports Radio, SiriusXM 82 in the car and on the all-new SiriusXM app.
Mets fans, this is Carlos Mendoza, and you're listening to Mets Baseball on SiriusXM.
Mets fans, this is David Stearns, and you're listening to Mets Baseball on SiriusXM.
Needing to win to force effectively a one-game National League season tomorrow. Now that the Dodgers have taken the lead, they're going to go with the kid out of UConn, Ben Kasparius, to take over on the mound. The message we were getting and the signals we were reading indicated that for the most part, the Dodgers were going to try to go to their high-leverage relievers throughout the game. But now that they've got a one-run lead, and it's as early as it is, they're going to roll the dice a little bit on Kasparius. He just got into 3 games during the regular season, won 2 of them, pitching 8 1/3 innings, allowing 9 hits and 3 runs. And Kasparius has pitched a couple of times in this National League Championship Series. Will come on to do the pitching here. Got into game 1, pitched a scoreless inning. Remember, that was a game the Dodgers won 9-0. So this is a little bit of a step up in class for him in terms of at least the situation within the game. And Tyrone Taylor will lead off, right-hand batter. First pitch on the way, and that's in for a called strike, 0-1 as he starts Taylor off with a slider. Taylor has really cooled down during the postseason. He finished the regular season a hot hitter, but he's just 4 for 33 thereafter. And the 0-1 taken outside, another breaking ball, and the count 1-1. It's the bottom third of the Mets order: Tyrone Taylor, Jeff McNeil, and Francisco Alvarez. And the 1-1, Taylor fouls it straight back, 1-2. So Kopech in 1 inning allowed a hit and a run, walking 2, striking out 1, throwing a wild pitch. So 24 pitches. They got Kopech out of there, and now here's the 1-2 to Taylor. Little bit low with a slider. 2 balls and 2 strikes. You'll see a lot of those sliders from Ben Kasparius. He works from the third base side of the rubber, and now the 2-2 pitch. Outside, ball 3. Well, we've got about 50+ thousand, as Bob Murphy used to call them, grandstand umpires. And they have not necessarily been in sync with David Rackley, who had his problems in this series too. Payoff pitch. Swing and a drive deep to left, but it's going to hook foul. He got out in front of that and crushed it deep into the second deck down the left field line, but too far out in front. And it remains 3-2. Kasparius kicks and deals. Swing on a high pop foul. Coming back into the stands behind home plate. Will Smith over for a look, but it's a few rows back. Looking for a supportive community for your mom or dad? One of the River Spring Living senior housing options might be the perfect fit. I've seen firsthand what makes life at River Spring Living special. Visit riverspringliving.org for more today. 3-2 to Taylor. Here's the payoff pitch. Swinging a high fly ball pretty deep to left field. Hernandez back. He'll have room, and he makes the catch right in front of the warning track, 1 away. That's the second time in this plate appearance. Tyrone Taylor just got out in front this last time. Not as noticeably as the first, and he came within a whisker of tie in this game.
And on those bullpen games, too, it's not as if Tyrone Taylor can go, oh, man, I just missed the slider. Okay, next time around against him, I'll get the slider. No. In a bullpen game, that's why it's designed like it is. He's not going to see Kasparius for the rest of the game after that at bat.
Well, here's Jeff McNeil, left-hand batter. The first pitch is on the outside corner, a curve, and the count 0-1. McNeil 0 for 6 in this series. He has started the last 2 games now, recovered from the broken wrist. And the 0-1 pitch to him, swinging a high pop foul, straight back out of play. It's 0-2. Jeff grew up a Dodger fan, lives about 2.5 hours away from here. He was born in Santa Barbara, and he lives in nearby Nepoma. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Swinging a bouncing ball to the right side, waiting on it. Taylor, he's got it. Throws to first in time, 2 men away. So Kasparias picks up 2 outs, and Francisco Alvarez will be the batter. And that's really what Dave Roberts is doing in the Dodger dugout today. He's counting outs with his bullpen because that's all he's using, relievers. If there is a Game 7, probably Luis Severino for the Mets. Carlos Mendoza would not make that official before the game. Walker Buehler in all likelihood for the Dodgers. Pitch to Alvarez, taken low, ball 1.
Well, there is a very small chance. Carlos said he had to talk to him that Luis Severino might be available today, which is why he couldn't announce it for tomorrow.
Depends on how this goes. The 1-0 to Alvarez, taken low, ball 2. And I asked Carlos before the game, I said, can you envision, and do you almost expect, that's the key word, expect, that in one of these potentially 2 games, Kodai Singh is going to have to come in and get some key outs? And he didn't hesitate as Alvarez takes his time out. He said, yeah. So, again, depending upon how this game evolves, Kodai Singh probably will get on the mound, and they may need him to get some crucial outs, never mind outs. Here's the 2-0 to Alvarez. Way in tight, ball 3, under the elbow with a 95-mile-an-hour fastball. Francisco coming around at the plate now, went 3 for 4 in Game 5. 2 singles and a double. Here's a 3-0 to him. He takes it. It's right down the middle. Strike 1 called. If Alvarez keeps the inning going and there are 2 out, nobody on, with the Dodgers leading 2-1, Francisco Lindor would be next. Here's the 3-1 pitch. That is outside, ball 4. David Rattley, a little bit stingy back there. And so Alvarez, with the 3rd walk allowed by Dodger pitching, becomes a 2-out base runner. He's the tying man at first, and Francisco Lindor coming up.
And I love the puzzle piece of this bullpen game, so stop me if I go rambling on for 9 innings. But Ben Kasparias in there. He hadn't really seen Taylor, McNeil, and Alvarez. Hadn't seen Lindor at all in this series. This is the first at bat of the series together.
First pitch on the way. Change up outside, 1 ball and no strikes.
So it's very unique. You're using certain guys in certain moments. We have the lead. Where are we? And has this guy seen this hitter enough before that hitter would have the advantage of getting good looks at him?
1-0 the count. Here's the pitch. Lindor lines one to right field. That's a base hit. Big hop for Mookie Betts. Alvarez to second. He'll stop there. So Lindor will walk, a run scored, and now a single will bring Brandon Nimmo to the plate with that tying run in scoring position.
Brandon Nimmo.
Also important on the Mets side, too. I mean, they're coming off of a game that they should feel has given them some momentum to do what they do. They're a team that, as we found out 2 days ago, and really Mets fans have known all year, they could drop a 5 spot on you at any moment. They dropped 12 runs on this Dodger team 2 nights ago, and so far, an early lead, got knocked with 2 in the bottom of the first. They're coming right back here in the top of the second with good at-bats.
And a team that has been impervious to pressure. Looking to cash in an opportunity here. 2-1 Dodgers, 2 on, 2 out in the second. The pitch to Nimmo, in for a called strike, a curveball, and it's 0-1. Brandon bounced out to second, his first time up. Mets now with 2 hits. The Dodgers have 3. We're in the second inning, and this one will be here a while. And that's fine. The 0-1 outside, 1 ball and 1 strike, went to the curve again. Seen several of those from Kasparias among the 20 pitches that he's thrown. Both starters in the mid-20s in the first. And now Kasparias joining that group. Already at 20 here in the second. 1-1. Swing on a high pop-up behind shortstop. Tommy Edman back on the outfield grass waiting and makes the one-hand catch. That retires the side. Now runs a hit to left. Middle of the second at Dodger Stadium. It's the Dodgers 2 and the Mets 1 on Odyssey. Mets Radio, driven by your Tri-Honda dealer.
Let's go Mets!
The bottom of the second is the perfect time to brew up a cup of your favorite Bigelow tea and take a moment just for you. Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Labor is Local 731 has been responsible for some of the biggest and most celebrated infrastructure projects in New York City, like the rebuild of the World Trade Center and the new LaGuardia Airport. Local 731 provides qualified and competent labor
Hey, you. Yeah, I'm talking to you. Thanks for hanging out with us and listening to Game 6 of the NLCS. Please take a second to hit that subscribe button and turn on that bell so you don't miss when we go live for any of the sports action, so you can come and hang out here on Toronto Sports Insider. We are trying to get to 50K. We're so close. Please help us get over 50,000 tonight, and let's have some fun and keep it classy in the chat. We'll see you guys back in there. Good luck to your team, and don't forget, hit that subscribe button. Yeah, you. I'm talking to you. Thank you. And if you've already hit it, cheers to that. See you back in the chat.
Community for mom or dad, River Spring Living Senior Housing just may be the option you're looking for. Set on a 32-acre campus right along the Hudson River with breathtaking views of the New York City skyline, there are plenty of chances to engage in activities, wellness programs, and so much more. Explore which community is best for your loved one. From independent living to assisted living and memory care, specialized teams are dedicated to making everyone feel right at home. Now, I've seen firsthand what makes life at River Spring Living so special. Visit riverspringliving.org to schedule a tour today. That's riverspringliving.org.
Play the new Grande Scratch-Off game from the New York Lottery. Gambling problem? Call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY.
And the 1-2. Swung on, a high fly to center. Back goes Thomas on the track. He's at the wall, and she's gone! A 3-run home run. The Yankee bench comes on the field. Wow, what a Soto photo. A long, high fly to deep right center and out. He's wonderful. Marvelous.
Well, I guarantee you, if the Mets sign him this winter, I'm not going to sing when he hits a home run, but John Sterling did, and that's how the Yankees effectively won the American League pennant last night, sponsored by your local Honda dealers. Contact won for a great deal today.
What are you going to say when we hire Sterling for, when they sign Sterling for next year? You and him could sing together on the air.
That would not end well. What we do know is that the World Series will begin on Friday. We don't know where. If the Mets win this series, then the World Series will open at Yankee Stadium, and if not, the Yankees will come here and face the Dodgers. Will Smith leads off 2-1 LA. Sean Manaea's first pitch of the last of the second, a curveball low for ball one. Smith is just 5 out of 35 during the postseason. And the 1-0 to the Dodger catcher, a curveball in for a called strike. And it's 1-1. It's 8-9-1, although apparently all Fox cares about is the one. That's Shohei Ohtani, who's batting third. 1-1 on the way, a bouncing ball up the third baseline. Fair ball, gloved near the bag by Vientos. His throw to first in time to get Smith one man away.
We were going to break there for the bottom of the second inning, and I looked over at the Fox monitor that we have here. We see their pictures and graphics. It just had a still of Shohei Ohtani sitting there and said, "Due up, Shohei Ohtani." Oh, sorry, Will Smith. Sorry, Chris Taylor. We don't care about you. We just want to see Shohei. All right.
Well, to Will Smith, now that's a slap in the face.
Oh, nice.
Chris Taylor, the batter, and he takes low, ball one.
Oh, thank you.
He'll never live that down. Taylor 1 out of 9 in the series. And the 1-0 on the way. Taken outside 2-0. I don't know if Chris Taylor would take exception to that, but that's his business. He's wearing number 3, which years ago was worn by a fabulous Dodgers center fielder named Willie Davis. The 2-0 taken for a called strike, 2-1. Willie Davis was as fast a man as there was in baseball during his days in the 1960s. And, you know, sadly, he's remembered for something negative. The 2-1 lined in the air to shallow left. It'll fall in for a base hit. Picked up by Nimmo. And played back in. And Taylor's aboard. And now the only guy Fox cares about, Shohei Ohtani, will be the batter. Been in that 1966 World Series between the Dodgers and the Baltimore Orioles. Willie Davis made 3 errors in 1 inning. 2 on 1 play. A drop and an errant throw. And too often when you hear about Willie Davis, people bring that up. Well, I guess I just did too, but that's not the point. First pitch to Ohtani, in for a called strike, 0-1. He was a quality player. The late Willie Davis. And the man wearing his old number, Chris Taylor, leads from first with 1 out. 0-1. Pitch to Ohtani. Breaking ball outside. 1 ball and 1 strike. Ohtani singled and scored in the first inning. Mookie Betts on deck. A lot of work yet to be needed from Minaya. The 1-1 foul back to the screen. He came in with a fastball there, right near the hands of Ohtani, who fouled it back. That was the 44th pitch delivered by Minaya, which is an awful lot when there's just one out in the second inning. And the Mets want to push him in a game where normally they would have a very, very quick hook with their starting pitcher because it's an elimination game. Such is the state of the Mets bullpen. 1-2. Taylor's got a good lead at first now against the lefty. 1-2 pitch, fouled back again on the hands with that sinker. And it's a ball and 2 strikes. Don't miss a moment at Citi Field in 2025. Get the best seats for the biggest games with a Mets season ticket membership. To learn more, visit Mets.com/memberships. 1-2 pitch. Breaking ball in the dirt. Nice one-hand pick by Alvarez. That keeps Taylor at first base and evens the count to Ohtani, 2-2. One other thing about that game where Willie Davis made the 3 errors, that was the last game Sandy Koufax ever pitched. Orioles beat the Dodgers 6-0. 2-2 pitch. Foul back to the screen. You know who got the last hit off of Koufax? Our old friend Davey Johnson, who managed the Mets to the 1986 World Championship. Terrific second baseman with the Orioles. Koufax jokingly said, "Yeah, that's why I retired." 2-2. Now the pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Minaya with that sinker throws it by Ohtani. Second strikeout for Minaya. 2 men away. Now the other strikeout victim, Mookie Betts, will be next.
And again for Minaya, after a very laborious 34-pitch first inning, he desperately would love to get out of here with just a few pitches. He's at 48 right now with 2 outs in this second inning.
Yeah, and that's a ton. Here's Betts. Takes the first pitch high and away, ball 1. Taylor bluffed a step or 2 down the line from first. That was about it. Minaya to the belt. The 1-0, Taylor's running. Pitch taken for a strike. Throw by Alvarez sails high. McNeil simply steps to the right of the bag to grab it. On at second with a stolen base is Chris Taylor.
Just a good jump by Chris Taylor, really. And slow leg lift, sometimes a slide step. This one was a good read by Taylor because Minaya just lifted that leg up very slowly and then came home, giving Alvarez really no chance.
1-1. Here's the pitch. Betts rolls it foul over by the Mets dugout on the first base side. And the count 1-2. Well, even though he's a left-hander, Sean Minaya has allowed a lot of stolen bases this year. During the regular season, 7th most in the National League. Don't expect Taylor to be going anywhere now with 2 out. And Betts the batter. It is 1-2. And here's the pitch. Swinging a grounder up the middle off the glove of Minaya. Rolls out to McNeil at second. Throws to first in time. Side retired. I guess it didn't get enough of Manaya's glove, if anything at all, to redirect the ball, and that's a break for the Mets. And so the Dodgers don't score in the second. 1 hit, 1 left, and at the end of 2, the Dodgers 2, the Mets 1 on Odyssey. Mets Radio, driven by your Tri-Honda dealers.
Let's go Mets!
If it's happening in baseball,
Ball game over. American League Championship Series over. Yankees win.
It's on MLB Network Radio.
I'm here with Aaron Judge right now.
Punch our ticket to the World Series. It's just unbelievable. So proud of these guys.
Aaron Boone's with me now.
I'm very emotional. I'm just so proud of these guys.
Standing with Juan Soto, the hero of this game.
It's the best feeling you can ever feel, you know?
MLB Network Radio, SiriusXM Channel 89, and on the SiriusXM app.
2 beef patty, special sauce, lettuce, cheese, pickles, onions on a sesame seed bun. 2 chicken patty, special sauce, lettuce, cheese, and pickles on a sesame seed bun. 2 all beef patties, special chicken sauce, lettuce, cheese, chicken patties, special sauce, lettuce, cheese, sesame seed bun. 2 delicious patty, special sauce, lettuce, cheese, and pickles on a sesame seed bun.
It's not a Big Mac. It's the Chicken Big Mac. Get it while you can.
At participating McDonald's for a limited time.
SiriusXM has everything a college football fan needs.
He's in trouble and down he goes. The ball comes out.
All the big games are on the SiriusXM app.
Down the sidelines, midfield. It's a race. Picking them up, putting them down.
Plus, hear daily in-depth analysis on College Sports Radio, Channel 84.
There's not a lot of holes or weaknesses on that football team, and they've got the goods where you want to have the goods for a championship caliber roster.
Our experts get you ready for game day every day on SiriusXM and the SiriusXM app.
Mets fans, this is Carlos Mendoza, and you're listening to Mets Baseball on SiriusXM.
Mets fans, this is David Stearns, and you're listening to Mets Baseball on SiriusXM.
We got to the fifth. Well, I can't lose. If we win, we're in the World Series. If we lose, I'll be home hunting in 2 days.
Well, we hope we're not doing the Kevin McReynolds. So here's Mark Vientos leading off. First pitch from Kasparius. Over the inside corner, a called strike on a slider, and it's 0-1.
I mean, that really resonated with Mets fans, as you could imagine.
I can. 0-1 on Vientos. Pitch. Swinging a bouncing ball to short. Edman charges, picks in the short hop, sets and fires in time. 1 away. So Vientos is 0 for 2. He actually struck out his first time, and that was somewhat news because the Mets, remember, in Game 5, didn't strike out at all. And there were many in that clubhouse that didn't even believe it. Brandon Nimmo is on our air, Jesse Winker, and even Francisco Lindor. They all kind of said, no, really? We did? And the answer was yes. Very rare, but it happened. Here's Alonso. First pitch fastball, strike on the inside corner, 0-1. Dodgers 2, Mets 1, top 3. Mets actually, that was the 11th time ever in the history of postseason baseball to have a game where they didn't strike out at all. Next one, high and tight, very close, but ball 1 to Pete. So behind Alonso, then Jesse Winker and Marte if it gets that far. Second inning for the righty Kasparius. Infield back around to the left. High kick and the 1-1. Swinging a ground ball, shortstop hole. Knocked down by Edman, but he kicks it away. It's a base hit rolling into left field. Alonso burning down the line, just runs through the bag. He's on for the second time. Neither of them have been particularly sexy, as we'd say in baseball, but he is 2 for 2. Remember that first one that he hit was a little blooper over the mound that Taylor charged and then went to throw to first. The ball got away and the Mets got a run. This one between Edman and Kiki Hernandez, and it also signals the end of the line for Ben Kasparius. So this Dave Roberts bullpen game will move on to name number 3. We've seen Kopech, we've seen Kasparius. We'll see a new guy come on as we continue play here. Top 3, Mets have 1 on, 1 out, 2-1 Dodgers. Pitching change brought to you by the New York Lottery. Get out there and play the newest scratch-off games for a chance to win.
Guess what, people? Wendy's has new saucy nugs. You heard me. Wendy's nugs now come in 7 saucy flavors. Buffalo, honey barbecue, garlic parm, spicy ghost pepper. You can literally hear your taste buds after every bite. I'm serious. Listen to mine. Okay, that's just me playing with sound effects. For a whole new way to nug, gotta be Wendy's. Open till midnight or later.
At participating U.S. Wendy's, hours may vary by location.
When you're number 1, it's always good to remember who helped you get there. For the Ray Catena family of dealerships, it's an easy call. They're customers. It's why Ray Catena is the premier luxury automotive group in New Jersey and New York. Their game plan is simple. It's to always put the customer first with legendary customer service and the brands they trust the most. Mercedes-Benz, Lexus, Audi, Porsche, BMW, Land Rover, Infiniti, Jaguar, Mini, and Sprinter. Visit a Ray Catena dealership or go to raycatena.com.
Are you or a loved one living with Crohn's, colitis, MS, rheumatoid arthritis, or a chronic health condition that requires IV medication? Check out ThriveWell Infusion. Say hello to state-of-the-art private luxury suites. ThriveWell Infusion understands that it can be stressful when receiving an infusion, but it doesn't have to be. At ThriveWell, you'll be provided with exceptional care, comfort, compassion, and convenience. Visit us at ThriveWellInfusion.com. That's ThriveWellInfusion.com. Saving lives, drip by drip.
Back here at Dodger Stadium, we play top 3. The Dodgers lead the Mets 2-1, but the Mets have 1 on and 1 out. Vientos grounded out. Then Alonso had an infield hit off of Ben Kasparius, and that prompted Dave Roberts to go to his bullpen for his only lefty. Anthony Banda is going to come on in a very strategic spot. Again, you only have one lefty, and Dave Roberts is choosing now because Jesse Winker is the first batter, and then two righties with Marte and Taylor, but then the lefty, Jeff McNeil. And he might need a little bit out of Banda instead of just 2 outs to get out of this inning. But Jesse Winker is in that spot in the DH lineup where you could go with JD Martinez here and play the splits, but Jesse Winker is going to hit against Anthony Banda. It's just so early in the game. So 1 on, 1 out. Banda comes set at the belt. First pitch. Winker takes high and tight. 1 ball and no strikes.
I would think Carlos Mendoza is fine with this because they just have right-handers in their bullpen now behind Banda. So no use taking Winker out of the game this early, especially with J.D. Martinez struggling.
Infield back around to the right. The 1-0. In the dirt. Nice stop by Smith. The catcher reaching to his left. That ball bounced in the righty batter's box. Smith rescued it, and it's 2-0 on Jesse Winker. Now, Banda this year as the lefty has been pretty good against them. .218 average, no homers, just a couple extra base hits. The righties have done, of course, the most damage, the natural splits there. Here's the 2-0. Winker takes high, 3 balls and no strikes. So you have Alonso at first base, held on by Muncy. And again, Marte and Taylor, 2 righties on deck. Winker has been an on-base machine since the Mets traded for him. 3-0 count. Here's the pitch. And there's a strike outside corner, 3-1. I saw Jesse Winker in the dugout before the game, and I said, you know, this is going to happen, right? They're going to bring Banda in immediately to force Carlos Mendoza's hand. And he goes, yeah. And he didn't say much after that. There's a 3-1. And tidy walked him. So Banda comes in to face the lefty Winker. It does not work. The Mets have 2 on and 1 out for the righties now, with Marte and Taylor going back-to-back here. As we come to you live from the Bigelow Tea broadcast booth, Bigelow Tea, grab a mug and tea proudly. Now, it's just going to feel like I don't know, the game of Risk, a board game. Every inning is going to be so strenuous when you have a bullpen game because you are going to be matching up with every single batter that you'll see. 2-1 Dodgers, top 3. Marte coming off a huge Game 5. Had 4 hits and 3 doubles. And now Banda steps off. By the way, in order to paint the picture, the sky right now is gorgeous. Purple, haze, a little orange over the San Gabriel Mountains in deep right center field. Pretty night in L.A. First pitch to Marte. Swing and a miss. Nasty slider down and in. And the count 0-1. So Banda, who did pitch 2 nights ago, did pitch in Game 5 through 2 pitches. So really well rested. He only got 1 batter in that game. Here's the 0-1. Right down the middle. He pins 97, and it's 0-2 on Marte.
I think Dave Roberts would know how to play the game of Risk. I believe his father was in the military.
Dave Roberts was actually born in Japan.
Right.
0-2, runners lead, pitch, floated in the air behind second base. Right there is Edman and Taylor. Taylor makes the catch. Umpires did point out for the infield fly. So an out no matter, and there are 2 on and 2 out now for Tyrone Taylor.
Dave Roberts' dad is American. His mom is of Japanese descent. Or Japanese, actually.
And here's Taylor, who flew out to left his first time.
Well, I mean, you know, descent. You don't have to go very far back.
That's right. 2-1 Dodgers, top 3. 2 on and 2 out. Banda fires. Taylor fouls it back to the screen, and the count 0-1. Now Taylor, again, this is part of that chess match. He faced Ben Kasparius, who saw 7 hitters, and then the next guy up. So Taylor seeing his second arm of the night. That's the advantage of a bullpen game. Makes it hard to prep. 0-1. Way outside, a fastball, 1 ball and 1 strike. Anthony Banda has had a great year, probably his best major league year. He's 31 years old out of Corpus Christi, Texas. He has pitched with so many different teams, including the Yankees and the Mets. 2 on, 2 out. Alonso at second, Winker at first. A 1-1, fouled off at home plate. A slider biting down and in. The Mets fans, when it comes to heating efficiency, Peerless Boilers and Pavilion Tankless Water Heaters are in a league of their own. So go to peerlessboilers.com for more info. And remember, Peerless Boilers are the world's best built boilers. Outfield playing Taylor straight up. Tyrone rests the bat on his shoulder. Bonda comes set. 2-1 LA, top three. The 1-2 up high with a fastball. 2 balls and 2 strikes. A lefty, Jeff McNeil, is on deck. Tyrone has had 1 hit in this series. It was an extra base hit. He's had good swings at moments this year. Not an overall great postseason, but this is a big spot for him with 2 on and 2 out. Bonda sets and deals. Popped up foul behind home plate and out of play. Into a sea of people that are basically on their feet. Of the 3 levels here at Dodger Stadium, you look downstairs, right behind home plate, you have the blue seats. Behind that, they're really the lower level of yellow seats. And then yellow and blue as you go to the second and third tier. Towels waving at Dodger Stadium. 2 balls, 2 strikes. The pitch. Down and in, and it hit him in the foot. So Tyrone Taylor gets on. He is hit by a pitch, and that'll load the bases for Jeff McNeil. So you look at Kopech, he wasn't too crisp. Gasparius, he wasn't too crisp either. And now Bonda has gone walk, pop-up, hit by pitch. And Mark Pryor's getting his steps in. Dodgers pitching coach, former big leaguer himself, taking a stroll out to the mound. So here's Jeff McNeil. Big spot for him. Now last game, Game 5, he was really clutch in a sense that the Mets didn't strike out. There were a lot of great team at-bats, whether it was moving guys along or coming up with a big swing. McNeil had 2 big swings. They were both sacrifice flies. Of course, you can't do that here with 2 outs. But Jeff can certainly find a hole, and the Dodgers defense knows it. Jeff is officially 0 for 6 in 4 games of this series. But left on left, trying to be tough against Anthony Bonda. Pryor in his LA blue hoodie down the steps of the third base dugout. And here we go. Mets chasing 1, Dodgers 2, Mets 1, top 3. Alonso at third, Winker at second. Taylor, good speed at first base. Infield back. Bonda set. First pitch to McNeil. Swing and a miss. Overpowered him with 97. And a count 0-1. Of course, McNeil's always hunting anything, let alone a fastball, breaking ball, first pitch. He's just swinging sometimes. He just got beat by 97. Bonda brings the feet together, center of the rubber, kind of hunched over. 0-1. Popped up, foul, third base side. It'll make the seats. And it's 0-2. Mets jumped in front of the first inning on a little bloop hit by Pete Alonso. Dodgers answered back with 2 more. That's our first lead change of the entire series. Mets trying to change the lead right back, or at least tie it up. Ducks on the pond, bases loaded, 2 outs, top 3. 0-2, here's the pitch. Swing and a miss, at a ball in the dirt. He struck him out, and the Mets leave him loaded. Anthony Bonda into and out of trouble, and we go to the bottom of the 3rd inning in Game 6. Dodgers still ahead of the Mets, 2-1 on Odyssey Mets Radio, driven by your Tri-Honda dealers.
The College of New Jersey is the #1 public college from Maine to Maryland. Learn more at tcnj.edu. That's tcnj.edu.
No one plans on heart problems, but everyone should have a plan for them. At RWJ Barnabas.
Hey, baseball fans, thanks for hanging out with us tonight for Game 6 of the NLCS. It's shifted back to Dodger Stadium. The Mets got it done and forced this Game 6. Can the amazing Mets do it again? We'll find out. Or will the Dodgers book their ticket to face the other team in New York, the Yankees? Only time will tell. Please hit that like button down below. As well, please share this link out and let's get more baseball fans here in the chat, hanging out with us, having a good time, because that's what we do here on Toronto Sports Insider. So chat it up. Let's keep it classy. Hit that thumbs up. Share it out. See you back in the chat. Good luck to your team.
InjuryLawyer.com?
Nah, I find this amusing. They'll figure it out.
Lawyer for injured ones. InjuryLawyer.com.
Chopra and Nocerino is a must-call when injured. Personal injury cases are a battle. You need a team willing to put in the work. Contact them at 855-NYC-HURT if you want top results. Chopra and Nocerino is the exclusive personal injury firm of the New York Mets.
At Joy Jolt, we celebrate every moment, especially the big wins. Brooklyn born and bred, we keep it vibrant with our amazing barware and more. Whether you're hosting a game day party or raising a glass to a grand slam, do it with joy. Do it with Joy Jolt.
Now we go to the bottom of the third inning at Dodger Stadium in Game 6. Mets need to win or they go home. It is 2-1 Dodgers. So L.A. has the lead, but the Mets have had chance after chance after chance. The Mets have already left 7 men on base and have gone just 1 for 7 with runners in scoring position. And it's kind of strange in this bullpen game where it is relievers getting into their own mess and getting out of it like a good reliever would in those spots. And so the Mets should be happy with the fact that they have had a lot of traffic in every single inning, but certainly walking away with so much meat left on the bone. Bounce up to Sean Manaea to try to keep the status quo here. 2-1 LA. It'll be Hernandez, Edman, and Muncy. 3, 4, and 5 for the Dodgers. Dodgers are trying to get to the World Series. If they win this one, they win the series, that'll be 4 trips in the last 8 years. Mets are looking to, again, stifle that and survive for tomorrow. First one to Teoscar is high and away with a fastball. 1 ball and no strikes. So Manaea brings a high pitch count into this inning, too. That has also been a little subplot of this game. Here's the 1-0 pitch. That's lined over first into right field, a base hit. Marte scampers to his left to pick it up and fire in, holding Teoscar Hernandez to a single.
And without Freddie Freeman in the Dodger lineup today, with Hernandez having been 0 for 18 in this series coming into this game, they've needed his bat to help with Freeman on the bench. Teoscar Hernandez is 2 for 2.
Hernandez gets on base. So like the Mets have had, so have the Dodgers, of course. Runners on base. 54 pitches for Manaea. Here's Tommy Edman. Switch hitter batting right, first pitch. Swing a rollover, ground ball, foul down third. The count 0-1. Well, Edman added again in that first inning. Manaea got him to 2 strikes. Sometimes a very aggressive and free swinger, Tommy Edman. That's a good guy to try to put away, and Manaea couldn't do it. Edman lined a double to left to bring in 2 runs. That's how the Dodgers have their lead. Manaea head on a swivel, deals home. Edman takes low and in, a breaking ball. Change up, and it's 1 ball and 1 strike. Now, we've seen Manaea use a lot of change-ups today. Really, these days, he's only throwing sinker, sweeper, and change-up. And, of course, it's a different mix if you're a left-hand hitter or a right, but a lot of change-ups today. 1-1. Rip. Foul down third. There's another one where you hold your breath with Tommy Edman at the plate. That's a ball and 2 strikes. Well, a huge part of playing in a 7-game series is throwing your ace out multiple times, and how good can he be after being great in Game 2? Well, he has to change up his looks this time around. But the Dodgers seem to have hit him well. Edman calls for his time and climbs back in. 2 strikeouts so far for Sean Manaea, but once again he has Edman 1-2. Hernandez leads off first. Pitch. Serve foul to the right, over the netting down the first base line and into the seats. Another changeup right there, coming in at 84 miles an hour, sponsored by Spectrum. A connection built for everywhere. That's Life Unlimited. That Spectrum. Max Muncy waits on deck. 2-1 LA. Manaea hugs it tight, fires home, runner goes, pitches hit high in the air to left. Nimmo going back to the wall, it's gone. What a series for Tommy Edman. Now he's hit a 2-run home run off Sean Manaea, his first home run of the postseason, and it is 4-1 Dodgers in the bottom of the third.
Well, we are now at the point in this game where I don't think Carlos Mendoza has any choice but to get somebody ready in that Mets bullpen, and quickly. They cannot let this get away from them. But it's in the process, as Manaea has struggled now into his 3rd inning.
Tommy Edman is 11 for 24 with a whopping 11 RBIs in this series.
Wow.
Here's Muncy left on left. First pitch, breaking ball fouled back. The count 0-1. I mean, we basically laughed it off earlier in the series when Edman was hitting cleanup. Well, he's doing the laughing now. Tommy Edman, who had been coming up with guys on base, getting a big hit. Well, now the big homer. 0-1. Outside and low, a breaking ball. 1-1 strike on Muncy. Now for the Mets, again, where they are with their bullpen. Game plan A was Manaea going long. That's in question now. The 1-1. Outside and low, a fastball. 2 balls and a strike.
I can't see clearly who it is, but somebody is throwing in the Dodger bullpen, because from our vantage point, you can't see the mound, but I can see a baseball going back and forth.
2-1. Down and away, 3 balls and a strike. That is Phil Maton warming up. He was again up in the first inning. Sean Manaea ended up throwing 34 first inning pitches. Has survived this far, but the Dodgers have a 4-1 lead. The 3-1. Breaking ball is low. Muncy, who's been a walk master this series, has his 10th walk of this series, and he's on base in the third. It's gone single, home run, walk, and here comes Carlos Mendoza. Mendoza makes the point, and this is a nightmare for the Mets. Not the point you wanted to see at this point in the game in Game 6. Sean Manaea last 2 innings plus hands the ball to Carlos Mendoza in what may be Sean Manaea's last start as a New York Met. Bottom 3, 4-1 Dodgers. They hit. Still, when we get back, pitching change brought to you by the New York Lottery. Get out there and play the newest scratch-off games for a chance to win.
You can count on our friends at Ridgewood Savings Bank to show you the community banking difference with cutting-edge conveniences and a century-long tradition of award-winning service. Ridgewood is a financial partner you can count on today, tomorrow, and all of the years to come. Whether you prefer to bank at your local neighborhood branch, from home, or on the go, they're always here to help you reach your goals. So let our friends at Ridgewood be the full-service banking partner you can count on to support you in your financial journey. Visit ridgewoodbank.com to find out more. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
The Nissan Rogue with available Google built-in helps you make the most of your drive. Take care of the small stuff, like,
hey Google, cool down my car.
And,
hey Google, turn on the dog feeder.
Or change up your adventure.
Hey Google, navigate me to the nearest music venue.
Handle your drive like a pro.
Experience the ultimate connection in the new 2024 Nissan Rogue. Now, get a low $259 per month lease for 36 months on Rogue. Visit your local Nissan store and nissanusa.com today. Not equipped on all vehicles. Requires compatible device. Sequences shortened and simulated. Activation of Nissan Connect services package required. Only use features when safe and legal to do so. Data rates may apply. Subject to third-party service availability. Google, Google Play, and Google Maps are trademarks of Google LLC. Well-qualified lessees. 2024 Rogue S all-wheel drive. $47.49 initial payment excludes tax, title, and license. Disposition fee due at lease end. Take from new dealer stock. Call 1-888-858-8319 for offer details. Ends 11/4/24.
Now, the exact opposite of how the Mets needed this game to go truly. We're in the bottom of the third inning. It is 4-1 Dodgers. It's a 3-run game, certainly not a 10-run game. It's a 3-run game, but Sean Manaea is already done. And of the 27 outs you need to calculate against the Dodgers, Manaea just gets 6, and he's out of the game. So Phil Maton comes on. He is faced with a runner at first base and nobody out. On the bat of the righty, Kike Hernandez. Righty against righty. Maton from the first base side of the rubber. Runner breaks. Maton fires. Pitch goes to the backstop. Muncy takes a turn but holds up there as Alvarez slides for the ball behind home plate. And all that chaos is simply a stolen base for Max Muncy, and ball 1 to Kike Hernandez.
Maton paid him no mind.
Muncy broke, and there was enough time with Maton holding where basically 50,000 people, a lot of the Mets fans probably going, step off, when Maton didn't. He threw wildly, and Kike Hernandez stepped out. I don't even think he called for time. The batter just got out of the way, knowing that that was a for sure stolen base. So 1-0 with a runner at second. Pitch. Just missed outside. Ball 2. And Maton gives a look back to that strike zone. David Rackley called that pitch that looked pretty good, a touch low. Hernandez walked his first time. That was against Sean Manaea, whose line is still open. 2-0. Swing and a miss at a high fastball, 88-mile-an-hour fastball. And it's 2-1. Now, Sean Manaea in this game, even in the first inning, where through 34 pitches, you could tell it was a little different. 2-1. Hernandez gets into a fly ball to left. Nimmo toward the line, has plenty of room, gets to the spot and makes the catch for the first out. Now, the Mets knew at this point of the year, this is not an excuse, but simply a fact, that the Mets starters, Severino, Quintana, Manaea, had thrown so many innings that fatigue was bound to settle in. I'm not going to again make excuses for Sean Manaea. He won't make any either, but the guy has never thrown 200 innings before in one season, and he's been asked to throw 200 innings this year.
And he's 32.
First pitch to Pages. He stares at one down and out for ball one.
Not like he's a 23 or 24-year-old with all that many more pitches remaining in his arm. He managed his innings as best they could down the stretch. It did not go well for him tonight at all.
4-1 Dodgers, bottom three. Runner at second, one out. Pitch. Pages takes in tight. 1 ball and no strikes. There's a Dodgers Stadium beach ball. This went from above our heads down to the seating bowl below. This is a fan base ready to start a party toward the World Series, but there's a whole lot of game left to be played. 2-0. Pages drives the ball in the air to right. Marte in a couple of steps, lines it up, and makes the hat-high catch for the second out.
Keith, that's the point. I mean, anybody who's paid attention to this team all year is not going to be of a mind to say, well, that's it, have a nice winner when you're 3 runs down in the third inning. You know, if you haven't bought into what this team is capable of doing by now, then I guess you're going to feel that way, but the history of this club would suggest otherwise.
Here's Will Smith, runner at second, 2 outs. Machan trying to put the fire out here in the bottom of the third. His pitch. Smith takes a bender outside for ball one. Well, I am contractually obligated to say, get ready for what happens next. Visit MLB.com/tickets to explore 2025 ticket options today. Mets don't want to talk about that yet. Here's the 1-0. Smith cracks the ball in the air to center and deep. Taylor going back to the track. He's at the wall. It's gone. Into the batter's eye. Will Smith hadn't done a thing all series. He hits a 2-run homer to straightaway center, and it is 6-1 Los Angeles in the bottom of the third here in Game 6. 2 home runs from guys you just wouldn't think of. Tommy Edman and Will Smith both in this inning. That one went 416 feet from home plate to the batter's eye, landing into the netting in center. Tyrone Taylor climbed the wall but had no chance. So here is Chris Taylor. This Dodgers offense, even in the 12-6 game, was scary. And it's been scary again very early here. The infield back around to the left. First pitch. Taylor rips through a fastball and misses. Strike one. So Manaea's line is closed. 5 runs, 6 hits. Struck out 2, walked 2 over 2+ innings. He faced 3 batters in this third. 0-1. Taylor gets into one in the air to right. Marte back, track, wall stops, reaches up, makes the catch at the top of the wall. He didn't leave his feet. Just made the catch high at the wall, and the inning is over. An inning where a lot of us at Dodger Stadium gaze up, deep, and out. Edman, 2-run homer. Smith, 2-run homer. 6-1 Dodgers. We go to the 4th on Odyssey Mets Radio, driven by your Tri-Honda dealers.
Let's go Mets!
When just one life is saved, it wins the game. Just like in baseball, when the same player has 3,000 hits, it's monumental. LifeVac, the original choking rescue device, is approaching 3,000 lives saved. Hi, I'm Arthur Lee, CEO and inventor of LifeVac. With its place, push, pull technology, LifeVac uses suction to clear the airway and save a life. There's only one proven airway clearance device, LifeVac. Mention code BASEBALL for 20% off your order today. Go to lifevac.net.
Did you know that California Cryobank, the #1 sperm bank in the U.S., has helped to create more than 75,000 families? You can help them make dreams of parenthood come true and earn up to $1,500 a month as a sperm donor. Are you 19 to 38, healthy and able to work in the U.S.? Then you could qualify to be a sperm donor. Learn more at spermbank.com. That's spermbank.com for the chance to earn up to $1,500 a month as a sperm donor.
Hey, New York fans! Phones weren't made to be broken, but life happens. So when you break your phone, Verizon in New York City's got you. Trade in any phone from one of their top brands in any condition, guaranteed, and get a great deal on one of their best 5G phones with unlimited ultimate. Switch now and save. Available at a New York City area Verizon store.
ThriveWellInfusion.com, New York's premier infusion and injection center, saving lives drip by drip.
Back in Southern California, it is 6-1 Dodgers here in Game 6. Mets have to win to keep their season alive. They have to try to force a Game 7, and to do so, they're going to try to out-Dodger the Dodgers and out-slug them here to try to get back in this thing. There's plenty of time to do so. Mets have 6 innings to try to crack into this 6-1 deficit. Anthony Banda continues on. He'll see Alvarez, Lindor, and Nimmo. Now, Sean Manaea gave up 5 of the 6. Phil Maton gave up a home run of his own. And we'll see how the Mets patch together the rest of this game on the mound. But right now, the Mets, who have had traffic on in the first 3 innings to the tune of, they've already left 7 men, so they've certainly had plenty of chances trying to keep it up against the bullpen. So Alvarez walked his first time. Bats from the right side. First pitch. That one's ripped up the middle. A base hit going into center field. Alvarez stays hot. He is now 1 for 1. He's been on twice. And he gets the man started in the top of the 4th. You know, this half inning in particular will be very, very crucial because we've seen the Mets all year be resilient. Take a punch, take another punch, come back with a punch of their own. After the Dodgers scored 4 there in the bottom of the 3rd inning, can the Mets immediately counterpunch, not let the Dodgers get this thing rolling even further downhill? So here's Lindor, already on twice. First pitch, fastball a little bit high. 1 ball and no strikes. They talked about it. They are not just words, but we've seen those words come to life this year. Belief and resiliency from this Mets team. Here's the 1-0. Steered in for a strike, 1-1. And Lindor against the lefty here is going to bat right-handed. He has walked, singled, and scored the only Mets run. That was in the first inning. Mets actually took a 1-0 lead in this game. Infield back around to the left. Here's the 1-1. Swing and a miss, and a nasty spiraling slider down and in. And it's a ball and 2 strikes. 4th inning is sponsored by Cars for Kids. That's Cars with a K. To donate your car today. 6-1 Dodgers. And time called at home plate by Lindor. Dodgers have Ryan Brazier up. And again, in this bullpen game, everybody has to be on. Kopech not so much. Kasparius wasn't great. Bonda's been okay so far, but still base runners for the Mets. Bonda deals the 1-2. And that one's ripped in the air toward left. Hernandez to his left, makes the catch on the run. Well, Lindor spanked it toward the alley, but it hung up and angled toward Hernandez, who made the catch for the out. In fact, where the Mets are, that was off the bat at 100 miles an hour, by the way, for Lindor. Edwin Diaz is getting up. So that little signal is for the Mets pitching staff to try to stop the bleeding. Meanwhile, the offense trying to get on the board right away after giving up 4. Pitch to Nimmo. He swings and misses at a high fastball. 0-1. Mets baseball is brought to you by our local Honda dealers. Contact a dealer for a great deal today or visit tryhondadealers.com. Very small lead from Alvarez at first. Pitch. Nimmo chases the slider, left on left, down and away, and it's 0-2.
It's easy to look at the offense the Dodgers have provided their bullpen pitchers in this game, but remember the Mets have left 7 men on through the first 3, going 1 for 5 with men in scoring position. They've had their chances.
0-2 to Nimmo. Down and out of the slider, and it's a ball and 2 strikes. Now, Nimmo has grounded out and popped out, but his ground out in the first inning moved Lindor over, and that got him to third, and Alonso, a little infield pop-up, brought him in. So it was a productive at-bat. The 1-2. Swing and a miss, got him with a high fastball. Nimmo just got a piece of 97, but he's down on strikes. And here comes Dave Roberts to make a pitching change. He's going to go get the righty Ryan Brazier to face Mark Vientos. Top 4, 2 outs, runner on, 6-1 Dodgers. Pitching change brought to you by the New York Lottery. Get out there and play the newest scratch-off games for a chance to win.
New Jersey might be small, but there's a lot of wow packed into this little state. So what are you waiting for? Wow your way through NJ. Through sculpture gardens, garden gardens, and loop-the-loops. New Jersey, it's one wow after another after another. Find your wow at visitnj.org. New Jersey, little state, lot of wow.
Kickboxing knock out your knee? We've got specialists for that. Not feeling the love after your last tennis match? We've got specialists for that. Orland & Cohen's top orthopedic team has the specialized expertise, extensive training from the nation's best programs, and years of experience to tackle each of your orthopedic needs so you can feel better, faster. Locations across Long Island, open 7 days a week, and now open in Kew Gardens as well. Visit OrlandCohen.com.
Guess what, people? Wendy's has new saucy nugs. You heard me. Wendy's nugs now come in 7 saucy flavors. Buffalo, honey barbecue, garlic parm, spicy ghost pepper. You can literally hear your taste buds after every bite. I'm serious. Listen to mine. Okay, that's just me playing with sound effects. For a whole new way to nug, gotta be Wendy's. Open till midnight or later.
At participating U.S. Wendy's, hours may vary by location.
Before we continue on the top of the fourth, let's pause 10 seconds. Station ID.
This is Odyssey Met.
You're listening to the National League Championship Series on SiriusXM. Join us after the game on MLB Network Radio, SiriusXM 89.
Howie Rose. My name is Keith Radd. We're in the top of the fourth inning at Dodger Stadium in Game 6. It is 6-1 LA. Pitching change mid-inning for Dave Roberts. He brings on righty Ryan Brazier to face righty Mark Vientos. And Vientos will climb in. He has Alvarez at first base and 2 outs. So Mets are chasing 5. And they're going to need a night like 2 nights ago at Citi Field, where they scored 12 runs on 14 hits. They may not need all of that, but they need most of it to try to get back into this one. Brazier sets and fires. Down and away, miss with the off-speed pitch. The count, a ball and no strikes. Now this again a bullpen game for the Dodgers. This is their 4th pitcher. Brazier the other day in Game 2 was the opener, or the starter in that bullpen game. Gave up the home run to Francisco Lindor. The 1-0, Vientos cracks the ball in the air to center, sending Pages back to the track. He's reaching for the wall. He jumps. It's gone. That's exactly what the Mets needed. And Mark Vientos once again provides it. A 2-run home run. The Mets are back within 3. It is 6-3 Dodgers in the top of the 4th. He hit it right over the leap of Andy Pages in left center field, high above that baby blue wall.
Well, whatever happens the rest of this game, Mark Vientos has made himself a known commodity all around Major League Baseball. But this is the thing with these bullpen games. You keep passing the baton until somebody drops it, potentially. And the more pitchers they use, the more likely it is somebody, as George Steinbrenner once said, is likely to spit the bit.
Here's Alonso. You can feel how quiet this place has got. First pitch. Alonso, it's a ground ball to short. Edman charges, gloves, sets, slings. Got him in time. But again, after giving up 4, the Mets come right back and grab 2. It's still a 6-3 Dodger lead. And we go to the bottom of the 4th in Game 6, a must-win for the Mets. On Odyssey Mets Radio, driven by your Tri-Honda dealers.
Let's go Mets!
London Jewelers would like to wish the New York Mets luck in their series against Los Angeles. Visit London Jewelers today at any of their 7...
Hey, you. Yeah, I'm talking to you. Cheers, insiders. Thank you all for helping us hit 50,000 subscribers. Thank you all that are watching right now that helped us get over the hump tonight. And a big special shout out to all of you who have been here for so long, chatting it up, cheering on our Maple Leafs, our Raptors, our Blue Jays, and making this Toronto sports community flourish. We're hitting 50K. We're moving on to 75. We're moving on to 100, and we're going to keep going. Thank you again to Sick Kids Hospital. It's been a great partnership so far, and we are just getting started. Thank you for just being here and making a difference for the Sick Kids Hospital in Toronto and Toronto Sports Insider. Now let's get back to the hockey. It's not hockey, but that's where this started. We're getting back to the baseball. Cheers, everybody. Good luck to your team. See you back in the chat. 50,000 subscribers. What?
For every inning, Ready Refresh even has a great assortment of water dispensers and offers pro cleaning services for every model. Ready Refresh, your ultimate game day hydration partner. Order now at ReadyRefresh.com.
At Joy Jolt, we celebrate every moment, especially the big wins. Brooklyn born and bred, we keep it vibrant with our amazing barware and more. Whether you're hosting a game day party or raising a glass to a grand slam, do it with joy. Do it with Joy Jolt.
Well, all of a sudden it is a 6-3 Dodger lead, a huge two-run home run by Mark Vientos to not only get the Mets into that mood that they can certainly come back down 3 now, but also to pull a little bit of air out of this building. It did go a little quiet when Vientos did it, and Mark knocked it out of the park, sponsored by Chopra and No Sereno, the exclusive personal injury law firm of the New York Mets. Now, Vientos did damage. Certainly the Dodgers have done the biggest damage so far. 4 runs in the bottom of the 3rd inning. A 2-run homer by Tommy Edman, and then a 2-run homer by Will Smith. But now it is Edwin Diaz coming on maybe as early as he's ever pitched in a Met game, pitching in the bottom of the 4th to face the big guys. Ohtani, Betts, and Teoscar Hernandez. So who knows how the Mets author this on the pitching side. They know that they have to keep it right here and then score. I mean, that's as plain and simple as it gets right now. This Dodgers offense has hit some homers, 6 runs on a total of 7 hits. So Ohtani bats from the left side. First pitch, swinging a high pop way above the infield toward foul ground third base side. Alvarez makes the catch halfway up the line at third. 1 pitch and 1 out. Ohtani is retired. So Minaya again, his line is closed. Phil Maton gave up the home run to Will Smith. And Edwin Diaz all of a sudden out here for the 4th inning. By the way, Mark Vientos, the 2-run home run, he now has 14 RBIs. That is a single postseason record in Mets history. First pitch to Betts, takes outside with ball 1. And it's really been an unbelievable sight to see. Mark Vientos had so many different moments this year, sometimes when you least expect it. 1-0. Betts on a check swing, tipped it into the mid of the catcher. And it's 1 ball and 1 strike.
It was the 13th postseason game the Mets have played.
Well, that certainly adds to the number for Vientos. 1-1, it's taken high. 2 balls and a strike. We were getting ready for the game and writing in some of the numbers, and you look around. These Mets are closing in on 50 postseason at bats. 2-1, that's high and away. 3 balls and a strike. I mean, think about if you're a Milwaukee Brewer, I mean, how many at bats did you get in the playoffs this year? 12. The Mets are turning around. They're having basically a month of at bats here in the postseason, but they've of course earned it. 3-1 to Betts is inside. Diaz walks Mookie Betts, and that'll bring up Teoscar Hernandez with somebody on base. Well, Minaya walked 2. Maton didn't walk anybody, but Edwin Diaz tallies another one up in the walk department for Mets pitching. Shown over the first 4 games of this series, the Mets were walking historic numbers of Dodgers here. First pitch to Hernandez. Runner goes. Hernandez takes high. The throw down to second. Nowhere near in time. Betts dives in with a stolen base.
That's just part of the continuing narrative. We told you about how many bases Sean Minaya allowed this year. 7th most in the National League. And Diaz has really been victimized by the stolen base during the postseason in particular, beginning with the Brewers. They ran continuously against him.
Now Hernandez steps out quickly. It's ball one on Teoscar, a big righty left fielder who had been 0 for the series until tonight. A single to center, a single to right. He's 2 for 2 this evening. 6-3 Dodgers. Pitch. Popped him up. Foul ground first base side. Alonso angling over now near the first base dugout. Stops. Makes the catch. 2 down. So Diaz gets pop-ups of Ohtani and Hernandez sandwiching that Mookie Betts walk. And here is a guy that I'm sure here in LA they're going to be naming their kids after pretty soon. Tommy Edman. Edman into this at bat, 11 for 24 in the NLCS, 11 RBIs. Had a 2-run homer his last time, had a 2-run double his first time. Switch hitter batting left. Edwin Diaz, runner at second, deals home. Edman pops it up foul, third base side will make the seats.
When the Dodgers played the Yankees in the 1978 World Series, Willie Randolph, the Yankee second baseman, was hurt. The understudy was a kid named Brian Doyle, who had a great World Series and wore the same number 25 for the Yankees that Edman's wearing now for the Dodgers.
0-1. Swing and a miss. Good slider from Diaz down. And the count 0-2.
Edman's already shown more power, run production than Brian Doyle had. But every once in a while, guys like that come around in a World Series and make their presence felt in a profound way.
6-3 Dodgers, bottom 4. Pitch is served in the air to center. Taylor back couple of steps, nearing the track, has room and makes the catch. Side retired, but Tommy Edman making another bid for the outfield seats. Diaz has a scoreless 4th. Walks the batter, but strands him at second base. And we go to the 5th. 3-run game. Dodgers ahead 6-3 on the Mets. On Odyssey Mets Radio, driven by your Tri-Honda dealers.
Where do you go?
As Dave Matthews Band makes their way into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame,
There's a lot of good company in there.
Dave Matthews shares the artists that inspired him most.
I haven't checked to see if they're in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
Encoring all weekend on DMB Radio.
SiriusXM Channel 30.
Or listen anytime on the SiriusXM app.
Painting is the easiest way to breathe new life into your home. Whether you're prepping to sell it or want to fall in love with it again, the easiest renovation is painting. Leave all that up to the CertaPro Painter Professionals. From the transparent free estimate to the spotless cleanup, CertaPro Painters will get the job done right. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. When choosing a painting professional, the choice is simple. Choose happy. Choose CertaPro Painters.
Every night after the final out, the Round Trip Roundup brings you the scores, highlights, and analysis from every game across Major League Baseball, all in less than 30 minutes.
Swung on and missed, strike 3 and a no-hitter.
It's the perfect way to get caught up on all the night's biggest home runs and best performances.
And a high drive, deep right center.
It's the Round Trip Roundup on MLB Network Radio every night on SiriusXM Channel 89 and every morning on the SiriusXM app.
Mets fans, this is Carlos Mendoza, and you're listening to Mets Baseball on SiriusXM.
Mets fans, this is David Stearns, and you're listening to Mets Baseball on SiriusXM.
The new Mets podcast. Join hosts Vito Calisi and Jonathan Barron for exclusive access to the Mets, plus a weekly interview with manager Carlos Mendoza. Subscribe at all major podcast providers or the Mets YouTube channel. A lot of game to be played. We go to the top of the 5th in Game 6. Dodgers lead the series 3-2, so a must-win for the Mets to try to force a Game 7. And it is 6-3 Dodgers. And Howie, Jesse Winker's going to bat here in the 5th inning against the righty Ryan Brazier. And now you're going to see Winker maybe stay in this game even longer because Carlos Mendoza did not go to his bench when Anthony Botta, the lefty, came in. They quote, weathered the storm, and now you'll have Winker for the rest of the game against right-handed pitching.
Absolutely. That was evident the moment that Winker stepped into the batter's box against Bonda. So now for Dave Roberts, there are still 15 outs that he needs to get. And so he's probably still going to need at least 3 more arms out there behind Brazier. Here's Winker. First pitch, little roller foul, 0-1. This is just guesswork on my part, but I would imagine that Daniel Hudson would be next up, and then they've got Evan Phillips, and Blake Trinan's the guy who has their only 2 saves of this postseason. I would think that might be the order they go to. The 0-1, Winker pops it in the air, foul down the left field line, slicing into the seats. And it's 0-2. This 5th inning is sponsored by ELEC 825, building our future. And so if the Mets are going to stay on script, they have another move or two in them in this game. Here's the 0-2 to Winker. A swing on a liner to right field. That's a base hit. And Jesse Winker starts off the 5th inning with a clean single to right. He's been aboard all 3 times now, 2 walks and a single. And the Mets need just one more base runner here to bring the tying run to the plate.
Mets have had a base runner on in every single inning. They have been unafraid of all these LA relievers.
So here is Marte, who has flied to right and popped to second. Do we detect a little bit of a nervous murmur coming out of the crowd? At least we could hear the crowd. And so Brazier's first pitch. There's a breaking ball over for a called strike, 0-1. Good slider there from Brazier, the 4th pitcher the Dodgers have used. Kopech for an inning, Kasparius and Banda for an inning and a third each. Here's the 0-1, swing and a foul straight back and out of play. It's 0-2. Now Brazier to the belt, the 0-2 pitch. Marte swings and misses strike 3. A very, very tentative looking swing at a sinker. And Brazier has his first strikeout.
Marte swung at that pitch when it was basically in the catcher's glove. He was expecting soft, and 96 ran right by him like a mouse.
Here's the pitch. Low outside to Tyrone Taylor for ball 1. He has flied to left and been hit by a pitch. So Brazier's recorded 2 outs now. Gave up a home run to Vientos, the first batter he faced. And to Winker, who singled to start this 5th inning. Winker, a medium-sized lead at best at first. And the 1-0 missed the outside corner with a sinker. 2-0 with Jeff McNeil on deck. World Series will begin Friday night, either here or in the Bronx. The Yankees clinched the pennant with a 5-2 win over the Guardians last night in 10. 2-0 pitch, driven in the air to right center field. On the run is Pages. He has room, and he makes the one-hand catch, 2 men away. Winker goes back to first. It's brought to you by the New York Lottery. Play the new stretch-off games for your chance to win. Gambling problem? Call 1-877-8-HOPE-NY. So with 2 men away, that is going to bring up Jeff McNeil. Dodgers now have Evan Phillips up in the bullpen, so they'll go to him before Hudson if Hudson gets in at all. First pitch, taken for a called strike by McNeil, a sinker at 96. 0-1. Dodgers 6, Mets 3. 2 out, top 5. Winker the runner at first, being held on by Muncy. Hernandez off the bag at third. The 0-1. Check swing, but he went around, and it's 0-2 to McNeil. Jeff 0 for 8 in the postseason. The only at-bats that he's had have come in this league championship series. 0-2 the count. Crowd standing. Brazier deals. Breaking ball missed inside. 1-2 as we come to you live from the Bigelow Tea broadcast booth. Bigelow Tea, grab a mug and tea proudly. Jose Iglesias on the bench again with Mets manager Carlos Mendoza wanting those left-handed bats in there. 1-2 pitch. Check swing, breaking ball. Did he go? No. On appeal to third. 2-2 to McNeil as Marvin Hudson says he doesn't go around. Francisco Alvarez on deck. And Francisco coming around with the bat now. So if McNeil can find his way aboard, Alvarez would be the tying man. 2-2. Here's the pitch. Swinging a looping fly ball to shallow right. Here comes Betts, and he makes the catch. It hung up just enough for him to get there. And the Mets are done in the 5th. Leadoff single, nothing more. Middle in the 5th inning. It's the Dodgers 6 and the Mets 3 on Odyssey Mets Radio, driven by your Tri-Honda dealers.
Rev up the fun with the Honda Civic and HR-V. These vehicles redefine the game when it comes to performance and style. With sporty designs matched by powerful performance, the Civic and HR-V deliver a driving experience like no other. But what really sets these cars apart from the crowd is the spirit of determination that inspires everything we do. That's why we're KBB.com's best value brand of 2024.
Contact your local Honda dealer today.
Based on 2024 Consumer Choice Awards from Kelly Blue Book. Visit kbb.com for more information.
Paramus Hyundai knows that in playoff baseball, every hit, pitch, play, and save can make all the difference. Same with shopping for a new vehicle. Leave nothing to chance. Score huge savings at Paramus Hyundai. Don't miss amazing limited time pricing on all your favorites, including the 2024 Hyundai Elantra, all backed by America's best warranty, the 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain warranty with owner assurance. 4 is always less. Route 4 Paramus Hyundai, ParamusHyundai.com. Let's go New York.
Hey, New York fans. Phones weren't made to be broken, but life happens. So when you break your phone, Verizon in New York City's got you. Trade in any phone from one of their top brands in any condition, guaranteed, and get a great deal on one of their best 5G phones with unlimited ultimate. Switch now and save. Available at a New York City area Verizon store.
Want to save money on your home heating oil this season? Call Sloman's at 866 Oil Deal. You can save hundreds. Just call 866 Oil Deal. That's 866 Oil Deal.
I want to hear you scream on the count of 3. 1, 2.
When it's game time, it's Tully time. Next time the Mets are home, check out the famous Tullamore Dew Irish Whiskey Bar in center field, where you can grab a game time mule or try the brand new Tullamore Dew Honey and the Honey Surfer cocktail. Tullamore Dew, official Irish whiskey of the New York Mets. Please enjoy responsibly. Halfway through Game 6 of the National League Championship Series, the Mets desperately trying to hang in here, trailing the Dodgers 6-3, trailing in games 3-2. Nothing to save Edwin Diaz for after throwing just 10 pitches in the 4th inning, including a walk. He's back out there to work the 5th. Max Muncy, Enrique Hernandez, and Andy Pages will do the hitting for the Dodgers. Basically, the message is, Edwin, you hold him here until we can think of something. That's effectively what the Mets have told Diaz. Pitch to Muncy, swing and a miss at a slider, 0-1. Muncy is flying to center, drawn a walk, and stolen a base and scored. The 0-1, he shows bunt, pulls back. Did he offer at it? No. On appeal to third, says Marvin Hudson. And the count, 1 ball and 1 strike on Muncy. Another walk. That's 11 walks he's had in the postseason. The 1-1 hit on the ground to the right side. Diving stop by Alonso from his knee. Floats a throw to first. Out at first. Diaz got there. Well, there are a few things going on there. First, you had Alonso making a nice pick. And then, I guess he tried to lead Diaz, but he threw him a bit of a lollipop that Diaz had to reach back for and was still able to make the play. And then when that was all over with and Diaz gave the ball to Alonso, he made a nice little behind-the-back flip to initiate throwing the ball around the horn. A lot of stuff involved in getting one out there.
Yeah, Muncy knew it. He turned and went back to the dugout.
So here's Hernandez, and Enrique Hernandez swings and misses at a slider. And it's 0-1. At the end of the day, nice play by Alonso. Questions, of course, will be answered during the winter. The 0-1 on the inside corner, a fastball. And it's 0-2. But Pete certainly hasn't done anything in the postseason to hurt his chances of coming back if he's so inclined, and the Mets are so inclined. The 0-2, high and away, 1-2. A regular patron of Dodger Stadium is season ticket holder Scott Boras, who was seated in the first row just to the left of home plate. The 1-2 taken high, 2 balls and 2 strikes. I'm sure Scott has the portfolio all set, written up, and he's got a unique way about presenting his free agent's marketability. 2-2 on the way, swung out and missed. Diaz throws a fastball at 97 by Enrique Hernandez, and there are 2 men away. So, the Power Report, and that's what Pete Alonso's about, sponsored by Bill Vince's Bridgewater Acura on Route 22 in Bridgewater, New Jersey. If he stays with the Mets and stays healthy next year, he'll break Darryl Strawberry's Mets home run record. First pitch taken high, 1 ball and no strikes on Andy Pages. I believe he's 26 home runs away from doing that. Strawberry hit .252. The 1-0 on the inside corner, a called strike to Pages, and the count 1-1. This year, Pete hit 34, the lowest total he's hit in a full season, and he plays a full season. The 1-1 line toward short, caught by Lindor, side retired. So Edwin Diaz working very efficiently over the course of 2 innings. Gets the Dodgers in order. At the end of 5, it's the Dodgers 6 and the Mets 3 on Odyssey Mets Radio, driven by your Tri-Honda dealers.
The NASCAR Cup Series is on SiriusXM. We're back on the track Sunday,
1:30 p.m. Eastern.
It's the Straight Talk Wireless 400 from Homestead Miami Speedway on SiriusXM NASCAR Radio Channel 90 in the car and on the all-new SiriusXM app. Get closer to everything that moves you wherever you are with the SiriusXM app.
Let's make some smoke and drink some beer. Yes!
Vice President Kamala Harris.
I get it. The cost of rent, groceries, and utilities is too high. So here's what we're going to do about it. We will lower housing costs by building more homes and crack down on landlords who are charging too much. We will lower your food and grocery bills by going after price gougers who are keeping the cost of everyday goods too high. You work hard for your paycheck. You should get to keep more of it. As president, I'll make that my priority.
I'm Kamala Harris, candidate for president, and I approve this message.
Paid for by Harris for president.
That was an all-time classic.
Adam Shine brings his unique perspective and passionate sports talk to Mad Dog Sports Radio.
That game led the league in holy cow wow moments.
The biggest and hottest names across Major League Baseball.
Star shortstop.
Hey you. Yeah, I'm talking to you. Thanks for hanging out with us in the chat. Now, you gotta let us know, where are you watching from tonight during Game 6 of the NLCS? Who are you rooting for? Let us know in the chat where you're watching from. City and state in the U.S., city and province in Canada, and let us know international how far out our reach is here on Toronto Sports Insider tonight for Game 6. Now, let's get back to the baseball. Thank you for participating in the chat and hanging out with us. Now let's go have some fun and keep it classy. Good luck to your team.
With 2 out, after the Dodgers had expanded their lead to 6-1, so Vientos kept the train on track. And then Diaz facing just 7 batters in 2 innings, allowing no hits, a walk and a strikeout, has kept the Mets close. And that's textbook work by Edwin Diaz, brought to you by Malloy University. At Malloy, you'll think about your future in a new way. And so now, the next contestant out of the Dodgers bullpen will be the veteran right-hander Evan Phillips. And it certainly is a redundancy to even mention that he's right-handed, because so are all of the remaining pitchers in the Dodgers bullpen after they got an inning and a third out of their only lefty, Anthony Bonda. So Francisco Alvarez leads off. Mets down 3. We start the 6th. First pitch, line toward short, over the glove of Edman. Base hit into left center. So for the second straight inning, the Mets get a leadoff single, and the suddenly revitalized Francisco Alvarez hot at the plate now. He is 2 for 2 with a walk, and back to the top of the order, and Francisco Lindor.
I'll tell you what, Mets bats are playing with a sense of urgency. They know it. They've known it since inning number 1. It almost seems like it doesn't even matter what the Dodgers have done, even though the Dodgers have the lead. Every inning, the Mets have put pressure on.
It fits the narrative about who they've been, particularly this postseason. Lindor takes his time out here. And again, any pitcher that the Mets see from here on in, unless the Dodgers should really expand their lead, are the high leverage guys. And if the Mets can come back against them, that creates an issue for tomorrow for Dave Roberts. First pitch to Lindor. Swing on a pop fly, shallow left. Back goes Edman. In comes Hernandez. Hernandez makes the running catch and runs the ball back into the infield as Alvarez retreats to first. One away. Stayed up just long enough. So with one out, Brandon Nimmo will be next. Nice defensive play, sponsored by Sun Cruiser Hard Iced Tea, made with real iced tea and real vodka. Crack one open and let the good times cruise. So now Nimmo, who is 0 for 3, and Brandon is playing on a painful heel with plantar fasciitis that probably would have him on the IL, or certainly would have at one point recently. Left-hand batter, first pitch, and Phillips misses down and in. 1 ball and no strikes. Infield and double play depth. Hernandez even with the bag, way off the line against the left-hand batter. The 1-0 way outside, ball 2. Mets need one more base runner to get the tying man to the plate, and Mark Vientos is on deck. So Evan Phillips, pitcher number 5 of the Dodgers today. We're in the 6th inning. Each team with 7 hits. 2-0 on the way. Swing on a high fly ball to center field. It's deep but playable. Backing up Paez. He makes the catch. 2 men away. So Vientos will not be the tying man, but he certainly is one of the most vital bats in the Mets batting order. Something you would not necessarily have envisioned. Certainly after he was sent down to AAA when the Mets acquired J.D. Martinez late in spring training. Vientos came up, had a cup of coffee, hit a game-winning home run against the Cardinals, went back down again. Brett Beatty struggled, Vientos returned, and what a year he had. First pitch, breaking ball outside, ball 1, and is carried right into the postseason. He now has 5 home runs in the postseason and 14 runs batted in, more than any Met has had in a postseason. And when you look at those who were on that list, a couple of them who had 12. John Olerud in 1999 had 12. He only played in 10 games. The 1-0 on the way. Swing and a miss. 1-1. As we mentioned, the Mets played 3 games against Milwaukee, 4 against Philadelphia. Now this is 6 for a total of 13. Curtis Granderson also had 12. He played in a few more. The 1-1 taken low, 2-1 in 2015. Mets beat the Dodgers in 5, the Cubs in 4, and then lost a 5-game World Series to Kansas City, so that's 14. Vientos 1 game ahead of him. Here's the 2-1. Way outside, ball 3. So it's 3-1 to Vientos, who was ahead in the count 3-1 in the first inning when the Mets had a runner in scoring position, but he struck out. And the Mets got a bit of a gift. And a little flare to the infield by Pete Alonso, and there was an error on Taylor, which allowed the Mets to take the lead in the first inning, which they quickly relinquished. Here's the 3-1. High, ball 4. So with 2 out, now 2 on, and Pete Alonso will come to the plate representing the potential tying run, just the way the Mets like it.
Tell you, they were showing Dave Roberts a moment ago, whose face right now is a little bit different than it was when Will Smith hit the homer to make it 6-1. Dave's got his arms crossed, that gum chewing, the brow furrowing. The Mets are making the Dodgers squirm tonight.
And so Alonso, with that little dying quail that went for an infield hit, had another infield hit and then grounded to short. He's a long ball away from tying it. Does he have another big swing at him? First pitch. Low and away, ball 1. Pete with his 2 for 3 is 12 for 43, 4 homers, 10 RBIs during the postseason. And he's been drawing his walks too. On base percentage of .415 in the postseason. Here's the 1-0. Low outside with a slider, ball 2. So pitcher number 5 for the Dodgers tonight is going to force Dave Roberts to the antacids if he's not digging into them already. Mets still with 10 outs to play with here. And that's the number of outs that Roberts needs from a bullpen that is being heavily taxed tonight. 2-0 to Alonso. Runners lead, second and first. Here's the pitch. Breaking ball, low and away, ball 3. Jesse Winker on deck. He's been swinging a good bat, but if Pete gets one where he wants one here, he'll probably swing at it. 3-0 the count. Phillips comes set. Now the pitch. He takes it. It's inside, ball 4, and the bases are loaded. So Dave Roberts bows his head, his chin touching his upper chest, which I guess is the signal to send Mark Pryor to the mound, because Pryor's on his way out there. Jesse Winker's on his way to the plate. The tying runs are aboard. Winker will be the go-ahead man at the plate here in the 6th inning, with the Dodgers leading 6-3, and Alonso gets on again.
Tell you what, and now you have Jesse Winker, who is the guy in this moment that is just the Energizer Bunny, the one that is waiting to internally and externally explode, and he's actually standing at the edge of the lefty batter's box with a bat against his belt, looking down. I think eyes closed, deep breathing, meditating, playing this at bat in his head, and he is a very cerebral hitter. I know he shows like he's a barbaric animal out there sometimes, but Jesse's one of the smartest hitters in baseball, and he's thinking, what does he not want to throw me? What can I find? And what kind of swing can I put together to maybe give the Mets the lead?
The Mets, through 5 innings, left 8 men on base. They have the bases loaded here. They are 1 for 7 with men in scoring position. They trail 6-3, but the bases are loaded. 2 out. Winker has walked twice and singled. Phillips ready. Here's the first pitch. Slider is low, ball 1. Alvarez is at third. Vientos is at second. Alonso is at first. That's not a lot of speed, but Alonso is the tying man at first. 1-0 the count. Now the pitch. He takes a fastball in for a called strike. It's 1-1. If Winker can keep it going, that means the Mets will have scored at least 1, and Starling Marte is on deck. 1-1 the count. Phillips deals. Swing on a foul ball, going back into the seats on the suite level behind third. And now Phillips ahead, 1-2. And so up come the fans, many of them waving rally towels. The Mets refusing to wave the white flag. 1-2 to Winker. Phillips sets at the belt. Here's the pitch. Swinging a little pop fly to left. In comes Hernandez. He'll get there, and he makes the one-hand catch to retire the side. For the second time in this game, the Mets have left the bases loaded. They have left 11 men on through 6 innings and are 1 for 8 with men in scoring position. They have had their chances. 1 hit, 3 left, middle of the 6th. The Dodgers 6, the Mets 3 on Odyssey Mets Radio, driven by your Tri-Honda dealers.
Let's go Mets!
Hey, baseball fans, go yard with BetMGM. All postseason long, BetMGM is offering top odds on your favorite home run bets.
Hey you. Yeah, I'm talking to you. Thanks for hanging out with us and listening to Game 6 of the NLCS. Please take a second to hit that subscribe button and turn on that bell so you don't miss when we go live for any of the sports action, so you can come and hang out here on Toronto Sports Insider. We are trying to get to 50K. We're so close. Please help us get over 50,000 tonight, and let's have some fun and keep it classy in the chat. We'll see you guys back in there. Good luck to your team, and don't forget, hit that subscribe button. Yeah, you. I'm talking to you. Thank you. And if you've already hit it, cheers to that. See you back in the chat.
Orthopedic Group, with offices open 7 days a week. Orland & Cohen is now in Kew Gardens, too. Visit orlandcohen.com.
Cheers to a great day and this ice-cold Corona.
You know what would make this day even better? My grandma's carne asada.
Throw in some music.
We can watch the game. Or we could keep it simple.
Corona, la vida más fina. Get your Corona at ordercorona.com. Relax responsibly. Corona Extra Beer, imported by Crown Imports, Chicago, Illinois.
Chopra and No Sereno is a must-call when injured. Personal injury cases are a battle. You need a team willing to put in the work. Contact them at 855-NYC-HURT if you want top results. Chopra and No Sereno is the exclusive personal injury firm of the New York Mets. The Ray Cattina family of dealerships is the premier luxury automotive group in New Jersey and New York for one simple reason. They always put the customer first. With the finest inventory of luxury vehicles and legendary customer service, experience the Ray Cattina way. Visit raycattina.com. Well, the Mets just wasted a huge opportunity, leaving the bases loaded at the top of this sixth inning. Second time tonight, they left them loaded. 11 men left on through 6 innings. Still in the game, the Dodgers leading 6-3. And after a fabulous 2 innings by Edwin Diaz to keep the Mets hanging around, now Ryan Stanek, who was the winning pitcher 2 nights ago in Game 5, pitching into a 3rd inning for the first time. Well, he lasted 2 1/3, gave up just a home run to Mookie Betts, solo homer. That was the only hit that he gave up. He wound up the winning pitcher in the Mets' 12-6 victory. And now the Mets are going to ask Stanek for at least 3 outs here. And, you know, frankly, that's asking a lot given the workload of just 2 days ago. In that 2 1/3 innings, Stanek threw 31 pitches. That was not an exorbitant number. In fact, it's average of what you would throw in that time span. Facing Will Smith, right-hand batter, first pitch, taken low and away, ball 1.
I was talking to Carlos Mendoza. He said when Stanek went out there for that 3rd timer and he got an out, then threw a scoreless inning, then went out there for that 3rd one, Stanek goes, really? He was a little bit shocked.
Well, the 1-0 is low, 2-0. Missing with a 96-mile-an-hour fastball that squirts away from Alvarez. And if Stanek is thinking right now, boy, that was a heavy workload a couple of days ago, he's got to purge that from his memory. Because all that matters is the here and now with the Mets desperately trying to stay in it. The 2-0, low, ball 3. Carlos says he can recognize immediately when a pitcher doesn't have it. He says you can see if the pitches aren't competitive. Very often they're a ball right out of the pitcher's hand. And at least 2 of these first 3 pitches, I think, would fit that description. So this bears watching. 3-0. Now the pitch to Smith. It's outside, ball 4, a 4-pitch walk. Mets are asking a lot here from Ryan Stanek. And he has a look on his face right now that basically tells you that he's feeling it. And so sensing that, even those who had their backs to him and couldn't see his face, all of the infielders, including catcher Francisco Alvarez, go to the mound to try and, well, pump his tires, really.
Yeah, the Mets very quickly in that bullpen saw somebody rip off a blue jacket, the number 75 underneath. That is Reed Garrett now lightly sprinting to that mound to get loose. And you're right. I mean, it's the last outing, even though mentally you'd like to be happy about it and move on. Physically, that's the biggest challenge right now is can he physically feel good after just a day off after a long flight? I don't know how much recovery you're talking about. First 4 pitches out of the zone and may not have it tonight, but he's got to dig in for at least 2 more batters.
Well, here's Chris Taylor, 1 for 2. First pitch on the way, shows bunt, pulls back, takes low, ball 1. Velocity's fine. He's throwing 98. He throws 97 to 100 basically, but he hasn't been able to locate. And the question is just how many pitches are in that arm right now? Can they get where they need to go? The 1-0 again shows bunt, pulls back, takes low. It's ball 2. That is 6 in a row out of the strike zone. And he needs to work to another batter after this. As Garrett gets ready in the Mets bullpen. You know, Garrett has been similarly used recently. Lots of pitches. Vientos in tied at third. On the grass. Taylor squares the 2-0 bunt at first base side and kicks foul. Picked up by Alonso, and it's 2-1 now on Chris Taylor. And all Taylor's trying to do is push a runner into scoring position. Shohei Ohtani's on deck, and if that were the case, it even pays to pitch to Ohtani, but you pick your poison, right? Because you've got Mookie Betts behind him. And Mookie's one of those guys who he's seen Ohtani walked in front of him before and taken it personally the way Vientos did when Lindor drew a walk in the Phillies series. 2-1 pitch. Bunted hard towards first, picked up by Alonso. He throws a meatball to second, not nearly in time. Oh boy, Pete just didn't get anything on it. A floater of a throw, not even close at second base. Everybody safe. Smith at second, Taylor at first.
Now, sorry, Howie. Pete just grabs this ball, and I think he's just trying to get this ball to second, and he turns off balance, threw it wide a little bit, so Lindor had to stretch. And Pete just tried to do too much. Tried to be a hero in that spot where you feel like your pitcher is struggling. You want to help him out so much when you should just simply take the out at first base, which he didn't do.
For a lot of reasons, because you have to play the scenario out in your mind, just as we were discussing. He should know that if he takes the sure out at first, there's a chance they walk Ohtani. So you don't have to deal with Ohtani, and you have an out. Well, now you've got the worst of all those possibilities because 2 on, nobody out for the Dodgers, and Ohtani the batter here. And with one swing, I don't even have to tell you what he can do, but it would be a dagger. So first pitch by Stanek, bounced foul over by the Mets dugout, and into the dugout, the count 0-1. So this game, and with it the season, may be at a crossroads in these next couple of plate appearances. Ohtani here. Betts on deck. Dodgers 6, Mets 3. Nobody out, last of the 6th. Smith is at second. Taylor at first. The outfield very deep and straight away. The 0-1. Swing and a miss. Well, he threw the split and got Ohtani to swing right over it, and it's 0-2.
That's what the righties against the lefties, where you have an advantage, where it's usually a disadvantage, is that one pitch, the splitter, and he's thrown 2 of them here. And Ohtani is behind 0-2 on those pitches.
Well, windmilling the arm a little bit just to stay loose. Stanek looking for every edge he can get. Comes set. The 0-2 in the dirt. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Once again the split. Ohtani spit on it. Mookie Betts on deck. Vientos deep at third. Lindor at second. Trying to hold Smith as closely as possible. Now Francisco backs up, and the 1-2 in the dirt, the split again. And it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. Of course, the guy warming up with the bullpen, Reed Garrett, also specializes in the split. But the workload has been so heavy for both of these pitchers recently. I just wonder what they've got left. 2-2, now the pitch. Fastball down and in. Actually, that was a slider. And it was in the dirt. 3 balls and 2 strikes. So Ohtani not being overly or unnecessarily aggressive here. Knowing that Stanek's been wild. Not getting himself out. Not yet anyway. 3-2 the count. You doubt the runners would go with Betts on deck. 3-2. They're not going. The payoff pitch swung on and popped foul straight back over our heads and out of play.
I cannot believe he just threw him a fastball down the middle. 3-2. You know, Ohtani's looking to put one into the San Gabriel Mountains. Throw him a splitter. I mean, make him chase. And Stanek throws him a heater right down the middle, and he fouls back. That was bold.
Let's see what he does here on 3-2. Here's the pitch. Swing and a liner to shallow center. Coming on is Taylor. He can't get it. He went down to a knee. The ball ricochets off that leg, and that's going to allow a run to score. Around third, and coming home is Smith. Taylor stops at second, and on at first with a single to center is Shohei Ohtani. The Dodgers now lead 7-3 and have runners at first and second. Nobody out, and that's going to be it for Stanek. Carlos Mendoza is on his way to the mound. This pitching change is brought to you by the New York Lottery. Get out there and play the newest scratch-off games for a chance to win. When you're number one, it's always good to remember who helped you get there. For the Ray Catena family of dealerships, it's an easy call. They're customers. It's why Ray Catena is the premier luxury automotive group in New Jersey and New York. Their game plan is simple. It's to always put the customer first with legendary customer service and the brands they trust the most. Mercedes-Benz, Lexus, Audi, Porsche, BMW, Land Rover, Infiniti, Jaguar, Mini, and Sprinter. Visit a Ray Catena dealership or go to raycatena.com.
Are you or a loved one living with Crohn's, colitis, MS, rheumatoid arthritis, or a chronic health condition that requires IV medication? Check out ThriveWell Infusion.
Hey, baseball fans, thanks for hanging out with us tonight for Game 6 of the NLCS. It's shifted back to Dodger Stadium. The Mets got it done and forced this Game 6. Can the amazing Mets do it again? We'll find out. Or will the Dodgers book their ticket to face the other team in New York, the Yankees? Only time will tell. Please hit that like button down below. As well, please share this link out and let's get more baseball fans here in the chat, hanging out with us, having a good time, because that's what we do here on Toronto Sports Insider. So chat it up. Let's keep it classy. Hit that thumbs up. Share it out. See you back in the chat. Good luck to your team.
To find out more, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Reed Garrett, the new pitcher for the Mets. Pitching change brought to you by the New York Lottery. Get out there and play the newest scratch-off games for a chance to win. Well, the Mets won Game 5 to force this series back to Los Angeles. But Chavez Ravine is in danger of becoming the Mets' Waterloo right here in this 6th inning, because the Dodgers have added to their lead. It's now 7-3 on the Ohtani single to center off the knee of Taylor. They have runners at first and second, nobody out. Reed Garrett replaces Ryan Stanek on the mound. And so Garrett, with a similarly heavy workload recently, will try to find something here against Mookie Betts. Right-hand batter. And Garrett, the right-hander, deals. Low outside, ball one, missing badly with a sweeper. Well, that's why Edwin Diaz was used in the middle innings. The Mets needed him to keep this thing close to give the Mets an opportunity, and they had their opportunity. Loading the bases in the top of this inning, not being able to score, and the Dodgers come right back. 1-0, a pickoff throw to second, close, but diving back in safely is Taylor. Well, Chris Taylor just did get the hand in ahead of McNeil's tag. Trail runner at first, Shohei Ohtani. Garrett looking into the Mets dugout to see if they might want a challenge, but Carlos Mendoza says no. But it was that close.
A really, really good throw, good tag, bang, bang. Taylor just got a fingernail in there.
And time called. There'll be an exchange of baseballs.
That's what you do, though, when you have the teeth of the lineup up. You're just trying to find it out anywhere without having to throw a pitch to some of these guys.
It is 1-0 to Betts. Garrett comes set. Many in this crowd on their feet. A 1-0 pitch. Swing and a miss. Oh, a sinker. Produces the swing and miss. 1-1 to Betts, who was struck out. Hit one back through the mound that clipped the Naya. Went right out to McNeil at second, who threw him out. And then Betts walked and stole a base in the 4th. Outfield straightaway, fairly deep. 1-1. Now the pitch. Swinging a liner to third, caught by a diving Vientos. It squirts out of his glove. He throws on one hop to second, and they get the force play there as Taylor goes to third. Well, if Vientos had kept the ball in his glove, they might have been able to double Taylor off the second base. But as it turns out, they get one out. They eliminate the middleman as Ohtani is out. 5-4. And going to third is Taylor. So runners at the corners with Betts safe on the fielder's choice. Teoscar Hernandez will be next.
Now in football, this would be a ground cause fumble. Vientos had it, and as soon as he hit the ground, he lost it. It squirted out of his glove.
So here's Hernandez, right-hand batter with power. The infield back in double play depth. Right-hand hitter. Garrett deals. Swinging a liner towards short. Caught by a diving Lindor. 2 men away. Lindor just saved a run. Full extension, diving to his left at the edge of the outfield grass. Terrific play by Francisco Lindor, who refuses to allow the Mets to go quietly.
This is a full extension reach, not just totally out, but low. It's sinking and slicing away from him. He caught this ball maybe 12 or 14 inches off the ground. He really had to go down and over to get it. What a play.
The Dodgers were that close to reclaiming their biggest lead of the night, which was 5 at 6-1. It is now 7-3. Runners remain at the corners, 2 out. And this guy coming to the plate.
Yeah.
Probably don't even need to know his name if you've been paying attention, but this guy is Tommy Edman, a front runner for LCS MVP if the score stays the same. Garrett just stepped off there, so that's one disengagement. Betts could be running at first, but again, Edman's been so hot. Let's see. Garrett comes set. Now the pitch. Edman takes a called strike. 0-1 as Garrett gets the sweeper over. Edman, a 2-run double in the first to give the Dodgers the lead after the Mets had scored a run in the top half, and then a 2-run homer in the third. That made it 4-1. 0-1. Switch hitter batting left. Betts runs. Pitch taken down and in. No throw by Alvarez. The ball actually squirts out of his glove anyway. So it is a stolen base for Mookie Betts. His second of the game. That takes the fielders, or at least the force play, off on the infield and puts 2 in scoring position. Garrett desperately trying to avoid the Dodgers finding the dagger here. 7-3, second and third, 2 out, bottom 6. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Down and in with a breaking ball. 2-1. Missing again with a sweeper. Max Muncy, a left-hand batter, is on deck. Chris Taylor, the runner at third. Now Betts is at second. Garrett brings the hands together. Here's the 2-1 to Edman. Swinging a bouncing ball to the right side. Waiting on it, McNeil. He backhands, throws to first in time. Side retired. The Dodgers add a run in the 6th inning. On 1 hit, no errors, 2 men left, and at the end of 6 at Dodger Stadium, it's the Dodgers 7 and the Mets 3 on Odyssey. Mets Radio, driven by your Tri-Honda dealer.
Let's go, Mets!
Hello, my dear. We've been waiting all year to unleash the sounds of fear. Soundtracks, scary stories, a howl, and a sneer.
Hey you. Yeah, I'm talking to you. Cheers, insiders. Thank you all for helping us hit 50,000 subscribers. Thank you all that are watching right now that helped us get over the hump tonight. And a big special shout out to all of you who have been here for so long, chatting it up, cheering on our Maple Leafs, our Raptors, our Blue Jays, and making this Toronto sports community flourish. We're hitting 50K. We're moving on to 75. We're moving on to 100, and we're going to keep going. Thank you again to Sick Kids Hospital. It's been a great partnership so far, and we are just getting started. Thank you for just being here and making a difference for the Sick Kids Hospital in Toronto and Toronto Sports Insider. Now let's get back to the hockey. It's not hockey, but that's where this started. We're getting back to the baseball. Cheers, everybody. Good luck to your team. See you back in the chat. 50,000 subscribers. What?
All new SiriusXM app.
SiriusXM NFL Radio is your home for the National Football League all year long on Channel 88 and on the all-new SiriusXM app.
Mets fans, this is David Stearns, and you're listening to Mets Baseball on SiriusXM.
Have scored 7 runs, but the Mets have really hurt themselves. 1 for 8 with men in scoring position. They have left 11 men on base through the first 6 innings, just adding to the tremendous frustration they have to be feeling as we hit the final third of this game, Keith.
Yeah, what is tough is, as you go along, men on base, you're going to leave guys on base all game, all year, but it's, every once in a while you're going to knock a couple in, right? Well, the Mets have felt like they have left so many on. They did score in the first inning on a little blue pit by Pete Alonso, and then the 2-run home run by Mark Vientos. And there have been some other warning track shots for the Mets tonight. Just have not had enough big hits to this moment right now. But, of course, it's a 4-run game now. The Mets were down 5, pulled it within 3. So it's not as if the fight has left this club. It's just simply time is starting to tick down a little quicker now. So Starling Marte leads off against the newest pitcher, Daniel Hudson. Haven't seen him since Game 1. Marte, Taylor, McNeil, the batters. First pitch to Marte is a little bit outside with a fastball. 1 ball and no strikes. What is true tonight is whether it's been Kopech, Kasparius, Bonda, Brazier, Phillips, Mets have had base runners against every single Dodgers pitcher. Here's the 1-0. Marte hits a ground ball to third. Diving backhand stop by Kike Hernandez from his knees. Throws to first. A one-hopper in time. Dug out by Muncy. Now Marte had eyes for a double on that one down the line. Kike Hernandez got leather in the way. 1 out. Now we're coming to you live from the Bigelow Tea broadcast booth. Bigelow Tea, grab a mug and tea proudly. 7-3 LA. A great play by Hernandez. And here's Tyrone Taylor, who's going to call for a quick time before hopping into the batter's box. Now Taylor was just in center field on that sinking Shohei Ohtani line drive that he tried to slide and make a catch on. He didn't, and a run scored. Pitch. High and outside, a fastball, 1 ball and no strikes. Now Taylor, who usually gets to basically every single ball, was playing so deep like the rest of the Met outfielders against Ohtani. He had to run such a long way straight in. 1-0 to him. Hudson hits the inside corner, a fastball strike, and it's 1-1. Tyrone has flown out twice, 1 to the warning track, and he's been hit by a pitch, so he's been on 1 out of 3 times tonight. Hudson from the belt, kicks and deals. And it's chopped foul down third, 1-2. Scoreboard update brought to you by Food Bazaar. Shop locally global with Food Bazaar Supermarket, foodbazaar.com. AL is all set. Yankees won the pennant. And they're just waiting for a friend and a foe. The 1-2. Just missed somewhere, a little bit low. David Rackley has called a couple of strikes balls tonight, including that one right there, and it's 2-2. World Series begins on Friday, either here or in the Bronx. 2-2 from Hudson. Rip to left field along the line. That is a base hit. Tyrone Taylor is on, and the Mets just keep chopping away at this big tree. They're still down by 4, but again, in every single inning, they have had men on. Now they've left 11, which is starting to teeter toward some of the most that they've ever left on in a playoff game. Most that they've ever left was in the World Series Game 2, 1973, where they left 15 men on base. Well, they have left 11 so far. There's Jeff McNeil batting left. Hudson deals. And Jeff lines the ball to right center field. That's a base hit going toward the alleyway. Taylor hits second, races for third. The throw comes into second. Taylor is safe at third. Jeff McNeil with a hit. And the Mets keep that line moving. They have first and third, 1 out for the very hot Francisco Alvarez.
First hit of the series for Jeff. He's now 1 for 10, and here come the Mets again trying to make something of it.
Now, again, I want to mention that the 15 men left on base in the 1973 World Series, that was in extra innings. The most in a 9-inning game was 13. That was in the NLCS in 2000 against the Cardinals. The Mets are trying to avoid having left so many men on base from here on out. They trail by 4. Pitch to Alvarez, clocked in the sky to right. Betts angling back, slowing down near the track. In deep right, makes the catch. Taylor sprints home from third. The throw goes towards second. Taylor scores. It's a sac fly for Alvarez. So the Mets are now down 7-4 with 2 outs in the top of the 7th. And with a runner at first base, which is Jeff McNeil, here comes Francisco Lindor. So, of course, Alvarez had eyes for the pavilion, which is what they call the bleachers here at Dodger Stadium. Looking for right field, but he just got underneath it too much for the sac fly.
Tell you what, though, the last 3 games, Alvarez's at-bats have been so much better.
Here's Lindor. Mets chasing 3. Hudson deals and steers the first one in. A fastball strike, 0-1.
And that can be significant whether the Mets win this game or not, because now Francisco, if they lose this game, can go into the winter a little bit more relaxed, as opposed to staying along the path he was traveling when he couldn't buy a hit.
McNeil with basically no lead at first. The 0-1 foul back under our booth behind home plate. And it's 0-2 on Lindor. McNeil is not taking a big lead at all because he simply knows the Mets need a lot of big swings here. I love 90 feet on the stolen base, but they need swings. Lindor trying to provide a swing here. 2 outs. The 0-2. Down and in. Missed with a breaking ball. Try the slider. And it's a ball and 2 strikes. Dodgers scored 4 in the bottom of the third. Mets have been playing catch up ever since. Infield back around to the right side. Hudson set. The 1-2 to Lindor. Up high with a fastball. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Brandon Nimmo waits on deck. Both bullpens have guys on the mounds. Blake Trinan for the Dodgers and Kodai Senga for the Mets. Right now, all eyes on Lindor in the 7th. Mets down 7-4. Runner at first. The 2-2 pitch. Swung on and missed. He got him. Slider down and in. It was going to be strike 3. Just a great pitch. Lindor goes down on it, and the inning is over. Mets grab a run on 2 hits. They will go deeper and deeper into this game. Time winding down. The Dodgers lead is 7-4. We go to the bottom of the 7th. And the 7th inning stretch is brought to you by Gin and Juice Ready to Drink Cocktail, a lightly carbonated seltzer, an official partner of the New York Mets.
ThriveWellInfusion.com, New York's premier infusion and injection center, saving lives drip by drip.
When just one life is saved, it wins the game. Just like in baseball, when the same player has 3,000 hits, it's monumental. LifeVac, the original choking rescue device, is approaching 3,000 lives saved. Hi, I'm Arthur Lee, CEO and inventor of LifeVac. With its place, push, pull technology, LifeVac uses suction to clear the airway and save a life. There's only one proven airway clearance device, LifeVac. Mention code BASEBALL for 20% off your order today. Go to lifevac.net.
It's the perfect time to replace your boiler and water heater with a new Peerless boiler and Pavilion tankless water heater. Visit peerlessboilers.com for a dealer near you.
New Jersey might be small, but there's a lot of wow packed into this little state. Cork-popping wows, time to dine wows, Pine Barren wows. Find your wow at visitnj.org. New Jersey, little state, lot of wow.
Chopra and Nocerino is the exclusive personal injury firm of the New York Mets. Winning in the playoffs is a battle. So is a personal injury case. Trust Chopra and Nocerino will fight for you and go the distance if needed. Chopra and Nocerino always come prepared. They have proven results and will fight to get results you need. They have countless victories here in New York and serve New Yorkers proudly. If you've been hurt in an accident, you need to call Chopra and Nocerino. 855-NYC-HURT. Chopra and Nocerino. They'll fight for you.
With over 30 stores to serve you, a rewards app that earns you free groceries, and a shop online service that delivers right to your door, what are you waiting for? Download the Food Bazaar Rewards app and get 10,000 bonus points after your first purchase. Visit foodbazaar.com.
Now we go to the bottom of the 7th inning, and for the first time in a Mets uniform, Kodai Senga will make a relief appearance. Mets need him to keep the status quo. It is 7-4 Dodgers. The Mets offensively have 6 outs to work with, chasing 3. Senga's job is to keep it at just 3. So Max Muncy, Kike Hernandez, and Andy Pages, the batters, 5, 6, and 7. Now Kodai again. This is not just his second year ever pitching. He obviously came over from Japan, where he pitched for 11 seasons in Japan, and many of them he would come out of the bullpen. So this is not totally new. It's just new in this country. But for Senga, it's been a year filled with uncertainty and doubt and injury, really. And now the Mets just need him to come up with a scoreless bottom of the 7th. The right-hander is set middle of the rubber. High leg kick, first pitch. Breaking ball, snaps in for a strike. 0-1. Of course, it was Senga on the mound in the NLCS. game against the Phillies, in which Kyle Schwarber took him deep, but the Mets would rally back to win that game. Here's the 0-1 to Muncy. Up high with a fastball. That was at 97, and that's 1 ball and 1 strike. And then game 1 of this series, he just didn't have it. 30 pitches, 20 of them outside the zone, and there were a lot of doubts about his future. Here's the 1-1. On the inside corner, 93-mile-an-hour cutter. That's 1-2. Well, for the days and days and days and days of questioning, well, here is Kodai Senga pitching in relief. Question answered. Infield back around to the right. The 1-2. Hit him. Cutter on the elbow. It just kept following Muncy, and so a hit by pitch for Senga. And a runner on base. This copyrighted broadcast is presented by authority of the New York Mets and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the New York Mets. So it is 7-4 Dodgers. Mets led 1-0 in the top of the first. Dodgers then scored 6 unanswered runs. Mark Vientos' 2-run homer in the fourth made it 6-3. And both teams have traded runs since. And they're just doing a quick inspection of Max Muncy's elbow, but he's now at first base. Clayton McCullough, the first base coach, has his arm around him. Muncy's going to stay in this game. So Kike Hernandez, finally ready to hit, climbs in for the righty batter's box. Mets have gone with so many pitches today that they, again, had no choice but to throw Senga. Middle infield looking for the double play. The righty holds the set. Slide step. First pitch, ground ball to second base. Bounces off McNeil's chest. He recovers, flips to second for 1 and only 1. Lindor cannot get a throw off to first. So Muncy is out on the 4-6. Kike Hernandez reaches on a sharp ground ball to second base. A fielder's choice.
Frustrating for the Mets. That was a tailor-made double play ball.
Sharp shot that looked like it took a little late short hop skip off McNeil. Well, again, the thing about McNeil is many questions about can he hit pitching after not seeing it for a while. Another thing, too, about just game speed defense. They couldn't convert the double play. So here's Pages. Dodgers by 3 in the 7th. First pitch fastball in there at the knees. 0-1 on Pages. Now McNeil is back from a wrist injury, a hand injury, a broken bone. And that's the injury update brought to you by the Rothenberg Law Firm. If you're injured in an accident, the game plan is simple. InjuryLawyer.com. 0-1. Swing and a miss. High inside heat at 95, and it's 0-2. And really right away, even though he hit Max Muncy with a cutter, Senga's been throwing the ball well. A lot of strikes so far. 5 of the 7 pitches. And that was his biggest thing. I mean, there was a lot of talk about Senga. He just simply had a bad outing. Just happened to have it at a really, really tough time of the year. Game 1 of the NLCS. Dodgers won that game 9-0. 1-on-1 out. 0-2. Bounces up there. There's the forkball. Blocked nicely by Alvarez. That's a ball and 2 strikes. When the Mets get back to the plate at the top of the 8th, they'll have 2 through the bottom. So they'll have Nimmo, Vientos, and Alonso. Again, 6 outs to play with. McNeil up the middle, shaded towards second. A spin and a throw over to first, and Kike Hernandez walks in safely with no tag. Of course, however this ends, Pat McCarthy has you for the Verizon Mets postgame show. Verizon, the network New York City relies on. 1-2 to Pages coming from Senga. He holds the set. Now the pitch. Grounded, foul down third, right along the line. Some oohs and ahs from the crowd, and Mark Vientos. Watch that one just go right outside the chalk. Now, really, when you see Kodai Senga, think about how could the Mets really get anywhere without him this year? And the fact that they finished the way they finished, how they pitched the way they pitched, they did it without Senga. Kodai made 1 start this year in the regular season. 1-2, got him with a forkball. That was filthy, down and in. Pages swung at it, and it didn't even get there yet. And then as the swing was completed, then it bounced in there. So a strikeout for Senga. And here's Will Smith, who had a big swing tonight, a 2-run shot. Part of the 7-4 Dodgers lead here in the bottom of the 7th. Infield is back. McNeil up the middle. Lindor deep at short. Vientos deep and along the line at third. Outfield playing deep and the other way. First pitch. Smith cracks one in the air toward left. Nimmo in, stops, and makes the chest-high catch. Side retired. Kodai Senga, first relief inning as a New York Met. A scoreless bottom of the 7th inning. Blake Trinan coming on, the closer for the Dodgers. We go to the 8th in Game 6. 7-4 Los Angeles on Odyssey Mets Radio, driven by your Tri-Honda dealers.
Let's go Mets!
Bye.
2 beef patty, special sauce, lettuce, cheese, pickles, onions on a sesame seed bun. 2 chicken patty, special sauce, lettuce, cheese, and pickles on a sesame seed bun.
Hey you. Yeah, I'm talking to you. Thanks for hanging out with us in the chat. Now you gotta let us know, where are you watching from tonight during Game 6 of the NLCS? Who are you rooting for? Let us know in the chat where you're watching from. City and state in the US, city and province in Canada, and let us know international how far out our reach is here on Toronto Sports Insider tonight for Game 6. Now let's get back to the baseball. Thank you for participating in the chat and hanging out with us. Now let's go have some fun and keep it classy. Good luck to your team.
24/7, 365 coverage of all things NASCAR. All things NASCAR happens exclusively on SiriusXM NASCAR Radio, Channel 90.
Hey, this is James Hinchcliffe from Off Track with Hinch and Rossi. Do you love podcasts?
Yep.
Do you have a best friend?
Oh, yeah.
Do you like driving 200 miles per hour in a car with no roof?
Sure do.
Well, then join me and my best friend, IndyCar driver and 2016 Indy 500 winner Alex Rossi.
That's me.
Twice a week for Off Track with Hinch and Rossi on SiriusXM Podcast Network. All year round, we're talking IndyCar, F1, food, travel, and more with some of the biggest names from on and off the track.
So download Off Track with Hinch and Rossi now, available on the SiriusXM app or wherever you get your podcasts.
SiriusXM NFL Radio is your home for the National Football League all year long on Channel 88 and on the all-new SiriusXM app.
Game 6 here in Los Angeles. The Mets do or die. They have to win or they go home. And right now they are down 7-4 to the Dodgers. Here in the top of the 8th, 6 outs to go. So the Dodgers in this bullpen game have sent a bevy of arms against the Mets. They will now send one of their best. Their closer, Blake Trinan. Here in the 8th, they'll see Nimmo, Vientos, and Alonso. Howie.
And the Mets are at a time of game now where they have flourished more than any team should have a right to expect. Because the Mets this year won 13 times when they trailed after 7 innings, 9 times when they trailed after 8. They have done some of their best work at this time of game. But right now we are at this time of season where they are 6 outs away from winter. And they are not in a mood to think about that just yet, as if they do what they've been doing most of this year, there are still 6 outs to play with and at-bats to grind in an effort to come up with something. Problem being, though, they have had so much difficulty bringing men in with men on base. They've left a dozen on today. Brandon Nimmo leads off. First pitch by Trinan, in for a called strike, 0-1. And so you can say that Dave Roberts has steered his ship exactly to the port he wants. If they haven't docked yet, he's got the guy they want out there to get the final 6 outs, Trinan. The 0-1 on the way, taken high, 1 ball and 1 strike. So Trinan pitched in the first 2 games of the Citi Field portion of this series for the Dodgers, games 3 and 4. So he's had a couple of days since appearing. The 1-1 on the way. Nimmo check swing. He went around at the breaking ball, the sweeper, and it is 1-2. Nimmo, Vientos, and Alonso due up here in this 8th inning. 6 outs to play with. 6 outs to extend this storybook season. The 1-2. Check swing. He went around, strike 3. Make that 5 outs. 1 man away. Mark Vientos will be the batter. The speed report, powered by Verizon, the network New York City relies on. Speed? I don't know. Right now, they need base runners. And if they're speedy ones, they could bring them around in a best-case scenario. Just read them as we see them. Here's Vientos, right-hand batter, first pitch. Fastball, low and away, ball 1. Let's need 2 base runners to get the tying man to the plate here. Vientos has a 2-run homer in this game. 1 for 3 with a walk. Pete Alonso on deck. Here's the 1-1. Swing on a pop-up foul. And it's coming out of play, and it will. Just to the left of home plate, but it's a good dozen rows back, right behind the moat downstairs. And the count 1 ball and 1 strike on Vientos. So Pete Alonso not in the on-deck circle, on the grass, trying to get as good a look at Trinan as he can. He's seen him before. 1-1 the count. Now the pitch. Swing and a miss at a wicked sweeper. And it's 1-2.
So simple from Trinan. He kind of just steps and short arms it as if he's having a catch in the backyard, but it's hard to pick up. That sweeper has feet of movement down and away to the righties.
He had been on the IL early this year, but when he came back, he was terrific. 1-2, the pitch to Vientos. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Got him with a sweeper. Trinan has struck out the first 2. Now the Mets are down to just 4 outs to work with. With 2 out, nobody on, it is fair to contemplate whether this might be Pete Alonso's last plate appearance as a New York Met. We've said that a couple of times in this postseason. The one he'll be known for forever was 1 swing in Milwaukee. First pitch to Pete. Fastball on the inner half for a called strike, 0-1. This is effectively the heart of the Mets order here, and Trinan has been smooth as can be in striking out the first 2. Outfield straight away, the 0-1 to Pete. Big breaking ball outside, 1 ball and 1 strike. Trinan going to the sweeper again. That's 4 runs, 9 hits, no errors. The Dodgers 7 runs, 8 hits, and 1 error. Trinan to the belt. Now the 1-1 to Alonso. Swing and a foul, and that hurt him. Came right off his leg, and Pete is down flat momentarily in the batter's box, trying to get to his knees, and now trying to push himself upright, but he can't do it yet. We'll have to see a replay to figure out exactly where it hit him, but only now does Pete get up and is beginning to walk it off as he backs onto the grass outside the batter's box. It's like it got him below the left knee, between the foot and the bottom of the kneecap. He's flexing it as he gets back into the batter's box, being given as much time as he needs from David Rackley, the home plate ump, allowing the fans to stay on their feet, wave their blue towels. And now Pete takes his time out because he needs a little more.
You can see Scott Boras in that front row. He doesn't look too pleased either after that foul ball off of his leg.
Well, ultimately, he should be all right. 1-2 the count. Trying into the belt. Now the pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Got him with a sweeper. Blake Trinan strikes out the side in the 8th. And the Mets are down to just 3 outs to play with. Nothing across, middle of the 8th inning in Game 6. The Dodgers 7, the Mets 4 on Odyssey Mets Radio, driven by your Tri-Honda dealer.
There's nothing quite like the Honda Civic Hybrid, Accord Hybrid, and CR-V Hybrid when it comes to exhilarating efficiency. With hybrid technology and thrilling capability, these vehicles deliver an electrifying performance on every drive. But what truly makes these hybrids special is the unwavering determination that inspires everything we do. Redefine your driving experience with Honda, KBB.com's best value brand of 2024.
Contact your local Honda dealer.
Hey you! Yeah, I'm talking to you. Thanks for hanging out with us and listening to Game 6 of the NLCS. Please take a second to hit that subscribe button and turn on that bell so you don't miss when we go live for any of the sports action, so you can come and hang out here on Toronto Sports Insider. We are trying to get to 50K. We're so close. Please help us get over 50,000 tonight, and let's have some fun and keep it classy in the chat. We'll see you guys back in there. Good luck to your team, and don't forget, hit that subscribe button. Yeah, you. I'm talking to you. Thank you. And if you've already hit it, cheers to that. See you back in the chat.
.com. Saving lives drip by drip.
Hey, New York fans. Phones weren't made to be broken, but life happens. So when you break your phone, Verizon in New York City's got you. Trade in any phone from one of their top brands in any condition, guaranteed, and get a great deal on one of their best 5G phones with unlimited ultimate. Switch now and save. Available at a New York City area Verizon store.
Well, we're at the point now where there's really not much managing that needs to be done. Kodai Senga stays on the mound to work the bottom of the eighth for the Mets, who trail the Dodgers 7-4. The Dodgers have their closer, Blake Treinen, in the game, and did he ever deliver in the eighth inning? Striking out Nimmo, Vientos, and Alonso. Striking out the side. He'll be out there to try and nail down the pennant for the Dodgers in the ninth inning, when the Mets will be due to send up Jesse Winker, Starling Marte, and Tyrone Taylor. Chris Taylor will lead off the bottom of the eighth inning for Los Angeles. Taylor has singled, stolen a base, flied to right, and bunted his way on via a fielder's choice when Pete Alonso made a poor and ill-advised throw to second base. So here's Taylor, right-hand batter. Senga's first pitch. Fastball taken high, ball one. For the Dodgers, Tommy Edman is their thriving player of the game, maybe of the series. Brought to you by Thrivewell Infusion, New York's premier infusion and injection center. The 1-0 on the way, hit hard up the middle, a base hit going into center field. Chris Taylor has his second hit of the game. And this big crowd ready to let loose, smelling the National League pennant, looking for a little more insurance here in the eighth inning, and Taylor gets it started with a single up the middle.
Now we talk about how well the Mets have been able to put traffic on all night. Well, the Dodgers offense, it kind of goes without saying. They've had one inning where they went down 1-2-3. They have been a machine, not just tonight, but all series.
It was against Edwin Diaz in the fifth. So here is Ohtani, and the first pitch taken high, 1 ball and no strikes. Single with a 90-mile-an-hour cutter there. Ohtani, couple of singles in 4 trips. Now they're chanting MVP, and it'll probably be the National League MVP. 1-0 I'm a throw to first, and Taylor dives back in. Wouldn't you think that Tommy Edman is the front runner for the series MVP? LCS, I know people are always going to look at what Ohtani does and say, oh yeah, he should be the MVP. How about Edman, though?
He would deserve it.
I think so, too. 1-0. Now the pitch. Outside, ball 2.
Plus, Ohtani goes out to the pavilion out there behind the seats and saves a cat stuck in a tree. I think it is Tommy Edman's to lose.
2-0 the count. Alonso holding Taylor on at first. 2-0 on the way, and the dirt with a forkball, ball 3. Well, the Mets have had their chances in this game offensively. However, on the mound, Manaea, on a night that, and you don't often hear this in an elimination game, the Mets really needed to stretch him out. He struggled, only lasted 2. 3-0 to Ohtani, in for a strike. It's 3-1. Manaea giving up 6 hits and 5 runs. Dodgers built a 6-1 lead after 3. Vientos cut that to 6-3 with a 2-run homer in the 4th. 3-1 on the way, in for a called strike. Full count to Ohtani. Dodgers added 1 in the 6th. Mets got that back in the 7th. It remains 7-4 Los Angeles. And the Mets margin for error down to the nubs. Vientos way off the line at third. Senga ready. Holding that set, now throws to first. That's 2 disengagements. And so if Taylor wants to take a little extra liberty here on 3-2, he can do that, whether he's running or not. Stretches that lead out. Pretty good sized lead now. It'll be a payoff pitch to Ohtani. Taylor runs, and the pitch is low, ball 4. So, single by Taylor. Ohtani walks And here comes Mookie Betts with 2 on, nobody out.
Now it goes without saying, too, that Dodgers can't add more here. Mets have enough on their offensive plate for the top of the 9th inning, down by 3. But as Carlos Mendoza, Jeremy Hefner have struggled to find who's going to get 27 outs against this offense, because there's no breaks. And the Mets have felt that since game 1 of this series.
Francisco Alvarez out in front of the plate. Flashing signs, working on the pitch comm and all that. As Mookie Betts settles in, Betts struck out, grounded out, walked, hit into a fielder's choice. Runners lead, second and first, nobody out. First pitch is in for a called strike, a slider.
Everybody clap, clap.
And it's 0-1. Teoscar Hernandez, who woke up a bit after being 0 for 18 in this series, is on deck. Singled his first 2 times. 0-1 to Betts. Senga deals. And the pitch low and away. A cutter. 1 ball and 1 strike.
Jose Butto is up and warming for the Mets in that bullpen. And everybody, all hands on deck.
Ohtani now, or at least Senga, at 21 pitches. He's probably got 40 or 45 available tonight, I would think. The 1-1 taken for a called strike, the cutter, and it's 1-2. I don't think this is about the workload for Senga, who's in his 2nd inning, as much as it is there's men on base, and the Mets just can't afford to allow any more runs, down 3 in the 8th. 1-2. Here's the pitch. In the dirt, the forkball blocked by Alvarez. Keeps it in front of him, and the runners stay put. Taylor at second, Ohtani at first, and it's 2-2. Probably a third of this place or more on their feet at the moment. 2-2 to Mookie Betts. Runners lead, second and first. Senga deals. Breaking ball is low. Full count. With each base runner, that rubber band representing the New York Mets is ever closer to snapping. 3-2. Will the runners move here? They're not going. And the pitch hit deep to left field. Back towards the corner. Nimmo over. It's off the base of the wall and in play. Taylor around third, coming home. Lindor will not make a relay throw. Ohtani stops at third, and on at second with a double and a run batted in, waving his arms, kicking his leg, is Mookie Betts. The Dodgers now lead 8-4 and have runners at second and third. Nobody out.
And really, the Dodgers, you have to give credit where credit is due. They do not care what they are up by, where they are in the game. It just seems that every inning they come out and go, how many runs can we pour on you now? And they're getting big hits when they need to extend this lead. And like you said, that rubber band being stretched because the Dodgers just will not stop on offense.
Teoscar Hernandez bats with the infield in. Second and third, no out. And the first pitch lined in the air to right field should be deep enough to score a run. Marte makes the catch. Here comes Ohtani. The throw comes into the infield. So Ohtani scores standing on a sacrifice fly by Teoscar Hernandez. The Dodgers now lead 9-4. 1 out, bottom of the 8th inning. And going to third was Betts.
I mentioned that Butto had been up and throwing, but at this point,
Shortstop, number 24.
just for Carlos Mendoza, just have Senga finish out this 8th. If you need somebody for the 9th, you've got Butto. But this is Senga's game right now.
Boy, would the Mets love a bottom of the 9th inning in this game. But they trail by 5. The infield in, 1 out, Betts at third, and here's Edman. First pitch in the dirt. 1 ball and no strikes, missing with a fastball.
This fan base was just chanting MVP, so at least they know where the award should go.
Well, they're thinking along with us. Not that they needed our help. Betts short lead at third. Vientos right next to him. Infield in, the 1-0. Bouncing ball to first. Grabbed by Alonso. His throw to the plate. Betts slides head first. He's out. So, fielder's choice. 3-2. Alonso throws out Betts, who was going on contact. So on at first via the fielder's choice is Edman, as the Mets cut down a runner at the plate, and now there are 2 men away.
Who knows, could be a big play, just save runs. It's better to get the out at home plate and be down by 5, then get the out at first and be down by 6.
So, Max Muncy will be next. Dodgers have 2 in and lead 9-4 here in the bottom of the 8th inning. And now Muncy. First pitch by Senga, check swing, breaking ball. He did not go on appeal to third. The count Marvin Hudson. Marvin Hudson makes that call, and the count 1-0. If you're new to the game, relatively speaking, or just a casual fan, you might wonder, why do they go sometimes to the third base or first base ump on appeal? The 1-0 swung out and missed, 1-1 to Muncy. Well, the reason for that is, let's say on that last one, the umpire at third has the best look at a left-handed batter's check swing, and the same for a first base umpire with a right-hand hitter. That's what dictates which umpire you appeal to. 1-1 on the way. Inside to Muncy, 2-1. That rule of appealing to the baseline up has not always been in effect. I'm thinking it was somewhere around, I don't know, late 70s, early 80s, somewhere along that time span when that rule came into effect. 2-1 pitch, breaking ball low, 3-1. Edman the runner at first, 2 out. 9-4 Dodgers, who are 3 outs away from a National League pennant and a coast-to-coast World Series with the Yankees. Here's the 3-1. High, ball 4. Well, Puto is back up in the Mets bullpen. Dodgers now with runners at first and second as Edman goes down to second, and Enrique Hernandez will be the batter.
Fox just had a graphic. Dodgers have scored 45 runs in this series. That is a single postseason series record. One away from double digits again.
2 aboard, 2 out. Runners lead second and first. The pitch to Hernandez, hit on the ground to the right side. On through, base hit. Around third, Edman. He's coming to the plate. Marte's throw goes to third. Edman scores. Safe at third is Muncy. On at first with an RBI single is Enrique Hernandez, and the party is on here at Dodger Stadium as they now take a 10-4 lead over the New York Mets. Kodai Senga is done. Carlos Mendoza will make one more trip to the mound. And this pitching change is brought to you by the New York Lottery. Get out there and play the newest scratch-off games for a chance to win.
The Nissan Rogue with available Google built-in helps you make the most of your drive. Take care of the small stuff, like,
hey Google, cool down my car.
And,
hey Google, turn on the dog feeder.
Or change up your adventure.
Hey Google, navigate me to the nearest music venue.
Handle your drive like a pro.
Experience the ultimate connection in the new...
Hey you. Yeah, I'm talking to you. Cheers, insiders. Thank you all for helping us hit 50,000 subscribers. Thank you all that are watching right now that helped us get over the hump tonight. And a big special shout out to all of you who have been here for so long, chatting it up, cheering on our Maple Leafs, our Raptors, our Blue Jays, and making this Toronto sports community flourish. We're hitting 50K. We're moving on to 75. We're moving on to 100, and we're going to keep going. Thank you again to Sick Kids Hospital. It's been a great partnership so far, and we are just getting started. Thank you for just being here and making a difference for the Sick Kids Hospital in Toronto and Toronto Sports Insider. Now let's get back to the hockey. It's not hockey, but that's where this started. We're getting back to the baseball. Cheers, everybody. Good luck to your team. See you back in the chat. 50,000 subscribers. What?
Well, right now the Mets are just looking for one more out here in this bottom of the 8th inning, as the Dodgers have added on, as they've done so consistently through most of this National League Championship Series. 3 runs are in against Kodai Senga here in the 8th. 2 men away. The Dodgers have Muncy at third, Enrique Hernandez at first, and Jose Buto will come on in relief of Kodai Senga, who goes an inning and 2/3. Again, Ready Refresh reminds you that the World Series will begin on Friday, most likely right here at Dodger Stadium, between the Yankees and the Dodgers. New York's most reliable water delivery service, Ready Refresh. Buto to Andy Pages. First pitch is taken on the outside corner. A called strike, 0-1. Well, when Buto and the Mets have their breakup meetings or any other conversations over the next few days, there's a good chance Buto's going to be told, prepare for spring training as though you're a starter. The 0-1 taken high and away, a check swing on which he did not go. Jeremy Rehab at first says no swing, and the count 1-1. You know, there's a lot of uncertainty about what the Mets rotation is going to look like next year because Severino, Minaya, Quintana can all leave. Christian Scott is out for next year because of Tommy John surgery. 1-1 on the way, hit in the air to straightaway center. Taylor under it, and Tyrone makes the one-hand catch, side retired. But the Dodgers in the 8th sent 8 men to the plate, and they scored a total of 3 runs. There were 3 hits, no errors, 2 men left. The Dodgers 3 outs away from a pennant at the end of 8 innings in Los Angeles. The Dodgers 10 and the Mets 4 on Odyssey Mets Radio, driven by your Tri-Honda dealers.
VIP stands for Very Important Person. That's how we value each one of our customers, patrons, and clients at VIP Honda. Honda's first all-electric vehicle, the Prologue, is now here. Hybrid technology is offered on the new 2024 Honda Accord Hybrid and Honda CR-V Hybrid. All new 2024 Honda models come with complimentary 24-month, 24,000-mile scheduled Honda maintenance, and we offer courtesy service loaner cars to each VIP. Search our inventory and see our offers on VIPHonda.com.
Everybody loves the long ball, but nobody likes the long haul to get groceries, right? Go to shop.foodbazaar.com and use promo code FANSGET10 for $10 off $50 and your first delivery free. That's shop.foodbazaar.com.
If you think the baseball world is competitive, try the professional job market. But there is a way to give yourself an advantage. Berkeley College. Whether you're just starting or looking to advance, Berkeley gives you maximum flexibility, close personal attention, and exceptional support through graduation and beyond, with tutoring, career services, and more to help you stand out. At Berkeley College, your potential is our promise. Learn more at berkeleycollege.edu.
While everyone is listening to the ball game, the Engineers Labor Employer Cooperative is hard at work rebuilding our infrastructure. Whether it's transportation, water, or energy projects, ELEC and the operating Engineers 825 are ready to get to work building our bounce back.
Want to save money on your home heating oil this season? Call Sloman's at 866 Oil Deal. You can save hundreds. Just call 866 Oil Deal. That's 866 Oil Deal.
Well, we go to the 9th inning at Dodger Stadium. Game 6 of the National League Championship Series. The Dodgers lead the series 3-2. And with the 3 runs they added in the bottom of the 8th inning, they lead this game 10-4 and are 3 outs away from the National League pennant. Don't forget to stay tuned after the game for the Verizon Mets postgame show. Verizon, the network New York City relies on. Of course, the Mets, just in this last month alone, have made so many dramatic late-inning comebacks. If they pull something off here, this would be the granddaddy of them all. Not too far from Pasadena, where they play the, quote, granddaddy of them all, the Rose Bowl. But right now, the Mets are down to 3 outs to work with. Kevin Kiermaier has taken over in center field for the Dodgers. That's the only defensive change they make. Jesse Winker in the lead off for the Mets. Blake Trinan deals and a fastball in for a called strike, 0-1. Trinan struck out the side in the top of the 8th inning. Nimmo, Vientos, and Alonso. 0-1 now the pitch. Off the outside corner, a sweeper, and the count 1 ball and 1 strike. if you are emotionally invested in this Mets team and you're sad right now, it's certainly understandable. But I promise you that won't take long to wear off if it ends here. The 1-1 upstairs, 2 balls and 1 strike. Because once the immediate disappointment, if they don't pull off some kind of magical comeback here, wears off, you'll realize what an incredible ride this team took you for this year. The 2-1 in for a called strike, a fastball on the inner half, 2-2. They started out 0-5. They showed some signs of life before they fell to 11 games under the 500 mark, and a lot of people had them written off right there. 2-2 on the way, swing and a miss, strike 3. Got him with a fastball. Blake Trinan gets his first out in the 9th inning. He has struck out all 4 batters that he's faced. 1 away, Starling Marte is coming up. And so when you're lying around during the offseason, anticipating the next one, and you think about what the 2024 Mets were all about, you won't be able to keep yourself from smiling. Marte takes low, 1 ball and no strikes. Remember the talk over the winter? Transitional year. They're punting on the season. Well, they've kicked all the way to the 6th game of the National League Championship Series. The 1-0 to Marte, in for a called strike, 0-1. And I'll say this, on a personal level, I was 15 years old when they won the 1969 World Series. That's 55 years ago. So you can do the math for yourself. The 1-1 to Marte, hit on the ground back towards the mound, backhanded by Trinan, sets and throws in time, 2 men away. And the Dodgers are 1 out from the National League pennant. And I'll just say this about the 2024 New York Mets. They have made this 70-year-old feel 15 all over again. But they're down to their last out. Tyrone Taylor settles into the batter's box. Trinan's retired all 5. 10-4 Dodgers. First pitch on the way, a fastball inside under his elbow, ball 1. You can watch baseball for a lot of years and never see the run that the Mets went on during this postseason and even the days prior. The 1-0, fastball in for a called strike, 1-1. Really began on that day after the scheduled end of the regular season when they had to go back to Atlanta from Milwaukee and play a doubleheader. The 1-1. In for a called strike, a sweeper, 1-2. They started this ride with a dramatic win, the most memorable one in the first game of that doubleheader to clinch a playoff spot, but now they've got just a strike to work with. And Trinan's 1-2 to Taylor. Swing on a pop-up, shallow center, might fall, and it does, a base hit. Picked up by Kiermaier, and Tyrone Taylor, refusing to make the last out, is on at first, 2 men away, and Jeff McNeil will be the batter.
Well, where this organization is going, with the people that are leading it right now, Carlos Mendoza, David Stearns, this is just the beginning. Whatever this is just the beginning. It's been unbelievable to see with how they put this together, how far this team got this year. Something.
Couldn't agree with you more. Here is McNeil. Taylor will run. The pitch taken for a called strike, 0-1. In all my years broadcasting, and even before that covering the Mets, this is the most synergistic setup they've had between ownership, front office, and the manager and coaches. The 0-1 on the way. Line towards second. Off the glove of a leaping Taylor into right field for a base hit. Tyrone Taylor around third comes home to score. McNeil on with an RBI single. And it's poetic, isn't it, somehow, that the Mets, even if they don't pull the Houdini act of all time off, they're just not going quietly. 2 out, nobody on. Single by Taylor. Takes second on defensive indifference. McNeil singles him home. It's 10-5 Dodgers, and Francisco Alvarez will be next.
You talked about Alvarez, specifically his last time up, feeling good going into the offseason, and just this top of the 9th inning is this Mets team. It's Tyrone Taylor, 2 out, 2 strike single, when there's really no no need for it, right? I mean, it's over. That's the feeling. But this Mets team, no matter how many times they were pushed against the wall, beaten down, it's over, right? They just never stop. That heartbeat never stop pumping. It's formidable and admirable to see from this group, and you hope, like Alvarez going into the offseason feeling good, the Mets and their franchise and their fans can go into the offseason also feeling good about what's to come.
Well, you said this group, and that's a very important phrase, because for this group, this is it. There's going to be change here. There is with every team. But we just told you how many Mets could leave contractually at the end of the season. Here's Alvarez. Bouncing ball to the right side. Taylor up with it. Throws to first in time. And the Los Angeles Dodgers have won the 2024 National League pennant. They're out at the mound, jumping on Blake Trinan. And the Dodgers now coming out from the bullpen. All of them are mobbing each other up the first baseline on the grass. It's a party at Dodger Stadium. But the New York Mets.
What's up, insiders? Thank you all for hanging out with us tonight. The Dodgers are heading to the World Series, and we're switching over to the LA Dodgers radio feed right now. Here, just wanted to give a quick shout out. Congrats to all the Dodgers fans. Congratulations. This is going to be a hell of a World Series. Absolutely amazing World Series coming up. Big shout out Tiv Nil for the super chat tonight. Thank you very, very much as well. Chris Schaefer, Glenna, Showalter, Olivia, Elizabeth Nakala, and Zimpo, Alabama. Thank you for joining as new members. Now to the post game, I will let it run as always. I let the post game run as long as I can. Congratulations to your team. It sucks, Mets. You fans are awesome. Good luck again next year. We'll see you guys back in the chat. Post game coming up. I'll let it roll. Thank you for 50,000 subscribers, guys. Cheers.
Reporting to Camelback Ranch, Glendale, with all the hopes and promises that were there. And keep in mind, because of injuries to their starting pitching, many people question, can they get through the first round? They did. Can they get through the second round? They have. And now it's the big dance in the World Series.
What a sight, what a scene at Dodger Stadium, Mo. Blue heaven on earth, sellout crowd, Game 6 of the National League Championship Series, and the Dodgers, for the first time since 1988, clinch a pennant here at home in front of their home fans.
And they did it in fine fashion. And keep in mind that technically we're talking about this was a come-from-behind victory. The Mets knew that they had no wiggle room at all. They had to win tonight to have a game tomorrow. And they jumped out in front against Michael Kopech. They got a run. There was a base hit. There was also an error turned in that top of the first inning. But for the Dodgers, they just came back. One of the big things that they did also, different against Sean Manaea, they didn't chase pitches. They chased pitches out of the strike zone almost 30% of the time the first time that they faced him here in the postseason in Game 2. They didn't do that tonight, and they chased a very crafty left-hander who went 2 innings, plus 3 batters into the third.
52,674 in the stands. Hardly any of them have left. Dugout club up to the top deck. They're standing by for the post-game presentation. The Dodgers will be officially crowned National League champions. David Vassay down in that mob scene with Dave Roberts.
Here he is, the winningest manager in modern baseball history. How does this one feel, Dave?
Oh my God, it feels so good, Dave. I'm just so happy that we finally did it at home, and we can celebrate with our fans.
How did you navigate this game tonight? It wasn't as much of a blowout as the others.
No, you know what? I got to give credit to all these guys. You know, all these pitchers were ready when called upon. Obviously, Tommy had a big hit. Will Smith, big hit. So the players showed out tonight. And again, David, I'm just so happy for our players and our fans.
Dave, this feels like a 1-30 something type of win.
It does. And I'll tell you right now, Dave, it's an organizational win. We get young players through scouting, player development, by way of trade. Everyone is just a whole organization. I couldn't be more excited for everyone.
Tommy Edman kind of went under the radar. How big was he for you in this series?
Oh my God, he's been so huge for us to be able to play shortstop, to be able to play center field. He does it all, and it gets huge hits. My man Mookie! I love you, baby. I love you, baby. Oh, man, thank you for everything. Oh, I'm so proud of you, man. I'm so proud. 4 more to go. 4 more to go.
There he is, Mookie Betts with Dave Roberts. You got the love from your players, Dave. I'll let you enjoy it. Thank you.
Thanks, Dave.
There he is, the manager, Dave Roberts.
Thank you, DV. Back up here in the booth with Rick Monday, and you heard what Doc whispered to Mookie Betts. This pennant is nice, and they're going to celebrate it, but they got 4 more to go.
Yeah, there's still one more rung of the ladder to be able to go up, and I agree totally with what Dave Roberts has said, and I'm glad he said it. You start to look at this ball club. The pickup of Tommy Edman, the pickup of Michael Kopech, they pick up Kevin Kiermaier also. Kiermaier had trouble as far as swinging the bat, but big defense. And for Tommy Edman, knocked in 4 runs tonight. That ties a franchise record National League Championship Series with Corey Seager in 2020 against the Braves in doing that end of it. But then you start to look at what the front office is able to do and pick up Jack Flaherty at the trade deadline. And with all the injuries the Dodgers had in their starting pitching, just talking about the pitching right now for just a second, to be able to come up with some arms, and the guys out of the bullpen were absolutely sensational.
A bullpen game in Game 6 against a Mets starter that held you down in Game 2. You didn't know how it was going to play out. It didn't play out perfect, but it played out to a pennant. For the 4th time in 8 years, the Los Angeles Dodgers will play for a World Series.
Well, they did it with some clutch hitting. And again, they came in with a very good plan tonight. And for the New York Mets, not to discount their season, they had a remarkable season because when the Dodgers saw them earlier on in the year in New York, they were a ball club that you didn't know which direction they were going to go. And all of a sudden, they caught fire. And then they became one of the better teams in baseball with their records. And the fact that they got to this far is really a big credit to the New York Mets.
Enough of us yapping. Let's get back downstairs. David Vassegh with a special guest, Freddie Freeman.
I'm here with the most inspirational player of this postseason, the one-legged Freddie Freeman. Going back to the World Series, how does that feel?
That sounds good, really good. What a great year so far. This is what you envision every spring training when you show up. To be able to be here and go for the chance to get 4 more wins in a World Series is what it's all about.
They're calling your bullpen the Dogs. What can you say about the job they did tonight?
That's amazing. Bullpen games are very hard to navigate. They're hard to win. And with the guys we got in our bullpen, absolutely incredible job. Blake Tryon throwing frisbees up there. Kopech coming out throwing fuzzballs. It's just up and down. I guess we got some dogs in there, huh?
Yeah. Freddie, you going out there playing on one ankle really inspired the rest of the team and really sent a message that you believed in this team.
Yeah, I'm trying. It's every day is a grind. I appreciate my teammates. That's 3 wins without me in there scoring a lot of runs. So I appreciate them giving me the chance to be able to get back in there and hopefully be ready to go by Friday.
Oh, you'll be in there, Freddie. I know you will be.
I'll do my best to get this ankle as good as I can in these next 4 days.
Congratulations, Freddie. You deserve all the celebration you get.
Thank you, David. I appreciate you very much. Thank you.
There he is, the man, Freddie Freeman. Not limping too bad right now. He's celebrating.
Darn right he is, David Vassegh. Thanks to you and Freddie for the time. Mo, look, Freddie in that NL West clinching series against the Padres here at Dodger Stadium in what was the game-winning inning, he sprained his ankle. Not just any sprain. Doctors told him he needed to be out for 4 to 6 weeks if this was in the regular season. And the only way his ankle is going to get better is if he doesn't do anything over the winter. Well, not only is he not doing anything, he's trying to play postseason baseball. And it has clearly, obviously, been very difficult for him to even just get onto the field, much less play as much as he has. He doesn't have much, but he's giving it all.
And his teammates understand the discomfort. They're not going to use the word pain. Discomfort, yeah, a little bit. And as we're speaking, there's going to be a presentation. They brought out a big stage. That's sitting on the infield at second base. And the Dodger players are getting up on that stage for the presentation. I mean, this has been just a whirlwind. There's always something special about a World Series. That's been captured. And from a personal standpoint, it's against the New York Yankees, and bring them on.
There has not been a Dodger-Yankee World Series since 1981. I know somebody who was there.
Yeah, and the carryover. I mean, this is East Coast, West Coast, and this is about as big as it gets. And when you are able to close things out and get yourself, first of all, the opportunity to go into postseason, and then get closer to the opportunity to maybe advance to the World Series, the Dodgers want more than just an appearance in the World Series. They want the championship.
And that World Series will kick off here at home Friday against the New York Yankees. Best of 7, the two biggest markets, the two biggest brands in the game of baseball. You could not ask for a bigger heavyweight bout. I mean, we'll have plenty of time to dissect this series over the next handful of days, but goodness gracious, is it loaded with star power. Right now, the Dodgers on the stage, which is set up basically on top of second base in the middle of the field at Dodger Stadium. Everybody on the grandstands in their National League Championship T-shirts and hats. They're about to hand out the NLCS Trophy and MVP awards, I should say. Family and friends continuing to stream out onto the field to celebrate with their beloved Dodgers. And again, especially in the lower bowl, hardly anybody is left. They want a piece of this moment in history. And wherever you may be listening from, think about where you're at in this moment as the Dodgers celebrate another National League pennant. Job not finished. The job's not finished. Dave Roberts told Mookie Betts, we got 4 more to go. So let's go down to Todd Verducci of Fox Sports for the on-field presentation.
Stadium. And are you ready for the New York Yankees? I thought so. Presenting the 2024 National League champion, Los Angeles Dodgers. I'm joined here by Chairman and owner Mark Walter, President of Baseball Operations Andrew Friedman, President and CEO Stan Kasten, Executive Vice President and General Manager Brandon Gomes, and Manager Dave Roberts. Mark, this is the first time the Dodgers were able to clinch the pennant in front of these fans at Dodger Stadium. What does this one mean for you?
We have the greatest fans in the world, and now the World Series is coming to LA Friday. But before we go on, I think we should congratulate the Mets. They had a very good year and a great playoff run. And 4 pennants in 8 years says a lot about these guys.
Absolutely. Andrew, you heard it. This is the 4th time. What makes this group special going back to the World Series?
I mean, the talent is obvious, but if you watch the way these guys prepare, the way they compete, it's no surprise that we're 4 wins away from the ultimate goal.
Congratulations. Dave Roberts, your team scored more runs than any team in a postseason series. And you did it with using everybody in your bullpen as well. How would you describe this National League Championship Series, the way your team played?
I'll tell you guys, first off, I want to congratulate the greatest fans in the world, the Los Angeles Dodger fans. And Tom, I'll tell you this. This was an organizational win right here. From ownership, scouting, player development, the training staff, all these guys. We had young players step up. Andrew and his staff by way of trade. At the deadline, we had guys, signing guys. Everybody stepped up. Like I said before, I've never believed in a group of guys more than I believe in these guys. And most importantly, they believe in each other. And hey, you guys want a parade in Los Angeles? 4 more wins!
Dave, you've earned it. The Warren C. Giles National League Championship Trophy belongs to the Los Angeles Dodgers. We've got some more hardware to give out, and that is the National League Championship Series Most Valuable Player. And that belongs to Tommy Edman. Pick up the trophy. It's all yours, Tommy. You were hurt for most of this season. Didn't play until the middle of August. Did you dream a night like this could be possible for you this season?
Yeah, no, I mean, God is just so good. After the way the season started, to end up in this situation today is crazy. Got an amazing team. They just welcomed me in with open arms, and can't wait to keep it going.
What makes this team so special to you, Tommy?
Just the resilience. You know, we've had a lot of things not go our way this year and keep on fighting back. You know, played a lot of tough games, and I think that's going to help us out in the next round.
Let's talk about that next round. Friday night, Game 1 of the World Series, Dodgers, Yankees. What's your message to these Dodger fans?
Yeah, I can't wait. This is what we've always dreamed about, you know, and just wanted to thank the Dodgers fans for coming out and creating an electric environment today in the past couple series, and we're just looking forward to seeing some more.
We all can't wait for it. Congratulations. Your 2024 NL champion, Los Angeles Dodgers.
Tommy Edman, the NLCS MVP. And you heard his teammates going crazy behind him. Tommy tanks. Yes, he hit another one of those. He had to wait a long time. Nearly 80 ABs in between home runs. But he hit one in the biggest game of the season for the Dodgers, helping them clinch their 4th National League pennant in 8 seasons. We're going to take a brief timeout here on the Los Angeles Dodgers Audio Network and be back with more of the post-game celebration here at the Ravine.
Matt Money Smith here for Galpin Ford. Talk about championship level organization. We know a little something about that, right? Galpin exclusives right now. 10-year, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty on almost every used vehicle and every new Ford. And this is one of the largest inventories of Fords anywhere on earth. You want an EV, you're going to get a wall box home charging station with the purchase or lease of any new electric vehicle. On top of that, you know Mike Schwartz, the general manager. Ask for him by name. It's 1-800-GO-GALPIN off the 405 at Roscoe, or check out galpinford.com.
The LA County Department of Mental Health.
What's up, insiders? There you go, Bert Lee Chappa. I love it. We're having some fun here. This is awesome. Yes, this started as a hobby. Actually started with play-by-play. Don't mind me. I'm a little under the weather right now, and I'm actually ready to get to bed. So I'm gonna let this bad boy run while I get ready for bed, and let the celebrations go. But man, what a night! 50,000 subscribers. I cannot I cannot believe it, but I can, because I knew it was possible. Like I said, but thank you all for hanging out with us. Cheers to each and every one of you. Good luck to the Dodgers. Congrats, Dodgers fans. Party it up. Let's go. Celebrations are gonna keep going live. Cheers, everybody there in the chat. Nick, Macadelic, Ernesto, Dames up. Dan as well. Love it, Dan. D. Holland Quest, good to see you. Thanks for hanging out with us. Can we see it live? No, you cannot see the game live. But you can hang out with us and listen to the game live and chat it up with a ton of baseball fans, or whatever sport it is that we're doing, because we do every sport for Toronto. Every single Toronto sports team. It started with the Leafs and the Raptors, then through the Blue Jays, and now we are coming into season 2. Hopefully we'll be adding TFC. We do the Argos CFL playoffs coming up, all that. Back to the post game. Cheers, Dodgers fans. Congratulations. See you back in the chat.
Takes the loss in Game 6. Took 3 hours and 15 minutes. Mo, it could have taken plenty more time than that, as long as that result was the same as we saw, a 10-5 pennant-clinching win here at Dodger Stadium.
We had until Friday. We were in no hurry. The Dodgers were not in a hurry. And the other part, too, is they were not in a hurry tonight with the bats at home plate. They didn't chase pitches from Sean Manaea. That's a different approach than what they had the first time that they faced him here in the National League Championship Series. And congratulations. I mean, from top to bottom, when you start to look at teams that win, you look at entirety of organizations. And it's not just on the field. It took so much in order to even get those guys together. And I thought one thing was really brought up very well by Tom Verducci in talking to Tommy Edman. And that was the fact that, you know, when the Dodgers acquired him, he still had not played at the big league. He was still rehabbing, and it took a little while. So for him, Edman, to say, hey, look, he didn't dream of being in a spot like this in August, wondering when he was going to get healthy and he could play.
You just think about the contributions that those trade deadline acquisitions have made down the stretch. You know, Jack Flaherty was phenomenal earlier in the series. Obviously, didn't end the championship series the way he would have liked, but ultimately the Dodgers win anyway. Michael Kopech, how nails he has been in the back end of the bullpen since he arrived ahead of the deadline. And Tommy Edman, he's been talking about it. He feels like he's in mid-season form because he's had to wait a long time to get going. And now he's the NLCS MVP. And we're not done, not by a long shot here from Dodger Stadium. The Navient Dodgers Clubhouse Show is coming up next. We will carry the clubhouse celebration live. Do you want to hear David Vassegh get absolutely blasted by champagne and booze? Of course you do. So come back with us here on the Los Angeles Dodgers Audio Network.
To win your fantasy football league, you need to be one step ahead of the competition. And at SiriusXM Fantasy Sports Radio, we're giving you the edge you need to take home the trophy.
There are no tight ends that you can count on. We will tell you who to start.
Our experts are doling out start-sit advice, waiver pickups, and so much more to help you win a championship.
Just because you're allowed to make a waiver move doesn't mean you have to make a waiver move.
Listen right now on Channel 87 in the car and on the all-new SiriusXM app.
No one keeps you closer to U.S. soccer than SiriusXM FC.
We're now joined by U.S. men's national team head coach Mauricio Pochettino.
The country is about to compete, to win, and to give everything. What we need to translate to the fans, we need to be protagonists, we need to be aggressive team, an entertainment team, because we are USA and the culture is about to win.
Hear more from Mauricio Pochettino on the SiriusXM app. Just search FC.
In a season already plagued with injuries and underachievers, your fantasy football team is faced with yet another obstacle.
The bye weeks are here! The bye weeks are here!
When your star player takes a week off, listen to SiriusXM Fantasy Sports Radio for winning fantasy football advice.
You got to work the waiver wire. You got to make trades. The draft is just a piece of the puzzle.
Our experts tell you who to play in this time of need.
Now the work really starts.
Your frontline source for fantasy football, Channel 87, and on the SiriusXM app.
This is Dave LaGreca, creator of the biggest pro wrestling show on the planet, Busted Open. Don't miss myself and my Hall of Fame cast and crew as we break down every story in and out of the ring and talk to the top names in the business, like the legend himself, The Undertaker.
I'm actually glad to be on a real show.
Catch Busted Open live every day from 9 to noon Eastern on SiriusXM Fight Nation, channel 156, and on the SiriusXM app.
The NFL Sunday Drive is your home for the 2024 regular season.
Touchdown, Washington! Daniels comes through again!
This is Steve Torrey. Join me and Bill Lekkus every Sunday at noon Eastern as we take you live to every game, every touchdown, and every key moment.
Derrick Henry strikes again!
Plus reporters from every game, fantasy updates, and guests live from the locker room.
49ers tight end George Kittle.
Catch the NFL Sunday Drive every Sunday at noon Eastern on NFL Radio Channel 88 and on the all-new SiriusXM app.
Is closer than ever, providing the cancer care all patients deserve. Learn more at cityofhope.org.
Swing and a drive, deep right field, an upper deck shot, two-run homer. This is the show that never ends.
listening to LA Dodgers Playoff Baseball.
Absolutely breathtaking.
On the LA Dodgers Audio Network.
Dodgers Playoff Baseball is brought to you by
Arco.
Quality top-tier gas for less.
Spectrum. Chef Marito.
Seasoning partner of the Dodgers.
Jacoby and Myers.
Justice for you since 1972.
Yamava Resort and Casino at San Manuel. And by City of Hope.
A world-renowned research and treatment center for cancer, diabetes, and other life-threatening diseases.
Don't miss a moment of playoff baseball right here on the LA Dodgers Audio Network.
It's World Series or bust.
My name is Drew Robertson. I drive a Toyota Tacoma TRD off-road 4x4. I knew my truck was always going to be evolving to my needs for my travels. Ultimate dream is to do Alaska, the most northern point, and drive all the way down to Patagonia, the most southern. It's called the Pan America Trail. That's my ultimate vision, ultimate goal.
Today's the day for a great lease or a low APR on a new Tacoma 4x4. See all offers at Toyota.com. Then see your Toyota dealer today.
It's easy to buy or lease any new Toyota and easy to own one. Every new Toyota comes with Toyota Care no-cost maintenance. You're covered for all normal factory scheduled service for 2 years or 25,000 miles, whichever comes first. Performed by certified technicians using genuine Toyota parts. See your dealer for Toyota Care details and exclusions. Valid only in the continental U.S. and Alaska. We make it easy on you. Toyota, let's go places.
You're listening to the National League Championship Series on SiriusXM. Join us after the game on MLB Network Radio, SiriusXM 89.
This is a team that's going to be tested.
Way back and down a home run.
There are no guarantees when it comes to playoff baseball.
Back-to-back home runs to start the ballgame.
Injuries, hot pitching, just an errant play.
Swung out, base hit, Dodgers win. Dodgers win. Dodgers win.
Welcome to a playoff edition of Navien Dodgers Clubhouse.
For endless hot water, visit tanklessmadesimple.com.
Your post-game look at the LA Dodgers.
This ball's gone.
Dodgers Playoff Baseball is brought to you by Galpin Motors.
Family owned and operated since 1946.
Jacoby and Myers.
Justice for you since 1972.
Daniels Jewelers.
Own the dream.
Alignment Health Plan.
Welcome to a new era of aging.
On deck.
Small business lending that's fast and easy.
And by Ford.
Built Ford tough.
Now, here's your host.
Right here on your playoff home of the Dodgers.
David Massey.
Come on, LA. Your Dodgers are champions of the National League in 2024. And when the Dodgers win, Cars for Kids wins as well by making a donation. And you should too. It's the easiest way to get rid of your old car. So donate it today. Get it picked up tomorrow. Carsforkids.org. And you know that's Cars with a K. Dodgers 10, Mets 5. Game 6 of the LCS. There was tension, plenty of nerves. Like you said, Mothra-sized butterflies all around the ravine tonight, Rick Monday. But the Dodger bullpen, as it has done so many times this year, was absolutely nails. Whereas they have come to be known and loved, they were dogs out there tonight.
Well, coming in, we mentioned really in the pregame show, in this championship series, Blake Trinan, Michael Kopech, Evan Phillips, Anthony Banda, Ben Kasparius, and Daniel Hudson had not a lot of run. In fact, they had given up that group just a 167 batting average against. Well, they just popped the champagne within the last 5 seconds. The Dodger locker room. We did notice. We got a camera line. We're going to hear from Dave Vassay in just a couple of moments. It was interesting looking up at the closed circuit TV that we have. It was Miguel Rojas who had a somewhat lengthy conversation with the ball club. Then they asked Tommy Edman to speak, and then Dave Roberts had a couple of words. And right now, everybody's getting wet, and the burn in your eyes when you're headed to the World Series, there's no better feeling.
That's your most favorite burn in the world, is it not, Mo?
It is, but I think it's a celebration you need to have without goggles.
You didn't have ski goggles and masks back in the day?
No. We went for the full flavor.
That's right. And back in the day, Rick Monday and the Dodgers beat the New York Yankees in the World Series. And for the first time Since then, in 1981, the 2024 Fall Classic will feature the two biggest teams in baseball and two of the biggest names in all the sport. It's the Dodgers and the New York Yankees. And if you were to just step back, Mo, and take an objective or 30,000-foot view of this thing, you get Shohei Ohtani, Mookie Betts, Aaron Judge, Juan Soto. You get the LA interlock brand. You get the NY interlock brand. You get the two biggest media markets in the entire world. This is a massive win for Major League Baseball.
So many people doubted this ball club being able to get past the first round. Yes, they had the best record overall, which was an accomplishment within itself when you begin to analyze the injuries. And, they played this series. First of all, you don't have Miguel Rojas. He was out, so Tommy Edman had to step in. There's two games in this series against the Mets. Did not have Freddie Freeman. The big question is, what about Freddie Freeman? Yes, he's going to get a few more days that kind of get the ankle better. But what does better really mean? And for guys that really stood up and stood tall, had some plays today. You look at the play by Kike Hernandez at third base on a hard smash to his right on the backhand. And then Muncy on the low throw digs that out. But this is a club that has never worried about, oh, geez, we have a whole lot of people on the injured list as we go into postseason. It was basically a hurdle, and they jumped over the hurdles.
Well, the Dodgers don't get over this hurdle without their NLCS MVP, Tommy Edman, who is standing with David Vassegh in a now soaked Dodger clubhouse.
Tommy, how does that feel to be celebrated the way you on the stage and inside this clubhouse?
Man, it feels so good. Nothing better than this. Nothing better than getting this champagne in the eyes. But, just awesome group of guys. Played hard the last couple series and fun to celebrate.
Did you ever imagine when you got traded to the Dodgers, you'd be standing here as the NLCS MVP?
No, this is crazy. This is unbelievable. This is what I've always dreamed about, and to get here, it's a real blessing for sure.
Is it a good way to describe Tommy Edman, as stubborn as a Torrey pine tree?
I don't know if I've ever heard that before, but maybe we'll go with it. I don't know. It helps to keep going.
Dodgers, Yankees, Tommy, this hasn't happened in 43 years. How excited are you for this opportunity?
Yeah, two of the greatest organizations in baseball, so it's going to be a fun series.
All right, Tommy, thanks a lot and congratulations.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Dive back in there. All right.
Tommy Edman, a humble, but huge piece of this Dodger roster since he was acquired ahead of the trade deadline. Mo, a quick story. I remember this was probably in May, down on the field here at Dodger Stadium during batting practice, and I'm talking with a couple members of the Dodger front office. And I'm like, look, I know the trade deadline's not for a couple of months here, but as we sit here, right now, like, what's this team need? Like, say the trade deadline's next week, who are you going to go get? And I kid you not, the first name out of their mouth was Tommy Edman. They just felt he's elite at second, he's elite at short, he's elite in center field, he's a switch hitter. He doesn't like to strike out. He's just a Swiss Army knife who just fits this team so perfectly. And you think back to that time and kind of sort of the question marks that were hovering around shortstop in particular. And then here he is as the LCS MVP. We'll have that conversation. We'll finish that conversation in a moment. But first, David Vassegh and Blake Trinan.
Man, my guy, Blake Trinan, doing things that we have never seen from another reliever in a long time. How does this feel?
It's just really kind of fun to go out there and get the final out. It's a true gift and a blessing. What an honor to be a Dodger. We're going to the World Series. What a cool moment it's going to be for baseball fans. Two of the biggest and most storied franchises in the history of the game. I'm excited.
Blake, 6-out save. There's not too many guys that could do that. What does it mean to you to have the trust? I cannot. I'll blink a couple of times, Blake, but that's about it.
All right. I think the biggest thing is just making sure that we do our job whenever we need to. And I don't have a lot of words. We won. That's awesome. I'm glad we won.
He just wanted to drench me. Just be honest.
What was that?
You just wanted to pour all that on me.
I'll be honest, I did. Hey, great color choice of shirt.
Thank you, Blake Trinan. 6-out save. I'll take it from you, baby.
Let's go, Dodgers!
Thanks, TV. And Blake Trinan, 2 innings, 4 strikeouts. The 1 earned run really was because of the defensive indifference in that 9th inning, Mo. I mean, so he has to wear that, but I don't think Blake Trinan cares because he's wearing a championship shirt that is drenched right now.
This was all about in the 8th and again in the 9th inning for Trinan to come in and not get a lot of traffic on bases to where you could get in a spot where one swing and a grand slam possibility on that end of it. We were talking about Tommy Edman a little bit earlier. Remember back when you heard that name being brought up by baseball operations, there were some people that kind of looked and said, are you guys serious? Because Edman was rehabbing. Yeah. In fact, he wasn't ready to play even when the Dodgers made that deal. Right. And came over. And who would have thought? Then Miguel Rojas had some injuries. Yeah. But Edman was able to fill a lot of different suits. He was kind of unsettled, not only maybe at shortstop occasionally, but also in center field. And he filled both of those voids.
I mean, you hit the nail on the head there, Mo. That's great perspective and reminder. I mean, he was still not close to coming back. Last year, he had a major wrist injury that really killed him. So when you look at his numbers, you got to remember that. He was playing with one hand, essentially. Had surgery. And it took a while for that to really take. And by the time he got that right, then he sprained his ankle. And so Tommy Edman really had to stay patient and diligent to get back on the field, much less get back to the point where he's a starting shortstop for the Dodgers in the championship series, because Miguel Rojas is still injured, mind you. And now he's the championship series MVP. Dave Vassay has another one of them dogs from the Dodger bullpen, Daniel Hudson.
Oh, yeah, we got one of the dogs, Daniel Hudson, and another dog.
Another dog, baby. 4 and a third. Let's go.
Oh, Kike Hernandez loves it. Daniel Hudson, you are truly a champion of this team and of the people for you and the rest of those relievers. Yeah. What did tonight mean to all of you?
No, I mean, yeah, do it, baby. Do it. Hey, save one of those to drink, please.
Daniel Hudson needs to regroup. The eyes aren't as great as they used to be.
I mean, we knew what was in front of us right there, man. We knew going into it that we were going to be in a dogfight right there, and we just wanted to go out there and try to put up some zeros. They put some really good at-bats together there in those middle innings there, and we got out of trouble. So, it was awesome to see us just keep handing the baton off to the next guy.
It's hard to single out one single reliever because you do it together, but what can you say about Blake Trinan?
Blake's been unbelievable the last 2-3 months for us. He's been on a heater, man. We're going to ride that hot hand all the way to our championship, man.
You and Blake had long roads back to be here. How good does the burn feel for Daniel Hudson after the last 2 years?
No, it feels great. Blake and I, unfortunately, we spent a lot of time together. Not unfortunately, I spent time with Blake, but we spent time together at Camelback Ranch the last couple of years. So, for us to, go out there and get those last 9 outs, for us, that's awesome, man. And, I'm really proud of both of us.
Before I let one of the dogs go, when did this whole identity come about?
I don't know. It's a good question. We just, I think it started with the bullpen games there later in the year. We're just like, hey, man, don't let those dogs out of the cage down there. We're down there in that cage. Don't let us out. And we're going to go out there and rip some people's faces off.
Yeah, you did. Thanks, Daniel Hudson.
Yeah, no problem.
Oh, man, that's some man strength right there. Oh, thank you, Daniel Hudson. Hello.
As you can hear, the Dodgers clubhouse celebration is going just fine, especially for David Vassay. So thanks to Daniel Hudson, another one of those guys. We talked about, Blake Trinan, one of the comeback players in all of baseball this year. Just 5 appearances out of the pen. The 2 previous years, a horse in 2024. We saw Walker Buehler up in the pen at one point tonight. He's now down in the clubhouse celebrating with DV.
Yeah, that's right. Walker Buehler was among the dogs tonight in that bullpen. How did that feel?
It's fun running out there, man. It's fun.
How does this feel, Walker? You've been to the World Series 3 times. You're a champion. What does this team mean to you, and what does this season mean to you?
Yeah, this is the ultimate goal, right? Whether we're playing the past couple of years or rehab or whatever, man, you do all of it to get here and put yourself in a position to win one.
How does it feel to be such a big part of this team, Walker, after where it started to where you're at right now?
Yeah, there was times I didn't think I was really a part of this thing, and to kind of turn around a little bit and create some value has been really cool for me.
I know you're a guy that understands the history of the game. What does it mean to you to be part of a Dodgers-Yankees World Series?
Yeah, I think it's huge for the game. I think it's obviously huge for us and for them. But this playoff, has gone according to the script. So it'll be a fun series.
Why are you so dry?
I've been running around pretty good, drying off. So I was in there.
Walker freaking Buehler. Thank you. There he goes. Quick and short.
He wants to get back to the party, DV, which is not only going on in the clubhouse, but down on the field as well. I mean, there's just so many little baby Dodgers running around this outfield, crawling around this outfield. You know, wives, significant others, parents, siblings, and everybody a part of this journey for these 2024 Dodgers who are celebrating an NLCS win over the New York Mets here after taking Game 6 by a final of 10-5. We'll step aside for another timeout here on the Los Angeles Dodgers Audio Network.
I like choices. We all like choices. So when you're choosing a vehicle, your Southern California Ford dealer is a great place to start. Whether you choose one of the best-selling Ford F-150s, a Mustang Mach-E, or a Ford Bronco, there's a gas, hybrid, or all-electric vehicle of your choice. But more important than the type of power you choose is what you choose to do with it. So go to your Southern California Ford dealer today and tell them ED sent you.
Medi-Cal renewals are happening now. All members' eligibility is reviewed once annually, and everyone's renewal date is different. You can check your renewal month in your online benefitscal.com account. If your current address, email, or phone number have changed, please update your information with your local county office. If you get a renewal form in the mail in a yellow envelope, you must complete it to keep your Medi-Cal. If you don't, you will lose your coverage. Visit lacare.org for more information. That's lacare.org.
Succeeding in business, like winning in the playoffs, can come down to a handful of game-changing plays. Service Titan wants to change the game for your home or commercial contracting company. The all-in-one software was born in Southern California, but now serves fast-growing contractors nationwide in HVAC, plumbing, electrical, roofing, and more. Service Titan streamlines processes and automates repetitive tasks to make winning easier for your team. Don't take it from me, though. Try it for yourself. Sign up for Service Titan in the month of October and get your first 2 months free and a $1,000 gift card for Amazon. Experience everything this incredible business management platform has to offer without paying anything until 2025. Service Titan is software that grows with you, gives you access to the advanced technology you need to succeed, and helps your business be its best when it counts the most. Find out how by scheduling a demo today at ServiceTitan.com. That's ServiceTitan.com.
Take me out to Morongo, where I can watch all the games, with thousands of slots and blackjack, with big screen TVs from the front to the back. Yes, the dining there is outstanding. Sideline Sports Bar is simply grand. We were voted, yes, once again, best casino of the Southland. Good time.
Connection, opportunity, possibility.
We're going straight back down into the Dodger clubhouse. David Vassegh and Kike Hernandez.
Playoff, Kike Hernandez taking a break from the fiesta. Kike, you came back to the Dodgers for this moment. What can you say about this team? We are live.
What I want to say about this team, I can't because I get in trouble. But you guys saw the other interview. That's how I feel about this team. That's how we feel as a team. But it feels great to go back to the World Series, man. To do it here in front of the home crowd. They deserve this. You know, it's great. It feels great.
Kike, when you look at this team, 1 through 26, 1 through 30, it seemed like everybody found a way to contribute.
I said it. It's going to take every single guy on the roster to accomplish what we want to accomplish, and credit to the front office, credit to everybody for putting this team together through all the adversity we've had to go through, and we love our team, we like our chances, and we got four wins to go.
You feel like you want to go down to that bullpen to dip your toe to be one of the dogs?
I'm one of the dogs, man. I'm one of the dogs. 4 and 3rd. Those guys, man. Those guys are the ones that have carried us this way. Man, kudos to them. Kudos to Will Smith for the way that he's handled that pitching staff throughout this postseason. And kudos to Tommy, little guy Edmund, how they called him on TV. Disrespect, putting the team on his back. MVP. Let's go.
Thank you, Kike.
Thank you, Dave.
PJ Kike Hernandez.
There's nothing better than David Vassegh just in a soak clubhouse with those animals going at him like
one
that.
of the nice things about when you're having a celebration after accomplishing, it's just an amazing accomplishment.
Yeah.
There's only 2 teams in baseball this year that have done it, the Yankees and now the Dodgers. But the nice thing is in the locker room, you're with your buddies. I mean, through thick and thin, you've gone through this, the entire organization, their coaching staff. You look at all the trainers, baseball operations, the people who support staff, the team physicians on top of it. In these celebrations, you can act like a 10-year-old and nobody thinks you're weird.
So let it rip.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, look, I think you brought it up during the broadcast, but I think it's worth bringing up again. Bill Russell throwing out the first pitch tonight. Oral Hershiser was lined up if this game went to, or the series rather, went to 7 for the ceremonial first pitches. But I know Mr. Russell means a heck of a lot to you, and you have a great deal of respect for him, given how much dirt he's gotten on that uniform in his career.
Well, they played more games with a Dodger uniform on than anyone else, and then he became a coach and then eventually a manager as well. And I think it helps set the tone. I don't know how many of the current players understand what Bill Russell meant to championship teams. And for me, it's enlightening to look at the people that have been in this organization. We see Manny Mota on a daily basis on top of it. We see people that have helped really kind of build the history of this organization. And now they're building their own history as they head to the 22nd World Series in franchise history.
The only team with more World Series appearances, the same team that they're going to be playing starting Friday, the New York Yankees. Well, Game 6 all got started with Michael Kopech, who's now with DV.
Another one of those bullpen dogs for the Dodgers. Michael, you got traded here at the deadline. Now you're headed to the World Series. What does that mean?
It means the world. I've said it a few times, and I don't want it to go unnoticed or underappreciated, but God is great. This team coming together the way they have, the unity that we've had, the belief that we've had in one another has been unbelievable, unmatched, amazing. I really don't have the words to put it in the proper description, but it's been a lot of fun to be a part of.
Can you describe the brotherhood you guys have down there, and now this identity of wanting in no matter how long, no matter what inning?
I don't know if I can describe it, but it's special. It really is. I think I've thrown almost every inning that you can imagine. 1 through 9 this season for the Dodgers, including the postseason. But it's been special, man. I think that this group is as resilient as any group I've ever seen, and I think that's going to help us a lot in the next round.
Man, Michael Kopech ready to go for the World Series. Dodgers, Yankees.
Absolutely. I think this is what we wanted. It's what the Yankees wanted. It's what the world wants. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Thank you for stopping. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
There he is, the man, Michael Kopech.
Thanks, DV. Michael Kopech has just been sensational. You could tell that he was amped up, maybe too amped up to go in Game 6 tonight. The nerves, it was impacting his command in that first inning, but the offense picked him up right away. Tommy Edmonds' 2-run double in the home half of that first inning. And look, I guess he was due, Mo. You can't be just locked down, shut out forever in this game, especially of all sports out there. But Michael Kopech has been absolutely nails since they brought him over. Even like the last week and a half before he was traded by the White Sox, he really found something, turned his game and his season around.
Yeah, I think the resiliency of this team and being able to do that, and whether or not you fall short of what your goals are in any particular night, you know that the guys around you. And the biggest thing is, too, when you get to postseason in particular, you never want to do something that's going to let your teammates down. And do something that really takes away from your chance to advance. Because these guys are experiencing things, these are friendships that last a lifetime.
Yeah.
Whether it be a phone call 30 years from now, a reunion, whatever it may be. I go back to what Francisco Lindor was saying, is that he wanted to be able to win this and go to the World Series, and they said, why? In particular, he goes, well, I want to be able to come back every 10 years and have a reunion and be able to go have a free meal anywhere I want to go. Well, it's not to that particular area, but these are friendships and bonds and trust that you have for a lifetime for one another.
Something that the Dodgers have said, Kike Hernandez, probably most notably or loudly during this championship series, They said, you know what, like I won a World Series here in 2020, but we didn't get to have a parade in Los Angeles because of the pandemic. And so that has been a huge motivating factor for him and all those guys who are on that 2020 roster.
Have you noticed also in downtown the last number of nights that City Hall has been illuminated in blue? Well, it'll be shining brightly in blue for a few more days.
You know, the only thing I think David Vassegh is missing from his aesthetic is a permed mullet and a gold chain and turtleneck.
And a dry towel.
And he's standing by with the man who has made that look famous here in L.A., Brent Honeywell.
Hey, Honeywell's got that turtleneck on. It's all soaked with champagne, Brent Honeywell. How does this feel?
Winning's fun, man. Winning is the best feeling in the world, especially when you're at the highest level. Nobody else. There's 2 teams left. The best of the best. World stage. I've wanted it my whole entire life. Ever since I was a little kid, I wanted it my whole life.
How does it feel to be such a big part of this bullpen?
I can't do it without him down there. I couldn't have done it without him.
How about this guy, Max Muncy? What would you do without Max Muncy? Get in here, Muncy.
This dude right here.
Max.
Have you had beer dumped on you?
A few times, yes.
Okay. All right, good. Just making sure. You can't be dry in this clubhouse right now, David.
I feel like I'm got more champagne and beer than you two.
Hey, little story for you, all right? This guy threw, what was it, 4 innings?
4 2/3.
4 2/3 for us in New York. He came out of the game. What did I tell you?
He said, I want us game 6.
Wow. And you were right. How much does Brent Honeywell mean to this team? Just everything he brings.
Guy's a dog. Guy's a dog. Our whole bullpen's dogs, but this guy put him in any position. Hey, you need 2 outs? He's got you. You need 3 innings? He's got you. This guy don't care. Hey, you need someone to throw live BP in San Diego? He's got you. This guy might have gotten Mookie Betts right because he threw him live BP. I don't know if you guys knew that. He threw him live BP because he wasn't active at the time. He threw him live BP. Mookie Betts started going off.
That's what I said. I told all 3 of them, I'm throwing it down the middle, and I want you to hit it as far as you can.
That's awesome. Brent Honeywell might be the undercover MVP of this team.
Hey, you never know. You never know. This guy's a dog. He's one of the heartbeats of this team. It doesn't get stated enough. He doesn't get enough credit. This dude's amazing in here. On the bus, in the clubhouse, in the bullpen. This dude's amazing.
Muncy, what does this team mean to you as far as going back to the World Series? You were here in 18, you won it in 20. How bad do you want a ring for these guys, and how bad do you want a parade?
This is one of the closest groups that I've ever been a part of. And, you know, we had to get some work to get here, but it's been amazing. I mean, this is probably the closest group I've had since 20. And, you know, when you talk about 2020, you're stuck in a hotel with everybody for 45 days. Yeah, you're going to get close. We're finding a way to do it. We're going to grind through this together for 3 weeks, and then you can be the best husband and father you can ever be. But I need 3 weeks out of you. So for 8 hours a day in those 5 days off, we were here together, just hanging out, having fun, having some food, talking about what we were going to do against the pitcher, watching baseball. We were just here for 8 hours a day being boys. And I really think that's translated into what we're at now.
100%. Well said. I think in New York, all 3 of us should share a room.
What?
I think all 3 of us, we should hang out, spend quality time in New York when the series goes there.
David, I can't think of anything worse.
Anything worse, dude. I'd rather shower with my dad than do that.
All right.
That's a bold statement right there.
I'll take that as a maybe. We'll send it back to you.
Where are we supposed to go with that, Vassegh? What do you mean back to us? No, stay down there. I think you were just getting warmed up.
And stay out of the shower, too.
Back here with Rick Monday, the Dodgers celebrating National League pennant here in 2024. There was before it went off absolutely off the rails at the very end, which you know me, Mo, I love that. There was a lot of great stuff in there, some real gems from both Brent Honeywell and Max Muncy about how this team got here and why.
Vassegh got a scoop about the fact that it was Brent Honeywell who threw live batting practice to Mookie Betts And then Honeywell gave us the old inside what he wanted to do. Yeah, throw it there and, hit the what out of
I'm going
it.
to throw it down the middle, and I want you to hit the blank out of the ball.
Yep.
I mean, look, but that's something you brought up earlier, Mo, is that it's, the stars are going to star, but it's not just the top of the lineup or the heart of the order. It is 1 through 30 in terms of rostered players and the entire staff to get a job like this done.
And I think if we look at this ball club day in and day out, who's going to be the star that particular night, that particular day, that particular game? And for Tommy Edman, talk about standing tall in this series and the other series too. I mean, this is a ball club, and I think Max Muncy was talking about it too, is look, we need everyone to be on the same page right now and consider the layoff as really a compliment, and it is. Because the Dodgers had the best record. They get the home field advantage. That works out very, very well. And now that home field advantage, if you will take place against the Yankees. Home field advantage is really nice if you play well. And that's exactly what happened. So there's still one more rung on the ladder. And someone's going to be standing on the stage at the end of the World Series as the champions of baseball.
Shakey's Pizza Parlor is the official pizza partner of the Dodgers audio broadcast. When it's game night, when it's party night, when it's NLCS winning night, it's group night at Shakey's.com. The Dodgers and David Vassegh raging on in the clubhouse right now. There's still a section north of the Dodger dugout that is hanging out trying to get the entirety of this on-field celebration in. The security staff is like, go home. You don't have to go home, but you do got to get up out of here. That's what they're being told right now. That's what we're going to do. We're going to step aside for a moment and be right back. It's an Avia and Dodgers Clubhouse show, and the Dodgers pennant winners in 2024.
Dodgers fans, no matter where you are, you won't miss a pitch with the SiriusXM app. Hear every game all season long. Download the SiriusXM app and search Dodgers.
Pizzas, burgers, and all your game day favorites at Taproom 29. Enjoy a beer flight from their locally crafted 29 brews. And while you're there, check out Club 29. From instant rewards and player club benefits, including savings on shows and dining. Take it from me, you can't lose with 29. Spotlight 29 Casino, Coachella's best bet.
Fall in Southern California means playoff baseball. And just like the boys in blue need to be playing at their best, your car or truck needs to be running at its best. Hi, it's Tim Cates. Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Home of the 15-minute oil change. No appointment needed, no waiting rooms. Find one of their over 100 locations across Southern California at SoCalOilChange.com. Have 15 minutes? Need an oil change? Make it a Valvoline Instant Oil Change.
Medicare beneficiaries need help choosing the right health plan during this year's AEP? Let PIH Health be your guide to all things enrollment. Don't miss your chance to join our network in 2025. Visit PIHhealth.org/Medicare or call 88.
Hey, you. Yeah, I'm talking to you. Cheers, insiders. Thank you all for helping us hit 50,000 subscribers. Thank you all that are watching right now that helped us get over the hump tonight. And a big special shout out to all of you who have been here for so long, chatting it up, cheering on our Maple Leafs, our Raptors, our Blue Jays, and making this Toronto sports community flourish. We're hitting 50K. We're moving on to 75. We're moving on to 100, and we're going to keep going. Thank you again to Sick Kids Hospital. It's been a great partnership so far, and we are just getting started. Thank you for just being here and making a difference for the Sick Kids Hospital in Toronto and Toronto Sports Insider. Now, let's get back to the hockey. It's not hockey, but that's where this started. We're getting back to the baseball. Cheers, everybody. Good luck to your team. See you back in the chat. 50,000 subscribers. What?
Years, I'm going to look back on this year as something that was really special, but our job's not done. We got 4 more wins.
And you're going to have your bullpen, a big part of it. How much do you love the identity that they've embraced as far as being the dogs of this team and wanting any part of any game?
I can't say enough about them, and obviously, Trinan and what guys have done
for Ben Kasparius not to be on the DS roster and do what he's done is incredible. Brent Honeywell, what he did in Game 5 that put us in position to do this tonight is, an unsung part of the success that we had, and just the contributions up and down that group was really special.
You've obviously put this team together from start to finish, but the trade deadline acquisitions you made with Michael Kopech and Tommy Edmonds and Jack Flaherty, Tommy winning the NLCS MVP, Kopech being your opener. How big has those three guys been for you guys in this postseason?
They've been huge, and for us, we talk about this every offseason. Our goal is to be good enough and have enough depth that we get to July and don't need to make trades. It's a bad market to acquire players, but obviously we got there this July and knew we had some holes we needed to fill. And so for us to line up on Kopech, Edmonds, Flaherty, Kiermaier, just the guys that we brought in and the way they fit in within the culture of this team, not only speaks to the talent and their makeup, but also our veteran players. For them to embrace these guys coming in the middle of the year, for our veteran players to create the environment where our young players can come up and have the success that they did because they felt confident, they felt comfortable, is a huge part of why we're standing there.
I know you like to stay in the background, but you put together a lot of these game plans. You're involved in every single one. For you to see them to come to fruition as many times as they have this postseason, how gratifying is that for you?
I mean, for me, it's watching some of the best players in the world go out and compete. And this team has shown so much resilience, and they don't care what's thrown at them, what happens. I mean, Vesia gets hurt at the end of the DS, and someone else stepped up. And so I think it is just the hallmark of this bunch and the way this collection of talent came together. So they're good with whatever gets thrown at them.
I've heard some buzz around the clubhouse that Bazooka and Vesia may have a chance to be part of the World Series roster. Is that realistic?
I think so. Right now we're going to celebrate tonight, and then tomorrow we're going to shift our focus to winning 4 games. I expect the roster to be challenging and difficult, but in a good way.
And as we get ready for Game 1 of the World Series, Dodgers-Yankees, Andrew, I know you grew up a baseball fan. To be part of this for the first time in 43 years, how special is that?
Yeah, I mean, watching the Yankees win the pennant last night, my head started going there, and just the nostalgia around it and just the classic nature of it is something I think is really special for the game, and I'm excited to be a part of it.
Well, I appreciate you taking time out of the dance party. I'm sure you and Kike got more to do.
We do. How low can you go?
Thanks a lot, Andrew. Congratulations.
Thank you.
There he is, the architect of the Los Angeles Dodgers, the National League champions, Andrew Friedman.
Thanks so much, DV. Andrew Friedman and his staff, Mo, just an unreal job throughout this year, because you go back to Camelback Ranch, and obviously the Dodgers are being discussed as World Series favorites because of the busy offseason. When you bring in Shohei Ohtani and Yoshinobu Yamamoto, and you trade for Tyler Glasnow, and you bring in Teoscar Hernandez, of course you're going to be at the head of that discussion. This is the Dodgers. That's what they want every single year. But the way this year played out, it was very much in doubt whether this was even going to be attainable with all the arms that fell to the injured list and were lost for the year. For them to be here at this point, that does not happen without the scouts who are grinding away on the road and staying at hotel rooms, and they're away from their families and loved ones, and they're taking a look at minor leaguers that weren't even on anybody's radar at the beginning of the year. And now those moving pieces and parts cannot and should not go unnoticed as we sit here tonight.
Exactly, because this is a different team than what we saw in spring training. Remember, in spring training, I said very early, I said the Dodgers are perceived as the Goliath of baseball.
Right.
And everybody wants to be able to slay the Goliath. But I think Friedman came up with one really, really important thing very quickly when he said the pieces fit. When you're trying to add pieces, whether it be in the offseason, but especially during the season, you may look at a player and say, oh, he's got X, we need that. He's got Y, we need that. We got that. But the bottom line is Does he fit in with our philosophy? Does he fit in with our organization? And does he fit in with the guys that are in that locker room who are going to compete on the field? And kudos to the Dodgers because they did their homework, not only getting integral parts, but parts that fit and intertwine into this great effort that they've had.
Enhance your listening experience. Download the iHeartRadio app and listen in HD, powered by LA Care Health Plan. Serving all Angelinos, all you celebrating Angelinos. LACare.org. Let's take another break. We'll be back. I don't think David Vassegh done, Dwayne, or do you think he's going to have more? He is done. He's all done? Okay.
They may have drowned him. Who knows?
All right, so then we'll come back here to Dodger Stadium, which is clearing out except for the family on the field as the Dodgers celebrate the 2024 National League pennant.
My name is Drew Robertson. I drive a Toyota Tacoma TRD off-road 4x4. I knew my truck was always going to be evolving to my needs for my travels. Ultimate dream is to do Alaska, the most northern point, and drive all the way down to Patagonia, the most southern. It's called the Pan America Trail. That's my ultimate vision, ultimate goal.
Today's the day for a great lease or a low APR on a new Tacoma 4x4. See all offers at Toyota.com. Then see your Toyota dealer today.
It's easy to buy or lease any new Toyota and easy to own one. Every new Toyota comes with Toyota Care no-cost maintenance. You're covered for all normal factory scheduled service for 2 years or 25,000 miles, whichever comes first. Performed by certified technicians using genuine Toyota parts. See your dealer for Toyota Care details and exclusions. Valid only in the continental U.S. and Alaska. We make it easy on you. Toyota, let's go places.
Hey, baseball fans, David Vassegh here. We're in the hunt to win it all. And if you're in the hunt for a new outdoor living space, look no further than TimberTech Decking and Railing. TimberTech is made with up to 85% recycled materials and proprietary technology for a better deck and a better planet. TimberTech is so natural looking, it's hard to distinguish from real wood. No decking has more color, widths, installation options, and top-rated fire resistance than TimberTech. It's everything wood should be. Get free samples, find a local contractor, and more at TimberTech.com. That's TimberTech.com.
Hollywood Park Casino, LA's premier card room casino and entertainment destination, playing your favorite games. Step into Century Bar and Grill for lunch or late night dinners, and unwind in Ray's Lounge and enjoy live music and crafted cocktails. Going to a concert or game? Park, party, and play at Hollywood Park Casino. Minutes from LAX and next door to the all-new Intuit Dome and SoFi Stadium. Elevate your game at Hollywood Park Casino. Visit playhpc.com for more information. Must be 21 and older to enter.
Going deep in the playoffs, like running a successful contracting company, is all about winning when it counts. Service Titan, the all-in-one software built for the trades, gives contractors nationwide the advanced tools they need to be the very best when it counts the most. Service Titan helps contractors win by simplifying every job and changing the game for your entire business. Find out how by scheduling a demo today at ServiceTitan.com. That's ServiceTitan.com.
What key is tonight going to be played in? Well, that's entirely up to you and your spirit. Over here at Wild Turkey, we're opting for something that rings true and can reverberate for ages. A little 101. Wild Turkey 101 has been pleasing crowds for decades with its iconic rich flavor. Crafted with generations of know-how and the finest ingredients. Wild Turkey. Trust your spirit.
Copyright 2024 Campari America. New York, New York. Never compromise. Drink responsibly.
Your home should be your happy place, and CertaPro painters can help. Are you noticing the scuffs and the faded colors on the wall inside your house, or maybe the cracked peeling paint on the outside of your home? Well, there's no better time than now to do that home painting project you've been putting off. With over 50,000 five-star reviews, you can trust CertaPro painters to get the job done right. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. When choosing a painting professional, the choice is simple. Choose happy. Choose CertaPro painters.
SiriusXM has everything a college football fan needs.
He's in trouble and down he goes. The ball comes out.
All the big games are on the SiriusXM app.
Down the sidelines, midfield. It's a race. Picking them up, putting them down.
Plus, hear daily in-depth analysis on College Sports Radio, Channel 84.
There's not a lot of holes or weaknesses on that football team, and they've got the goods where you want to have the goods for a championship caliber roster.
Our experts get you ready for game day every day on SiriusXM and the SiriusXM app.
Catch a brand new season preview show of your favorite team every weeknight until the season starts. Only on NBA Radio Channel 86 and the SiriusXM app.
Every night after the final out, the Round Trip Roundup brings you the scores, highlights, and analysis from every game across Major League Baseball, all in less than 30 minutes.
Swung on and missed strike 3 and a no-hitter.
It's the perfect way to get caught up on all the night's biggest home runs and best performances.
And a high drive, deep right center.
It's the Round Trip Roundup on MLB Network Radio every night on SiriusXM Channel 89 and every morning on the SiriusXM app.
The NASCAR Cup Series is on SiriusXM. We're back on the track Sunday,
1:30 p.m. Eastern.
It's the Straight Talk Wireless 400 from Homestead Miami Speedway on SiriusXM NASCAR Radio Channel 90 in the car and on the all-new SiriusXM app. Get closer to everything that moves you wherever you are with the SiriusXM app.
Let's make some smoke and drink some beer. Yes!
If you love golf, then you should never turn off PGA Tour Radio. Hear from the biggest names in the sport.
Champion golfer of the year is Xander Schauffele.
I think best round of golf ever in my life.
Listen to special shows from people who love the game, like rock and roll legend Alice Cooper.
There's a putt, must be 90 feet long, and you make that putt.
And get help with your own game.
You'll get through your iron shots and have predictable distance.
It's all golf, all the time, on PGA Tour Radio, Channel 92 in the car, and on the SiriusXM app.
Josh Gibson was the greatest baseball player of all time.
Hear all new episodes of the award-winning SiriusXM original podcast, Black Diamonds.
If there was a 5-tool catcher, it would be Josh Gibson.
Stories of baseball's all-time greats.
Josh Gibson played the game like he was in a video game. But this was no video game. This was very real.
Negro League's Baseball Museum President Bob Kendrick hosts Black Diamonds. Available now wherever you get your podcasts.
You're listening to the National League Championship Series on SiriusXM. Join us after the game on MLB Network Radio, SiriusXM 89.
Mazda wants to talk to you in person. Get that 10-year, 100,000-mile limited warranty on almost every used vehicle and every new Mazda. Not to mention, if you get the EV, they've got the wall box, home charging station included. It's GalpinMazda.com, 1-800-GO-GALPIN, or hop off the 405 at Roscoe.
Shake, shake. How do you top a Shakey's pepperoni pizza with half a dozen plump and juicy chicken wings? When it's game on, feed your flock with a medium pepperoni pizza plus 6 succulent bone-in wings and your choice of sauce, now just $19.99. For dinner time, game time, or anytime, wing it at Shakey's with our new pizza and wings combo. Get it to go at Shakey's.com or dine in and watch the game at your neighborhood Shakey's with an ice-cold pitcher of beer. Shakey's pizza and wings combo for 2, just $19.99. Grab it before it flies the coop.
Hey, it's David Vassay. Colder temps are coming. Now is the time to make sure your home is primed for the season with heating products by Navien. We know Navien tankless water heaters gives us endless hot water and big savings. Navien also makes high-efficiency products that deliver comfort in the form of heat to every corner of your home. Now Navien is taking comfort to the next level by introducing a hydro furnace that provides even, high-efficiency forced air heat powered by the same proven technology as their water heating products. Visit NavienInc.com/Dodgers.
Hi, it's Hannah, and welcome to the HannahCast. Today, Piggy Bank's gonna fuel our episode with questions about Argo Rewards. Yep, earn up to $7 in rewards at sign up. And 5 cents on every gallon. Sounds pretty sensible, if you ask me. All this savings talk making you hungry? There you go. Learn how to earn at ArcoRewards.com.
Offer valid until October 31st, 2024. By entering your phone number, you're agreeing to receive recurring automated informational and marketing SMS, MMS messages from Marathon. Other terms and conditions may apply at participating locations only.
Scotty Scheffler is the Masters champion.
The biggest events in golf are on PGA Tour Radio, Channel 92 in the car, and on the SiriusXM app.
I'm better than you guys, the champions. The champions.
Early travel alert for the upcoming World Series, and I guess, Rick Monday, you're going to be sharing a room with David Vassay for games 3, 4, and maybe 5 of the World Series. It's crazy. It just came across my phone.
Yeah, really?
No, I'm kidding. Back here with Mo, David Vassay is dried off. He has changed. He is standing by, getting ready for a post-pennant edition of Dodger talk. But Mo, what a night here it was at Dodger Stadium. Again, there was like a palpable anxiety, I feel like, within our booth and then at Dodger Stadium as well. And I'm sure everybody who was listening to the broadcast tonight was feeling the same way. You just never know in October. You could be better on paper, you could be better on the field, but that doesn't guarantee you anything.
Yeah.
And if it gets to Game 7, all bets are off. And so for the Dodgers to kind of take care of business tonight and have the next 4 days, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, to rest up for the Yankees, it's massive.
Yeah, and decisions have to be made, and some of that is going to be the result of medical issues. I mean, what about the right ankle of Freddie Freeman? The next round, you can readjust your roster.
Right.
So where's Miguel Rojas in that situation? And for Freddie Freeman not playing tonight, so he missed 2 of the games in this series against the New York Mets. So there's a lot to be figured out, including, who's going to start, who's going to work Game 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So the first 2 will be here, and then you go back to New York. And do that one all over again. And I can guarantee you Bassett is going to have a room by himself.
All by himself. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Well, one more break and then one more segment before we hand it off to DV and Dodger Talks. That's all for you to stand by and stay tuned here on the Los Angeles Dodgers Audio Network.
This truck season, think about all the things you can do in a Chevy truck. You can even just with impressive towing, incredible bed and tailgate functionality, and multiple powertrains. Chevy Silverado, the first ever Silverado EV. Colorado and Tahoe have what you need to get things done. When you want to do it all, Chevy's got you. It's Chevy truck season. Get 0% financing on all 2024 Silverado 1500 pickups when you finance with GM Financial. Together, let's drive at your Southern California Chevy dealers. 0% APR for 36 months. Monthly payment is $27.78 for every $1,000 you finance. Example down payment 9.3%. Must finance with GM Financial. Some customers may not qualify. Not available with lease and some other offers. Take new retail delivery by 10/31/24.
Medicare beneficiaries need help choosing the right health plan during this year's AEP? Let PIH Health be your guide to all things enrollment. Don't miss your chance to join our network in 2025. Visit pihhealth.org/Medicare or call 888-365-4450. That's 888-365-4450. 888-365-4450. PIH Health, your health and wellness partner.
Take me out to Morongo, where I can watch all the games, with thousands of slots and blackjack, with big screen TVs from the front to the back. Yes, the dining there is outstanding. Sideline Sports Bar is simply grand. We were voted, yes, once again, best casino of the Southland. Morongo, good times.
Hey, it's David Vassay. Colder temps are coming. Now is the time to make sure your home is primed for the season with heating products by Navien. We know Navien tankless water heaters gives us endless hot water and big savings. Navien also makes high-efficiency products that deliver comfort in the form of heat to every corner of your home. Now Navien is taking comfort to the next level by introducing a hydro furnace that provides even, high-efficiency forced air heat powered by the same proven technology as their water heating products. Visit NavienInc.com/Dodgers.
Our favorite team is making their playoff push, and no better way to celebrate October baseball than with Hoffy hot dogs. To win in the playoffs, you have to be playing at your best, and Hoffy hot dogs are the best.
They use only top quality ingredients with premium quality beef for a great hot dog you can taste. And supporting our team is a time-honored tradition, and no one does it better than Angelino's. Hoffy is proud to be LA's local hot dog, delivering the best quality and taste for decades.
Visit HoffyBrand.com to find your Cravelicious hot dog.
Hoffy, local, original, great.
2K your way with SiriusXM channels designed to shift your timeline. Jump into the pit with hard rock and new metal on Turbo, Channel 41.
It's just one of those days.
Go hard all day with with zeros and tens hip-hop on Flex 2K, Channel 49. Bees in the track. Or sink into your feels with alternative anthems on Alt 2K. Listen to all of these and more 2000s channels across SiriusXM and the SiriusXM app.
That was an all-time classic.
Adam Shine brings his unique perspective and passionate sports talk to Mad Dog Sports Radio.
That game led the league in holy cow wow moments.
The biggest and hottest names across Major League Baseball.
Star shortstop for the Kansas City Royals, Bobby Witt Jr.
Straight to kind of build the new culture here in Kansas City.
Shine on Sports, weekdays 9 Eastern. Mad Dog Sports Radio, Sirius XM 82 in the car and on the all-new Sirius XM app.
This week on Let's Go with Bill Belichick, Max Crosby, Peter King, and me, Jim Gray. How impressed are you with what you've seen with Caleb Williams?
He's definitely made some progress. He's playing with a good defensive team, so they really don't have to go out there and score 40 points every week to win. But he's done a better job of taking care of the ball and making plays when he's had the opportunity to make them and not put himself in a compromising situation.
Listen to the extended version of Let's Go, now available exclusively on the all-new SiriusXM app.
Hey, this is James Hinchcliffe from Off Track with Hinch and Rossi. Do you love podcasts?
Yep.
Do you have a best friend?
Oh, yeah.
Do you like driving 200 miles per hour in a car with no roof?
Sure do.
Well, then join me and my best friend, IndyCar driver and 2016 Indy 500 winner Alex Rossi.
That's me.
Twice a week for Off Track with Hinch and Rossi on SiriusXM Podcast Network. All year round, we're talking IndyCar, F1, food, travel, and more with some of the biggest names from on and off the track.
So download Off Track with Hinch and Rossi now, available on the SiriusXM app or wherever you get your podcasts.
If it's happening in baseball,
the heroes last night for the Dodgers, Kike Hernandez.
We talked to Mookie about you. He has a new nickname for you, Kike Otani. How do you respond to that?
It's on MLB Network Radio.
Marcus Lindbetz. I don't think there's a guy that's more complete than that guy on a baseball field, and I want him to come to the ballpark every day remembering who he is.
Mookie Betts admiring a 2-run blast.
MLB Network Radio, SiriusXM Channel 89, and on the SiriusXM app.
Wake up! Wake up, everybody! This is Steve Phillips from the leadoff spot on MLB Network Radio. Join me and former Major League Baseball players Eduardo Perez and Xavier Scruggs as we react to all the latest news and scores across baseball and have plenty of fun along the way.
Steve, you were so right about that.
I don't know if anybody else thinks we're funny, but I think we're funny.
Why are you putting us or we into this?
The leadoff spot, weekdays at 7 a.m. Eastern on MLB Network Radio, Channel 89, and on the SiriusXM app.
In season or out of season, the number one place for college sports is SiriusXM College Sports Radio, Channel 84.
You're listening to the National League Championship Series on SiriusXM. Join us after the game on MLB Network Radio, SiriusXM 89.
AM 570 LA Sports.
Shohei Ohtani versus Aaron Judge.
Shohei Ohtani! Watch this one fly!
That would be like magic and Bird.
It's a Judgian blast!
This is a Hollywood script waiting to be written.
It's a battle of baseball's marquee franchises as the LA Dodgers and New York Yankees square off.
The Dodgers look to claim their 8th World Series title.
Game 1, Morongo Casino, Dodgers on deck, kicks off Friday at 4 p.m.
Your home of the World Series.
Don't miss a moment of the coverage all postseason right here on the official home of the Blue.
Welcome to a new era of aging with Alignment Health Plan. Imagine being in charge of your health with a Medicare Advantage plan that truly caters to your needs. Hi, I'm Steve Sachs, and this November I'll be eligible for Medicare, and Alignment Health Plan will be my new Medicare health plan for many reasons. They coordinate all your care teams together, which makes it so much easier for you. Plus, they have a wide range of doctors to choose from. Say goodbye to the complexities of managing your health and hello to a simpler, more empowering experience. Visit alignmenthealthplan.com today and start your journey to better health.
I like choices. We all like choices. So when you're choosing a vehicle, your Southern California Ford dealer is a great place to start. Whether you choose one of the best-selling Ford F-150s, a Mustang Mach-E, or a Ford Bronco, there's a gas, hybrid, or all-electric vehicle of your choice. But more important than the type of power you choose is what you choose to do with it. So go to your Southern California Ford dealer today and tell them ED sent you. 29. It's a winning number. I know it, and my friends at Spotlight 29 Casino know it too. Eric Dickerson here. Next time you're in Coachella Valley, stop in and enjoy pizzas, burgers, and all your game day favorites at Taproom 29. Enjoy a beer flight from their locally crafted 29 brews. And while you're there, check out Club 29. From instant rewards and player club benefits, including savings on shows and dining. Take it from me, you can't lose with 29. Spotlight 29 Casino, Coachella's best bet.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Fall in Southern California means playoff baseball. And just like the boys in blue need to be playing at their best, your car or truck needs to be running at its best. Hi, it's Tim Cates. Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Home of the 15-minute oil change. No appointment needed, no waiting rooms. Find one of their over 100 locations across Southern California at SoCalOilChange.com. Have 15 minutes? Need an oil change? Make it a Valvoline Instant Oil Change.
You've been listening to LA Dodgers baseball on their official playoff home. This has been Navien Dodgers Clubhouse.
For endless hot water, visit tanklessmadesimple.com.
LA Dodgers playoff baseball has been brought to you by LA County Public Works.
Recycling beverage containers is a triple play.
AM/PM.
The official convenience store of the Dodgers. Too much good stuff.
Chef Morito.
Seasoning partner of the Dodgers.
Your SoCal Chevy dealers.
Together, let's drive.
Zenshi Sushi.
Fast, fresh, and easy.
And by Hoffy Hot Dogs.
A SoCal treasure. Local, original, great.
Stick around for Dodger Talk coming up next on the LA Dodgers Audio Network.
Yeah, stick around.
After the game, join us on MLB Network Radio. We're talking baseball with you all season long on SiriusXM Channel 89 and the SiriusXM app.
In 2017 and claimed the title by defeating the Tampa Bay Rays in the 2020 season. Keep it locked on SiriusXM MLB Network Radio, Channel 89. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM MLB schedule for Monday, October the 21st. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. The World Series is set, and Major League Baseball playoffs are on pause until Friday, October 25th, with the LA Dodgers taking on the New York Yankees. The Yankees punched their ticket to their first World Series since 2009 and are vying for their 28th championship. The Dodgers will be making their fourth World Series appearance since 2017 and claimed the title by defeating the Tampa Bay Rays in the 2020 season. Keep it locked on SiriusXM MLB Network Radio, Channel 89. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM MLB schedule for Monday, October the 21st. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. The World Series is set, and Major League Baseball playoffs are on pause until Friday, October 25th, with the LA Dodgers taking on the New York Yankees. The Yankees punched their ticket to their first World Series since 2009 and are vying for their 28th championship. The Dodgers will be making their fourth World Series appearance since 2017 and claimed the title by defeating the Tampa Bay Rays in the 2020 season. Keep it locked on SiriusXM MLB Network Radio, Channel 89.
On the court and off, your home for the NBA is SiriusXM. Follow all the drama as your favorite team vies for it all. SiriusXM NBA Radio, SiriusXM 86.
Returning to the major leagues a year after he stepped down from Cleveland, Terry Francona has been hired to manage the Cincinnati Reds. And joining MLB Network Radio on SiriusXM Channel 89, Francona was on to talk about it.
I think I've talked to everybody, and I've done a ton of texting and just trying to get the ball rolling. I don't want to ever use new as an excuse. And I'm actually in Cincinnati now. And Nick and Brad and some of the guys upstairs, this afternoon, we're going to kind of get our heads starting to try to wrap around putting this staff together. And there's certainly going to be a lot of holdovers because they have some really good coaches here. But we'll also have some new faces, too. I'm not sure that I could say all summer I had a burning desire to get back in uniform. I had a really good year away from the game, and I needed it. I thought I got out of the game for the right reasons. I felt like I was shortchanging the organization and the players. I got away, and I had a semi-normal life, and then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, the Reds called. I think the first call, I was probably a little lukewarm, but they flew out to Arizona, and we actually interviewed. We talked in my house, and that kind of blew me away that they were willing to fly all the way out there. And we hit it off. It felt so much like my first meeting in Cleveland. I thought I went to Cleveland for all the right reasons, and it lasted 11 years, and it was wonderful. This had a really similar feel.
SiriusXM NFL Radio Channel 88 brings you expert analysis from former players, coaches, and executives, plus reaction to all the latest news on the only 24/7 station dedicated to the National Football League.
I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM MLB schedule for Monday, October the 21st. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. The World Series is set, and Major League Baseball playoffs are on pause until Friday, October 25th, with the LA Dodgers taking on the New York Yankees. The Yankees punched their ticket to their first World Series since 2009 and are vying for their 28th championship. The Dodgers will be making their fourth World Series appearance since 2017 and claimed the title by defeating the Tampa Bay Rays in the 2020 season. Keep it locked on SiriusXM MLB Network Radio, Channel 89. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM MLB schedule for Monday, October the 21st. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. The World Series is set, and Major League Baseball playoffs are on pause until Friday, October 25th, with the LA Dodgers taking on the New York Yankees. The Yankees punched their ticket to their first World Series since 2009 and are vying for their 28th championship. The Dodgers will be making their fourth World Series appearance since 2017 and claimed the title by defeating the Tampa Bay Rays in the 2020 season. Keep it locked on SiriusXM MLB Network Radio, Channel 89. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM MLB schedule for Monday, October the 21st. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. The World Series is set, and Major League Baseball playoffs are on pause until Friday, October 25th, with the LA Dodgers taking on the New York Yankees. The Yankees punched their ticket to their first World Series since 2009 and are vying for their 28th championship. The Dodgers will be making their fourth World Series appearance since 2017 and claimed the title by defeating the Tampa Bay Rays in the 2020 season. Keep it locked on SiriusXM MLB Network Radio, Channel 89. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM MLB schedule for Monday, October the 21st. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. The World Series is set, and Major League Baseball playoffs are on pause until Friday, October 25th, with the LA Dodgers taking on the New York Yankees. The Yankees punched their ticket to their first World Series since 2009 and are vying for their 28th championship. The Dodgers will be making their fourth World Series appearance since 2017 and claimed the title by defeating the Tampa Bay Rays in the 2020 season. Keep it locked on SiriusXM MLB Network Radio, Channel 89. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM MLB schedule for Monday, October the 21st. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. The World Series is set, and Major League Baseball playoffs are on pause until Friday, October 25th, with the LA Dodgers taking on the New York Yankees. The Yankees punched their ticket to their first World Series since 2009 and are vying for their 28th championship. The Dodgers will be making their fourth World Series appearance since 2017 and claimed the title by defeating the Tampa Bay Rays in the 2020 season. Keep it locked on SiriusXM MLB Network Radio, Channel 89. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM MLB schedule for Monday, October the 21st. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. The World Series is set, and Major League Baseball playoffs are on pause until Friday, October 25th, with the LA Dodgers taking on the New York Yankees. The Yankees punched their ticket to their first World Series since 2009 and are vying for their 28th championship. The Dodgers will be making their fourth World Series appearance since 2017 and claimed the title by defeating the Tampa Bay Rays in the 2020 season. Keep it locked on SiriusXM MLB Network Radio, Channel 89.
Follow every second of the action on NHL Network Radio. From behind the bench to every play on the ice. If it's hockey, it's on SiriusXM NHL Network Radio. SiriusXM 91.
Boston Red Sox pitching legend Luis Tiant passed away at the age of 83. Speaking on SiriusXM MLB Network Radio, Eduardo Perez took some time to remember him.
I remember Louis being there, and always with that cigar. You know, going back to the early days of following his father's footsteps. His father was also a great pitcher, but was a left-handed pitcher out of Cuba, and Louis was able to sign in Mexico before having his contract purchased by the Cleveland Indians organization and making a name for himself in Cleveland. But he not only made a name for himself in Cleveland, he had to reinvent himself because he had gotten hurt, his shoulder had gotten hurt. So he started doing all the antics of twisting around, facing second base, using deception because of the lack of velocity. He actually became a giant in Boston because of that. And those numbers that he put up in Boston in the 70s were absolutely ridiculous based on deception, based on his personality. He was a vibrant personality. And he's going to be missed. He's going to be missed by obviously the Red Sox family, who had inducted him into their Hall of Fame in the late 90s. And guys, if you really taken a deep dive into Louis Tiant's numbers, it's ridiculous. Chris, you look at those numbers. If I'm not mistaken, the complete games in itself is an unbelievable number.
Hear it all on demand. Your favorite shows, your favorite games. Don't miss a second of your favorite SiriusXM programming on demand with the SiriusXM app. Download it now for free.
I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM MLB schedule for Monday, October the 21st. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. The World Series is set, and Major League Baseball playoffs are on pause until Friday, October 25th, with the LA Dodgers taking on the New York Yankees. The Yankees punched their ticket to their first World Series since 2009 and are vying for their 28th championship. The Dodgers will be making their fourth World Series appearance since 2017 and claimed the title by defeating the Tampa Bay Rays in the 2020 season. Keep it locked on SiriusXM MLB Network Radio, Channel 89. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM MLB schedule for Monday, October the 21st. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. The World Series is set, and Major League Baseball playoffs are on pause until Friday, October 25th, with the LA Dodgers taking on the New York Yankees. The Yankees punched their ticket to their first World Series since 2009 and are vying for their 28th championship. The Dodgers will be making their fourth World Series appearance since 2017 and claimed the title by defeating the Tampa Bay Rays in the 2020 season. Keep it locked on SiriusXM MLB Network Radio, Channel 89. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM MLB schedule for Monday, October the 21st. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. The World Series is set, and Major League Baseball playoffs are on pause until Friday, October 25th, with the LA Dodgers taking on the New York Yankees. The Yankees punched their ticket to their first World Series since 2009 and are vying for their 28th championship. The Dodgers will be making their fourth World Series appearance since 2017 and claimed the title by defeating the Tampa Bay Rays in the 2020 season. Keep it locked on SiriusXM MLB Network Radio, Channel 89. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM MLB schedule for Monday, October the 21st. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. The World Series is set, and Major League Baseball playoffs are on pause until Friday, October 25th, with the LA Dodgers taking on the New York Yankees. The Yankees punched their ticket to their first World Series since 2009 and are vying for their 28th championship. The Dodgers will be making their fourth World Series appearance since 2017 and claimed the title by defeating the Tampa Bay Rays in the 2020 season. Keep it locked on SiriusXM MLB Network Radio, Channel 89. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM MLB schedule for Monday, October the 21st. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. The World Series is set, and Major League Baseball playoffs are on pause until Friday, October 25th, with the LA Dodgers taking on the New York Yankees. The Yankees punched their ticket to their first World Series since 2009 and are vying for their 28th championship. The Dodgers will be making their fourth World Series appearance since 2017 and claimed the title by defeating the Tampa Bay Rays in the 2020 season. Keep it locked on SiriusXM MLB Network Radio, Channel 89. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM MLB schedule for Monday, October the 21st. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. The World Series is set, and Major League Baseball playoffs are on pause until Friday, October 25th, with the LA Dodgers taking on the New York Yankees. The Yankees punched their ticket to their first World Series since 2009 and are vying for their 28th championship. The Dodgers will be making their fourth World Series appearance since 2017 and claimed the title by defeating the Tampa Bay Rays in the 2020 season. Keep it locked on SiriusXM MLB Network Radio, Channel 89.
The PGA Tour comes to life on SiriusXM. It's your destination for everything on the tour. Hear live hole-by-hole coverage and expert analysis. PGA Tour Radio, SiriusXM 92.
For a possible front office role with the San Francisco Giants, they have asked permission to speak with the Oakland Athletics Assistant General Manager Billy Owens, and he stopped by SiriusXM MLB Network Radio to talk about his thoughts about being considered.
Yeah, honestly, with the Giants being the local team, growing up with Frank Robinson managing there, Chili Davis being a star, Will the Thrill throughout the 80s. I mean, Louis Tiant, rest in peace. Everybody did the Louis Tiant wind up, and Chris will tell you, in the Bay Area, everybody tried to do Will Clark swing. So
that's true.
Yeah, that's right. I mean,
that's exactly right.
It was butter. So yeah, man, just flattering. It's something that they have reached out. Looking forward to the interview. I got a great opportunity here, but that's something that's very intriguing. It's Oracle Park. It's the Bay, 415 area code. I was a kid that jumped the fence when they hit the home run. And, Vida Blue gave me 2 balls one time at Candlestick Park. Actually saw Barry Bonds play his rookie year for the Pirates at Candlestick. So, yeah, man, it's that Bay Area baseball, it runs deep. And so, the Giants, the A's, the Warriors, the Raiders, the Earthquakes, I get that Bay Area passion for sure.
SiriusXM has soccer covered end to end. SiriusXM FC. Hear live play-by-play and talk shows hosted by legends of the game. It's SiriusXM FC on Channel 157.
I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM MLB schedule for Monday, October the 21st. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. The World Series is set, and Major League Baseball playoffs are on pause until Friday, October 25th, with the LA Dodgers taking on the New York Yankees. The Yankees punched their ticket to their first World Series since 2009 and are vying for their 28th championship. The Dodgers will be making their fourth World Series appearance since 2017 and claimed the title by defeating the Tampa Bay Rays in the 2020 season. Keep it locked on SiriusXM MLB Network Radio, Channel 89. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM MLB schedule for Monday, October the 21st. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. The World Series is set, and Major League Baseball playoffs are on pause until Friday, October 25th, with the LA Dodgers taking on the New York Yankees. The Yankees punched their ticket to their first World Series since 2009 and are vying for their 28th championship. The Dodgers will be making their fourth World Series appearance since 2017 and claimed the title by defeating the Tampa Bay Rays in the 2020 season. Keep it locked on SiriusXM MLB Network Radio, Channel 89. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM MLB schedule for Monday, October the 21st. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. The World Series is set, and Major League Baseball playoffs are on pause until Friday, October 25th, with the LA Dodgers taking on the New York Yankees. The Yankees punched their ticket to their first World Series since 2009 and are vying for their 28th championship. The Dodgers will be making their 4th World Series appearance since 2017 and claimed the title by defeating the Tampa Bay Rays in the 2020 season. Keep it locked on SiriusXM MLB Network Radio, Channel 89. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM MLB schedule for Monday, October the 21st. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. The World Series is set, and Major League Baseball playoffs are on pause until Friday, October 25th, with the LA Dodgers taking on the New York Yankees. The Yankees punched their ticket to their first World Series since 2009 and are vying for their 28th championship. The Dodgers will be making their 4th World Series appearance since 2017 and claimed the title by defeating the Tampa Bay Rays in the 2020 season. Keep it locked on SiriusXM MLB Network Radio, Channel 89. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM MLB schedule for Monday, October the 21st. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. The World Series is set, and Major League Baseball playoffs are on pause until Friday, October 25th, with the LA Dodgers taking on the New York Yankees. The Yankees punched their ticket to their first World Series since 2009 and are vying for their 28th championship. The Dodgers will be making their 4th World Series appearance since 2017 and claimed the title by defeating the Tampa Bay Rays in the 2020 season. Keep it locked on SiriusXM MLB Network Radio, Channel 89. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM MLB schedule for Monday, October the 21st. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. The World Series is set, and Major League Baseball playoffs are on pause until Friday, October 25th, with the LA Dodgers taking on the New York Yankees. The Yankees punched their ticket to their first World Series since 2009 and are vying for their 28th championship. The Dodgers will be making their 4th World Series appearance since 2017 and claimed the title by defeating the Tampa Bay Rays in the 2020 season. Keep it locked on SiriusXM MLB Network Radio, Channel 89.
Follow every second of the action on NHL Network Radio. From behind the bench to every play on the ice. If it's hockey, it's on SiriusXM NHL Network Radio. SiriusXM 91.
The Kansas City Monarchs and the Negro League Baseball Museum marked a very special year in 2024, as it was the 100th anniversary of the first Negro League World Series, which was won by the Monarchs over the Hilldale Club in 1924. Over on SiriusXM MLB Network Radio's Black Diamonds, host Bob Kendrick was joined by the grandson of KC owner J.L. Wilkinson, Ed Catron.
And they all had such great reverence for him. Buck O'Neill once said that your grandfather was the first white man that he had ever met without any prejudice. Said that when there weren't enough hotel rooms to go around, he and your granddad slept in the same bed together. That was J.L. Wilkinson. And as I oftentimes refer to him, he was a 2000 man in the 1920s.
Buck and I visited many times, and he would always say that there were only two men that he ever met that were totally colorblind. His father, Buck O'Neill's father, and J.L. Wilkinson. People ask, why did he get into black baseball? Well, he loved baseball passionately. He played baseball, he managed, he was a promoter, but he wanted the best team that he could put together with the money he had.
SiriusXM Fantasy Sports Radio is the place for expert advice, strategy, and information for the best fantasy sports analysis to win your league. Plus, hear pick-by-pick coverage of live drafts and interviews with top players, coaches, and team executives on SiriusXM 87.
I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM MLB schedule for Monday, October the 21st. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. The World Series is set, and Major League Baseball playoffs are on pause until Friday, October 25th, with the LA Dodgers taking on the New York Yankees. The Yankees punched their ticket to their first World Series since 2009 and are vying for their 28th championship. The Dodgers will be making their 4th World Series appearance since 2017 and claimed the title by defeating the Tampa Bay Rays in the 2020 season. Keep it locked on SiriusXM MLB Network Radio, Channel 89. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM MLB schedule for Monday, October the 21st. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. The World Series is set, and Major League Baseball playoffs are on pause until Friday, October 25th, with the LA Dodgers taking on the New York Yankees. The Yankees punched their ticket to their first World Series since 2009 and are vying for their 28th championship. The Dodgers will be making their fourth World Series appearance since 2017 and claimed the title by defeating the Tampa Bay Rays in the 2020 season. Keep it locked on SiriusXM MLB Network Radio, Channel 89. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM MLB schedule for Monday, October the 21st. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. The World Series is set, and Major League Baseball playoffs are on pause until Friday, October 25th, with the LA Dodgers taking on the New York Yankees. The Yankees punched their ticket to their first World Series since 2009 and are vying for their 28th championship. The Dodgers will be making their fourth World Series appearance since 2017 and claimed the title by defeating the Tampa Bay Rays in the 2020 season. Keep it locked on SiriusXM MLB Network Radio, Channel 89. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM MLB schedule for Monday, October the 21st. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. The World Series is set, and Major League Baseball playoffs are on pause until Friday, October 25th, with the LA Dodgers taking on the New York Yankees. The Yankees punched their ticket to their first World Series since 2009 and are vying for their 28th championship. The Dodgers will be making their fourth World Series appearance since 2017 and claimed the title by defeating the Tampa Bay Rays in the 2020 season. Keep it locked on SiriusXM MLB Network Radio, Channel 89. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM MLB schedule for Monday, October the 21st. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. The World Series is set, and Major League Baseball playoffs are on pause until Friday, October 25th, with the LA Dodgers taking on the New York Yankees. The Yankees punched their ticket to their first World Series since 2009 and are vying for their 28th championship. The Dodgers will be making their fourth World Series appearance since 2017 and claimed the title by defeating the Tampa Bay Rays in the 2020 season. Keep it locked on SiriusXM MLB Network Radio, Channel 89. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM MLB schedule for Monday, October the 21st. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. The World Series is set, and Major League Baseball playoffs are on pause until Friday, October 25th, with the LA Dodgers taking on the New York Yankees. The Yankees punched their ticket to their first World Series since 2009 and are vying for their 28th championship. The Dodgers will be making their fourth World Series appearance since 2017 and claimed the title by defeating the Tampa Bay Rays in the 2020 season. Keep it locked on SiriusXM MLB Network Radio, Channel 89.
Get the latest news, opinion, and analysis from MMA to boxing and the professional wrestling world 24/7. SiriusXM Fight Nation, SiriusXM 156, and the SXM app.
Returning to the major leagues a year after he stepped down from Cleveland, Terry Francona has been hired to manage the Cincinnati Reds. And joining MLB Network Radio on SiriusXM Channel 89, Francona was on to talk about it.
I think I've talked to everybody, and I've done a ton of texting and just trying to get the ball rolling. I don't want to ever use new as an excuse. And I'm actually in Cincinnati now. And Nick and Brad and some of the guys upstairs this afternoon, we're going to kind of get our heads starting to try to wrap around putting this staff together. And there's certainly going to be a lot of holdovers because they have some really good coaches here. But we'll also have some new faces, too. I'm not sure that I could say all summer I had a burning desire to get back in uniform. I had a really good year away from the game, and I needed it. I thought I got out of the game for the right reasons. I felt like I was shortchanging the organization and the players. I got away, and I had a semi-normal life, and then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, the Reds called. I think the first call, I was probably a little lukewarm, but they flew out to Arizona, and we actually interviewed. We talked in my house, and that kind of blew me away that they were willing to fly all the way out there. And we hit it off. It felt so much like my first meeting in Cleveland. I thought I went to Cleveland for all the right reasons, and it lasted 11 years, and it was wonderful. this had a really similar feel.
Mad Dog Sports Radio has the best sports talk in the business, covering sports with a passion and knowledge you need. Mad Dog Sports Radio, SiriusXM 86, and the SXM app.
I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM MLB schedule for Monday, October the 21st. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. The World Series is set, and Major League Baseball playoffs are on pause until Friday, October 25th, with the LA Dodgers taking on the New York Yankees. The Yankees punched their ticket to their first World Series since 2009 and are vying for their 28th championship. The Dodgers will be making their fourth World Series appearance since 2017 and claim the title by defeating the Tampa Bay Rays in the 2020 season. Keep it locked on SiriusXM MLB Network Radio, Channel 89. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM MLB schedule for Monday, October the 21st. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. The World Series is set, and Major League Baseball playoffs are on pause until Friday, October 25th, with the LA Dodgers taking on the New York Yankees. The Yankees punched their ticket to their first World Series since 2009 and are vying for their 28th championship. The Dodgers will be making their fourth World Series appearance since 2017 and claim the title by defeating the Tampa Bay Rays in the 2020 season. Keep it locked on SiriusXM MLB Network Radio, Channel 89. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM MLB schedule for Monday, October the 21st. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. The World Series is set, and Major League Baseball playoffs are on pause until Friday, October 25th, with the LA Dodgers taking on the New York Yankees. The Yankees punched their ticket to their first World Series since 2009 and are vying for their 28th championship. The Dodgers will be making their fourth World Series appearance since 2017 and claim the title by defeating the Tampa Bay Rays in the 2020 season. Keep it locked on SiriusXM MLB Network Radio, Channel 89. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM MLB schedule for Monday, October the 21st. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. The World Series is set, and Major League Baseball playoffs are on pause until Friday, October 25th, with the LA Dodgers taking on the New York Yankees. The Yankees punched their ticket to their first World Series since 2009 and are vying for their 28th championship. The Dodgers will be making their fourth World Series appearance since 2017 and claim the title by defeating the Tampa Bay Rays in the 2020 season. Keep it locked on SiriusXM MLB Network Radio, Channel 89. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM MLB schedule for Monday, October the 21st. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. The World Series is set, and Major League Baseball playoffs are on pause until Friday, October 25th, with the LA Dodgers taking on the New York Yankees. The Yankees punched their ticket to their first World Series since 2009 and are vying for their 28th championship. The Dodgers will be making their fourth World Series appearance since 2017 and claim the title by defeating the Tampa Bay Rays in the 2020 season. Keep it locked on SiriusXM MLB Network Radio, Channel 89. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM MLB schedule for Monday, October the 21st. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. The World Series is set, and Major League Baseball playoffs are on pause until Friday, October 25th, with the LA Dodgers taking on the New York Yankees. The Yankees punched their ticket to their first World Series since 2009 and are vying for their 28th championship. The Dodgers will be making their fourth World Series appearance since 2017 and claim the title by defeating the Tampa Bay Rays in the 2020 season. Keep it locked on SiriusXM MLB Network Radio, Channel 89.
MLB Network Radio is your home for 24/7 baseball talk, featuring on-site coverage of every major event from spring training through the World Series and expert analysis from former general managers and players. SiriusXM Channel 89.
Boston Red Sox pitching legend Luis Tiant passed away at the age of 83. Speaking on SiriusXM MLB Network Radio, Eduardo Perez took some time to remember him.
I remember Louis being there and always with that cigar. You know, going back to the early days of following his father's footsteps. His father was also a great pitcher, but was a left-handed pitcher out of Cuba, and Louis was able to sign in Mexico before having his contract purchased by the Cleveland Indians organization and making a name for himself in Cleveland. But he not only made a name for himself in Cleveland, he had to reinvent himself because he had gotten hurt, his shoulder had gotten hurt. So he started doing all the antics of twisting around, facing second base, using deception because of the lack of velocity. He actually became a giant in Boston because of that. And those numbers that he put up in Boston in the 70s were absolutely ridiculous based on deception, based on his personality. He was a vibrant personality, and he's going to be missed. He's going to be missed by, obviously, the Red Sox family who had inducted him into their Hall of Fame in the late 90s. And, guys, if you've really taken a deep dive into Luis Tiance's numbers, it's ridiculous. Chris, you look at those numbers. If I'm not mistaken, the complete games in itself is an unbelievable number.
On the court and off, your home for the NBA is SiriusXM. Follow all the drama as your favorite team vies for it all. SiriusXM NBA Radio, SiriusXM 86.
I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM MLB schedule for Monday, October the 21st. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. The World Series is set, and Major League Baseball playoffs are on pause until Friday, October 25th, with the LA Dodgers taking on the New York Yankees. The Yankees punched their ticket to their first World Series since 2009 and are vying for their 28th championship. The Dodgers will be making their fourth World Series appearance since 2017 and claimed the title by defeating the Tampa Bay Rays in the 2020 season. Keep it locked on SiriusXM MLB Network Radio, Channel 89. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM MLB schedule for Monday, October the 21st. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. The World Series is set, and Major League Baseball playoffs are on pause until Friday, October 25th, with the LA Dodgers taking on the New York Yankees. The Yankees punched their ticket to their first World Series since 2009 and are vying for their 28th championship. The Dodgers will be making their fourth World Series appearance since 2017 and claimed the title by defeating the Tampa Bay Rays in the 2020 season. Keep it locked on SiriusXM MLB Network Radio, Channel 89. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM MLB schedule for Monday, October the 21st. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. The World Series is set, and Major League Baseball playoffs are on pause until Friday, October 25th, with the LA Dodgers taking on the New York Yankees. The Yankees punched their ticket to their first World Series since 2009 and are vying for their 28th championship. The Dodgers will be making their fourth World Series appearance since 2017 and claimed the title by defeating the Tampa Bay Rays in the 2020 season. Keep it locked on SiriusXM MLB Network Radio, Channel 89. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM MLB schedule for Monday, October the 21st. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. The World Series is set, and Major League Baseball playoffs are on pause until Friday, October 25th, with the LA Dodgers taking on the New York Yankees. The Yankees punched their ticket to their first World Series since 2009 and are vying for their 28th championship. The Dodgers will be making their fourth World Series appearance since 2017 and claimed the title by defeating the Tampa Bay Rays in the 2020 season. Keep it locked on SiriusXM MLB Network Radio, Channel 89. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM MLB schedule for Monday, October the 21st. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. The World Series is set, and Major League Baseball playoffs are on pause until Friday, October 25th, with the LA Dodgers taking on the New York Yankees. The Yankees punched their ticket to their first World Series since 2009 and are vying for their 28th championship. The Dodgers will be making their fourth World Series appearance since 2017 and claimed the title by defeating the Tampa Bay Rays in the 2020 season. Keep it locked on SiriusXM MLB Network Radio, Channel 89. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM MLB schedule for Monday, October the 21st. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. The World Series is set, and Major League Baseball playoffs are on pause until Friday, October 25th, with the LA Dodgers taking on the New York Yankees. The Yankees punched their ticket to their first World Series since 2009 and are vying for their 28th championship. The Dodgers will be making their 4th World Series appearance since 2017 and claimed the title by defeating the Tampa Bay Rays in the 2020 season. Keep it locked on SiriusXM MLB Network Radio, Channel 89.
SiriusXM NFL Radio Channel 88 brings you expert analysis from former players, coaches, and executives, plus reaction to all the latest news on the only 24/7 station dedicated to the National Football League.
For a possible front office role with the San Francisco Giants, they have asked permission to speak with the Oakland Athletics Assistant General Manager Billy Owens, and he stopped by SiriusXM MLB Network Radio to talk about his thoughts about being considered.
Yeah, honestly, with the Giants being the local team, growing up with Frank Robinson managing there, Chili Davis being a star, Will the Thrill throughout the 80s. I mean, Louis Tiant, rest in peace. Everybody did the Louis Tiant wind up, and Chris will tell you in the Bay Area, everybody tried to do Will Clark swing. So
that's true.
Yeah, that's right. I mean,
that's exactly right.
It was butter. So yeah, man, just flattering. It's something that they have reached out. Looking forward to the interview. I got a great opportunity here, but that's something that's very intriguing. It's Oracle Park. It's the Bay, 415 area code. I was a kid that jumped the fence when they hit the home run. And, Vita Blue gave me 2 balls one time at Candlestick Park. Actually saw Barry Bonds play his rookie year for the Pirates at Candlestick. So, yeah, man, it's that Bay Area baseball, it runs deep. And so, the Giants, the A's, the Warriors, the Raiders, the Earthquakes, I get that Bay Area passion for sure.
Follow every second of the action on NHL Network Radio. From behind the bench to every play on the ice. If it's hockey, it's on SiriusXM NHL Network Radio. SiriusXM 91.
I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM MLB schedule for Monday, October the 21st. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. The World Series is set, and Major League Baseball playoffs are on pause until Friday, October 25th, with the LA Dodgers taking on the New York Yankees. The Yankees punched their ticket to their first World Series since 2009 and are vying for their 28th championship. The Dodgers will be making their 4th World Series appearance since 2017 and claimed the title by defeating the Tampa Bay Rays in the 2020 season. Keep it locked on SiriusXM MLB Network Radio, Channel 89. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM MLB schedule for Monday, October the 21st. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. The World Series is set, and Major League Baseball playoffs are on pause until Friday, October 25th, with the LA Dodgers taking on the New York Yankees. The Yankees punched their ticket to their first World Series since 2009 and are vying for their 28th championship. The Dodgers will be making their 4th World Series appearance since 2017 and claimed the title by defeating the Tampa Bay Rays in the 2020 season. Keep it locked on SiriusXM MLB Network Radio, Channel 89. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM MLB schedule for Monday, October the 21st. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. The World Series is set, and Major League Baseball playoffs are on pause until Friday, October 25th, with the LA Dodgers taking on the New York Yankees. The Yankees punched their ticket to their first World Series since 2009 and are vying for their 28th championship. The Dodgers will be making their 4th World Series appearance since 2017 and claimed the title by defeating the Tampa Bay Rays in the 2020 season. Keep it locked on SiriusXM MLB Network Radio, Channel 89. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM MLB schedule for Monday, October the 21st. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. The World Series is set, and Major League Baseball playoffs are on pause until Friday, October 25th, with the LA Dodgers taking on the New York Yankees. The Yankees punched their ticket to their first World Series since 2009 and are vying for their 28th championship. The Dodgers will be making their 4th World Series appearance since 2017 and claimed the title by defeating the Tampa Bay Rays in the 2020 season. Keep it locked on SiriusXM MLB Network Radio, Channel 89. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM MLB schedule for Monday, October the 21st. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. The World Series is set, and Major League Baseball playoffs are on pause until Friday, October 25th, with the LA Dodgers taking on the New York Yankees. The Yankees punched their ticket to their first World Series since 2009 and are vying for their 28th championship. The Dodgers will be making their fourth World Series appearance since 2017 and claimed the title by defeating the Tampa Bay Rays in the 2020 season. Keep it locked on SiriusXM MLB Network Radio, Channel 89. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM MLB schedule for Monday, October the 21st. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. The World Series is set, and Major League Baseball playoffs are on pause until Friday, October 25th, with the LA Dodgers taking on the New York Yankees. The Yankees punched their ticket to their first World Series since 2009 and are vying for their 28th championship. The Dodgers will be making their fourth World Series appearance since 2017 and claimed the title by defeating the Tampa Bay Rays in the 2020 season. Keep it locked on SiriusXM MLB Network Radio, Channel 89.
Hear it all on demand. Your favorite shows, your favorite games. Don't miss a second of your favorite SiriusXM programming on demand with the SiriusXM app. Download it now for free.
The Kansas City Monarchs and the Negro League Baseball Museum marked a very special year in 2024, as it was the 100th anniversary of the first Negro League World Series, which was won by the Monarchs over the Hilldale Club in 1924. Over on SiriusXM MLB Network Radio's Black Diamonds, host Bob Kendrick was joined by the grandson of KC owner J.L. Wilkinson, Ed Catron.
And they all had such great reverence for him. Buck O'Neill once said that your grandfather was the first white man that he had ever met without any prejudice. Said that when there weren't enough hotel rooms to go around, he and your granddad slept in the same bed together. That was J.L. Wilkinson. And as I oftentimes refer to him, he was a 2000 man in the 1920s.
Buck and I visited many times, and he would always say that there were only two men that he ever met that were totally colorblind: his father, Buck O'Neill's father, and J.L. Wilkinson. People ask, why did he get into black baseball? Well, he loved baseball passionately. He played baseball, he managed, he was a promoter, but he wanted the best team that he could put together with the money he had.
The PGA Tour comes to life on SiriusXM. It's your destination for everything on the tour. Hear live hole-by-hole coverage and expert analysis. PGA Tour Radio, SiriusXM 92.
I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM MLB schedule for Monday, October the 21st. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. The World Series is set, and Major League Baseball playoffs are on pause until Friday, October 25th, with the LA Dodgers taking on the New York Yankees. The Yankees punched their ticket to their first World Series since 2009 and are vying for their 28th championship. The Dodgers will be making their fourth World Series appearance since 2017 and claimed the title by defeating the Tampa Bay Rays in the 2020 season. Keep it locked on SiriusXM MLB Network Radio, Channel 89. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM MLB schedule for Monday, October the 21st. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. The World Series is set, and Major League Baseball playoffs are on pause until Friday, October 25th, with the LA Dodgers taking on the New York Yankees. The Yankees punched their ticket to their first World Series since 2009 and are vying for their 28th championship. The Dodgers will be making their fourth World Series appearance since 2017 and claimed the title by defeating the Tampa Bay Rays in the 2020 season. Keep it locked on SiriusXM MLB Network Radio, Channel 89. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM MLB schedule for Monday, October the 21st. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. The World Series is set, and Major League Baseball playoffs are on pause until Friday, October 25th, with the LA Dodgers taking on the New York Yankees. The Yankees punched their ticket to their first World Series since 2009 and are vying for their 28th championship. The Dodgers will be making their fourth World Series appearance since 2017 and claimed the title by defeating the Tampa Bay Rays in the 2020 season. Keep it locked on SiriusXM MLB Network Radio, Channel 89. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM MLB schedule for Monday, October the 21st. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. The World Series is set, and Major League Baseball playoffs are on pause until Friday, October 25th, with the LA Dodgers taking on the New York Yankees. The Yankees punched their ticket to their first World Series since 2009 and are vying for their 28th championship. The Dodgers will be making their fourth World Series appearance since 2017 and claimed the title by defeating the Tampa Bay Rays in the 2020 season. Keep it locked on SiriusXM MLB Network Radio, Channel 89. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM MLB schedule for Monday, October the 21st. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. The World Series is set, and Major League Baseball playoffs are on pause until Friday, October 25th, with the LA Dodgers taking on the New York Yankees. The Yankees punched their ticket to their first World Series since 2009 and are vying for their 28th championship. The Dodgers will be making their fourth World Series appearance since 2017 and claimed the title by defeating the Tampa Bay Rays in the 2020 season. Keep it locked on SiriusXM MLB Network Radio, Channel 89. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM MLB schedule for Monday, October the 21st. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. The World Series is set, and Major League Baseball playoffs are on pause until Friday, October 25th, with the LA Dodgers taking on the New York Yankees. The Yankees punched their ticket to their first World Series since 2009 and are vying for their 28th championship. The Dodgers will be making their fourth World Series appearance since 2017 and claimed the title by defeating the Tampa Bay Rays in the 2020 season. Keep it locked on SiriusXM MLB Network Radio, Channel 89.
SiriusXM has soccer covered end to end. SiriusXM FC. Hear live play-by-play and talk shows hosted by legends of the game. It's SiriusXM FC on Channel 157.
Returning to the major leagues a year after he stepped down from Cleveland, Terry Francona has been hired to manage the Cincinnati Reds. And joining MLB Network Radio on SiriusXM Channel 89, Francona was on to talk about it.
I think I've talked to everybody, and I've done a ton of texting and just trying to get the ball rolling. I don't want to ever use new as an excuse. And I'm actually in Cincinnati now, and Nick and Brad and some of the guys upstairs this afternoon, we're going to kind of get our heads starting to try to wrap around putting this staff together. And there's certainly going to be a lot of holdovers because they have some really good coaches here. But we'll also have some new faces, too. I'm not sure that I could say all summer I had a burning desire to get back in uniform. I had a really good year away from the game, and I needed it. I thought I got out of the game for the right reasons. I felt like I was shortchanging the organization and the players. I got away, and I had a semi-normal life, and then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, the Reds called. I think the first call, I was probably a little lukewarm, but they flew out to Arizona, and we actually interviewed. We talked in my house, and that kind of blew me away that they were willing to fly all the way out there. And we hit it off. It felt so much like my first meeting in Cleveland. I thought I went to Cleveland for all the right reasons, and it lasted 11 years, and it was wonderful. This had a really similar feel.
Follow every second of the action on NHL Network Radio. From behind the bench to every play on the ice. If it's hockey, it's on SiriusXM NHL Network Radio. SiriusXM 91.
I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM MLB schedule for Monday, October the 21st. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. The World Series is set, and Major League Baseball playoffs are on pause until Friday, October 25th, with the LA Dodgers taking on the New York Yankees. The Yankees punched their ticket to their first World Series since 2009 and are vying for their 28th championship. The Dodgers will be making their fourth World Series appearance since 2017 and claimed the title by defeating the Tampa Bay Rays in the 2020 season. Keep it locked on SiriusXM MLB Network Radio, Channel 89. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM MLB schedule for Monday, October the 21st. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. The World Series is set, and Major League Baseball playoffs are on pause until Friday, October 25th, with the LA Dodgers taking on the New York Yankees. The Yankees punched their ticket to their first World Series since 2009 and are vying for their 28th championship. The Dodgers will be making their fourth World Series appearance since 2017 and claimed the title by defeating the Tampa Bay Rays in the 2020 season. Keep it locked on SiriusXM MLB Network Radio, Channel 89. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM MLB schedule for Monday, October the 21st. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. The World Series is set, and Major League Baseball playoffs are on pause until Friday, October 25th, with the LA Dodgers taking on the New York Yankees. The Yankees punched their ticket to their first World Series since 2009 and are vying for their 28th championship. The Dodgers will be making their fourth World Series appearance since 2017 and claimed the title by defeating the Tampa Bay Rays in the 2020 season. Keep it locked on SiriusXM MLB Network Radio, Channel 89. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM MLB schedule for Monday, October the 21st. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. The World Series is set, and Major League Baseball playoffs are on pause until Friday, October 25th, with the LA Dodgers taking on the New York Yankees. The Yankees punched their ticket to their first World Series since 2009 and are vying for their 28th championship. The Dodgers will be making their fourth World Series appearance since 2017 and claimed the title by defeating the Tampa Bay Rays in the 2020 season. Keep it locked on SiriusXM MLB Network Radio, Channel 89. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM MLB schedule for Monday, October the 21st. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. The World Series is set, and Major League Baseball playoffs are on pause until Friday, October 25th. With the LA Dodgers taking on the New York Yankees. The Yankees punched their ticket to their first World Series since 2009 and are vying for their 28th championship. The Dodgers will be making their fourth World Series appearance since 2017 and claimed the title by defeating
drafts and interviews with top players, coaches, and team executives on SiriusXM 87.
Boston Red Sox pitching legend Luis Tiant passed away at the age of 83. Speaking on SiriusXM MLB Network Radio, Eduardo Perez took some time to remember him.
I remember Louis being there and always with that cigar, going back to the early days of following his father's footsteps. His father was also a great pitcher, but